Andrid, the Keeper of the Flames. Book 3 in the Fallen Chronicles. Written by Macbeth. Narrated by Andrid-The. I feel my life may be coming to an end. It is not something I dread. If you have lived as long as I have, death would seem like a mercy, a long-awaited embrace from a lost lover. I have lived in the gardens of paradise, seen the creation of countless creatures at the hands of our Creator, fell from the heavens with my Lord Iblis, and dwelled in the depths of places worse than what mortals call hell. I have even been the master of hell for countless eons. Surely if I, the Keeper of the Flames, is dying, then the world is coming to an end. I do not have a talented mortal to write my tale like the foolish Malaik had, nor the beautiful but crazed Princess Isimia. Just my ancient pale hands and the blood of the sinners outcasted here as my ink. I write this in a book which binding is of burned flesh. For this book represents my life, or what is left of it. Many claim that my life ended when the Creator threw me out of the heavens, when I betrayed his love and trust, and trusted and sided with the arrogant fool Iblis. For me, my life did not start until I was able to feel and suffer the way I have among mortals. Let me begin my tale. I will start it with the Jinn that I once called master, the fool of smokeless fire that was my downfall from paradise. Iblis. 1761. And when we said to the angels, prostrate to Adam, and they prostrated, except for Iblis, he said, should I prostrate to one you created from clay? Paradise, or heaven, is hard to explain. Even for a Jinn like myself, I lack the words to explain it to you. I will not try. You are free to imagine whatever wonders you like about the place. I can tell you that whatever mortal fantasies you have about paradise doesn't even come close to what the reality of it is. There are many beings in paradise, all of whom were created by the hands of Allah, or God, in whatever name or language that you call him. Some were made from water, others, like men, from clay. But I was made from a fire that has no smoke. We were superior. The most superior among us was Iblis. He was magnificent. He was massive. Most of all, he was beautiful. He was made of the darkest parts of the fire. His flame was bright. His voice was deeper than the pits of hell, yet more soothing than waters from the well of Zamzam. I loved Iblis. I loved him then, and even though I now see him as a fool, I still love him. How could one not love the most beautiful creature God has ever made? Many religions speak of Iblis. Of course, he has different names. The Christians call him an angel of light, the most beautiful among all the angels. They named him Lucifer. That is a ridiculous name, but his beauty and magnificence are shared among all cultures. Iblis, as magnificent as he was, fell victim to the most mortal of Pharisees. He was arrogant. I remember it as if I were just there. One of the curses of being a Jinn. We remember all things, no matter how long ago it was. The horn was sounded, calling all of us to attend to our Creator. He had created something new. The Creator, in his love for all of us, wanted to share it with us. My heart raced in my chest as I ran to the great hall. This hall was massive. It could seat the whole of the universe in it and still have room. I saw Iblis as I hurried to see this wonder our Creator would reveal. "Iblis, the most beautiful of Allah's creations, why do you frown?" I asked him. Beautiful Iblis's frown deepened as he looked at me. My heart fluttered, for even his frown was more beautiful than the brightest star. "Oh, beloved Andrid, Allah has created something better than us. But I am unsure how anything can be better than us," Iblis said. I grabbed Iblis's beautiful fiery hand and kissed him. It was a kiss of pure love. There was no such thing as lust or sexuality in paradise. There was no need. Those desires were of mortal men. They were sinful. My kiss was that of a child kissing the newborn sibling or a parent kissing his infant child. "What can be created that is more beautiful than you, Iblis?" I asked. Iblis smiled and placed his hand on my cheek. If I had a heart, his smile would have melted it. Maybe it was at this moment that I betrayed Allah. The moment that I doubted that Allah could make anything more beautiful than Iblis. That moment defined my life, it seemed. The first seed of doubt, the first shred of arrogance had entered my mind. "Stay by me during this, Andrid?" Iblis asked. Who was I but a creature in love with his brother and could not deny him? "Of course, beloved," I responded. Iblis squeezed my hand and ran off to see what new creation our Lord had made. All of the creatures of heaven entered the great hall. There were more of us than there were stars in the sky. We all segregated ourselves among our races, if you will. Us jinns of smokeless fire huddled together. There was no racial tension here. We all loved each other. There is always a comfort and a kinship in being near those created from the same fabric as you. Iblis was our leader. Those made of other things felt the same as we did. We all talked in excited, hushed tones. It had been a long time since Allah had created something new. The rumor was that this creation was better than all others. I could see the stress and worry on the face of beautiful Iblis. I did not understand why did he not celebrate this amazing new creation of our Lord, this new addition to paradise. The excitement to get to know and interact with this new creation filled everyone's hearts, except that of Iblis, the most beautiful creature created thus far. The great hall got silent as we felt our Lord. We could not see him, he was so bright. If you imagine the sun and multiply it to a number that you can't fathom, even that does not come close to how magnificent and bright our Creator is. We shielded our eyes and prostrated ourselves before him. We lay flat with our heads on the floor. We felt our Lord smile as he looked at us, pleased. His smile made us all weep. Even the beautiful Iblis wept. He lay prostrated, sobbing, to our Lord. "Rise, my creations," our Lord said. His voice was everywhere and nowhere. It filled every inch of the universe and of us. We all rose and stared at a ball of light that floated in the center of the great hall. My heart raced. Within that light was the new creation. It was the most beautiful creation of all. The light slowly faded away, and before us was a creature whose skin was dark. Dark like the clay you would find in the deepest parts of the earth. He was indeed beautiful. His hair was black as night and thick as a sheep's wool. His eyes were white orbs with a circle of black in them. He was tall and majestic-looking. He was amazing. I caught my breath as I saw him. Iblis turned to me with what looked like rage in his eyes. I cannot be certain, because back then none of us had ever felt or seen this emotion. It burned brighter than the fire that was his body. He shook with rage and disgust. "This, Andrid, is what is supposed to be better than us? More beautiful than me?" Iblis hissed as he pointed to Allah's new creation. I cannot lie. I was afraid. No one had ever questioned our Lord before. No one has ever felt nor seen what I saw and felt with Iblis. This is man. I name him Adam. He was created from the darkest clay in the deepest parts of the earth. He will be the master of my gardens. The voice of God spoke again. This black lump of clay is granted his own garden, his own kingdom among paradise. Iblis fumed. Other jinns started to look at him. Iblis's voice was slowly starting to rise as his rage grew. I give to man something I have never given any of my creations. I give him my breath. The voice of God rang again. The empty, beautiful, black-skinned shell that was Adam floated a bit higher. His mouth opened, and his chest started to expand. He seemed to glow with power and the love of our Lord. His cold, lifeless eyes brightened with life. Adam blinked. He took big, deep breaths. We could all hear him inhale and exhale. Adam looked upon the bright light that was God and smiled. Thank you, O Lord, Adam said. His voice was deep and musical. I was in awe of this creation that got the breath of God in him, this creation that would be granted all the mercies that we were denied, this beautiful Adam that was favoured above all. Iblis clenched his fist as he watched Adam. If Iblis could, I had no doubt he would have killed Adam right there. Adam possesses my breath. All of my other creations must bow before him. The voice of God boomed. All of the countless creations of Allah fell to their knees and bowed their heads to Adam. Adam stared blankly at us like the fool he was. I have always thought Adam a fool. How could you get the greatest gift from God and still disobey? A gift that any of us would give our lives for. We would gladly die just for the scent of our Lord's breath, but not the arrogant Adam. Forgive me. Let me get back to the story. All bowed before Adam, but Iblis. He stared at Adam, death in his gaze. He knew he was defying his Lord, his Creator, most of all his Master. But his jealousy and rage would not let him care about that. Iblis grit his teeth. His chest heaved as he struggled to control himself. I was afraid as I bowed, Iblis standing right next to me. I reached my hand out to grab his and calm him, but he batted it away. "Why don't you bow, Iblis?" God asked his creation. I was shocked, for Allah had never individually called us out. I was not sure he knew all of our names. As I bowed, I became aware that God loved me so much that he was aware of every detail of me. He was the sculptor that loved each work of art he created. He knew every nook and cranny of me. If I had hair, he would know the exact number of hair on my body and the state of each of those hairs. The love of our Creator was endless. "Why, O Lord, should I bow to something that is inferior to me? I am smokeless fire and the most beautiful of your creations." Iblis paused. His voice was cracked with emotion as he shouted at Allah. His tears sizzled and hissed as they fell down his fiery cheeks. This thing you call a man is made of clay, yet you give him your breath!" Iblis shouted. Iblis took a deep, shuddering breath. The whole of the great hall was afraid, for never had anyone talked to the Creator in that manner. No one had ever dared to question him, nor had the thought ever entered their minds. We were created to serve, and we were happy to serve. "Am I not the most beautiful of your creations, Lord? Am I not the most beautiful of your creations, Lord? Am I not good enough?" Iblis spluttered in between sobs. The great hall was silent as all waited to see what the Creator would do. The silence seemed to last forever. "Bow, Iblis," the voice of God boomed again. Iblis forced himself to stop sobbing. It was clear that our Creator had forgiven Iblis for his outburst and emotion. All he had to do was bow to Adam, and all would be back to normal. "Bow, beloved," I pleaded with Iblis. Iblis looked down at me and smiled. "I cannot, dear Andrid." He replied, "Even to this day, countless eons after this, I don't understand why Iblis chose this path. O Lord and Creator of everything, I cannot obey you in this. I cannot bow to this thing made of clay," Iblis said defiantly. The hate for Adam burned in his eyes, yet sorrow was there too. It hurt Iblis to disobey the Creator. Iblis, like all of us, loved the Creator with all we had. Iblis turned to the jinns of smokeless fire. "Stand, brothers, for we are better than this black clay thing our Lord created. Stand with me in defiance of this creation," Iblis said. He raised his hands in the air, motioning for us to stand. Iblis, the most beautiful and most magnificent of all the jinn. Many of the jinn of smokeless fire obeyed him and stood. I did not. How could I? I thought Adam was beautiful. He was an amazing creature, one that did indeed rival Iblis. Iblis turned and saw me still bowing. I could see his heart breaking as I did not stand. "Oh, beloved, sweet Andrid, I thought you loved me," Iblis said. Emotions I have never felt before filled me. I don't know why, but slowly I stood. Maybe it was because I wanted to see the beautiful smile of Iblis's again. For him to cup my cheek like he often did. I did not want him to think that I did not love him. "I do, beloved," I replied. Suddenly, I felt cold The fire that was our essence lost its brightness. We still burned with living flame, but we looked dark compared to the brightness of the other jinns that bowed. The floor beneath us gave way, and we started to fall. We had been banished from heaven. Our Lord has turned his back on us.
Your creation that you call man shall never live in peace, Lord. This I promise you,
Iblis shouted as he fell. Iblis has hated humans ever since. He has dedicated his entire existence to whispering to their desires and turning them away from the mercies that Allah has given them. I, in my love for the great and beautiful Iblis, found myself here, falling like thousands of other jinn of smokeless flame. We were the rebellious ones. We disobeyed our Creator. There is nothing more pathetic than one that turns his back on the one that created him. The ocean. Time seemed to freeze as well. The only sound aside the screams of rage from Iblis were the rapid beatings of my terrified heart. I, for the first time in my life, feared death. For now, outside of the gardens of paradise, death was a cold reality that never before was. The wind was sharp and seemed to cut me as I fell.
I curse you and your creation, Allah!
I heard Iblis howl. Iblis seemed to fall faster than the rest of us. It seemed as if he was being pulled down roughly from the heavens. My eyes watered as I looked at the blue ball that we were falling to. The darkness of space seemed endless around us. I knew this blue ball to be Earth. It was one of the many creations of our Lord. Like all things he had created, it was beautiful. I heard that this earth was created for Adam and all who would descend from him. Yet this is where we fell. It did not take long for the darkness of space to fade and the cold air of earth to hit us. I could see the dark blue waters that we were headed for. The waters seemed menacing, like they would engulf us all. Like rocks falling from the sky, the thousands of jinn of smokeless fire hit the ocean surface. Water sprayed up as we broke the once calm and placid deep blue surface. The fires that were our bodies hissed and sizzled. The water was cold. I screamed in pain as my body seemed to break. The cold darkness of the ocean held me in suspense. I could not move. My arms and legs felt lifeless. I looked up at this foreign sky through the deepening darkness of the ocean and shuddered. I truly fell from heaven. The cold seemed to bite into me. The fires that were my essence flickered and started to fade. Even though I was not drowning, it seemed like my fire was. I felt something grab my leg roughly and pull me down. I tried to kick at it, but I was too weak. I screamed, but it was trapped in the thickness of the water. Besides, there was no one to help me or care, even if my scream was heard. I looked down and could not see what was pulling me. The deeper we got into the ocean, the darker it got. The weaker my flame became. I tried to claw at the water in hope to break free of whatever was dragging me down. I swung my arms frantically, trying to swim upwards. It was to no avail. Whatever had me was stronger than I could imagine and would not let go. The temperature dropped drastically. My flame was barely a visible glow in this cold darkness. The screams and curses of Iblis stopped, or maybe I could just no longer hear them. I decided to just give in to whatever fate awaited me. I no longer struggled. I no longer tried to break free of whatever was pulling me down. I gave in to it. There was nothing else I could do. I thought about begging and crying to Allah to forgive me, to accept me back. I no longer wanted to side with Iblis. If this was the fate of standing with Iblis, then I did not want it. But I knew it would be pointless. Allah was merciful, but I was banished. I would not be the naive, gentle soul that I once was. I had chosen my fate. I had chosen Iblis. I was no longer being pulled. I was so lost in my thoughts that I did not at first notice it. It was so dark down here that even the fading glow of my fire could barely be seen. I felt a cold, hard stone beneath my feet. I heard a deep feminine laughter as something chained my feet to the stone at the bottom of the ocean. "Who's there?" I asked. I was terrified. A cold chill ran down my spine. "You know me, Andrid. I am sorry that you have invoked the wrath of our Creator. May he one day have mercy upon you," a powerful but sweet female voice said. The sadness could be heard in every word she uttered. My mind was hazy as I tried to put a face or a name to the familiar voice. I did know her. She was the beautiful ebony-fleshed angel that brings the souls of mortals to their graves. She was Death. "Death?" I asked. She did not respond, but I could feel her staring at me through the darkness. "Death!" I screamed. I did not want to be alone. I did not want her to leave me here, chained in the cold darkness at the bottom of the ocean. She did not answer. I knew she had left me here. I could no longer feel her presence. My heart sank. "Allah!" I screamed. But my scream was no more than a gurgle, as it could not pierce the thick, cold, dark water. My only comfort was the soft glow of the fire that was my essence. I was not in complete darkness. As soon as I thought that my flame went out, I was no longer a Jinn of smokeless fire. I was not even sure if I was alive or what I looked like. I was just here, in the darkness. "Iblis!" I tried to call my friend's name. I was so scared and filled with emotion, I could not find the strength to say it. I wept. Forgive me a moment, reader. Even remembering this is painful for me. This part of my long existence was the darkest of it. I was chained down here for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Times passed differently for us. A day in paradise is hundreds of years on earth. Over those years, I changed in horrible ways. I was no longer the beautiful Andrid of smokeless fire. I had become some pale, grotesque corpse. I was something out of the darkest nightmare. I became bitter and angry at our Creator. I hated our Creator and all of his creations. I hated Iblis. I wanted to destroy them all, starting with Adam. I had no sense of what was up or down here at the bottom of the ocean. All I knew was I looked in the direction I felt was up and stared at the darkness. If one could see me, they would shudder at this pale skeletal corpse whose red eyes were the only thing visible in the blackness. Freedom. I cannot say for certain how long I was chained at the bottom of the ocean. Time had no meaning. The darkness seemed to seep into every part of me. At first, the darkness terrified me. I was born of fire, and my home was paradise. My entire life was light. Even if it was just the soft glow of the flames that was my body. Now even those flames were gone. After a while, creatures started to appear. It was an odd sight. After so long in darkness, it was strange to see life down here. Some of these creatures were beautiful, glowing lights that made the darkness bearable. I would see them and reach out to them, but they would flee from me. I don't blame them. I would flee from something as hideous as myself as well. After they would leave, I would weep. I would be plunged into the darkness again. The occasional screams of rage from Iblis could be heard. It shook the bottom of the ocean. I could not see him, nor any of the other thousands of Jinn that fell with him. I wonder if our Creator could hear me down here, or if he just ignored my cries and pleadings for forgiveness. I have often thought of the choice I made to stand with Iblis. I regretted it as soon as I did it. I still wonder why I stood. I have always loved Iblis, but giving up paradise for him was never something I thought about. Maybe it was the thought of seeing something so beautiful in pain that drove my innocent heart to reach out to him. If this was the case, surely our Creator understood. A bright light in the darkness took me away from my thoughts. The only sanity in the dark, cold, endless dungeon was getting lost in my memories. My body was imprisoned by my mind, was still in the gardens of paradise. I blinked slowly. I have finally gone mad, I said to myself. The light got closer. It seemed like a bright ball of fire that floated through the darkness. Even though it was far away, I felt warmed by it. I watched it in a daze. I was waiting for the reality of it to hit and my mind to realize that this was a hallucination. But that did not come. As the light got closer, I started to see someone inside of it. He was beautiful. A beauty that rivaled even the beautiful Iblis. I remember this creature like it was just yesterday, even though it was eons ago, for he was a light in an existence that had been plunged into eternal darkness. His flesh was brown like that of Adam's. His hair was as dark as the darkness that surrounded me, but shined with a thick, curly beauty of its own. The creature did not smile as he approached. He looked disgusted by me. I, once glorious Jinn of smokeless fire, now this pitiful, pale, shriveled thing. I covered my eyes, not only to shield them from his brightness, but from the look of disgust and contempt he bore me. "You are to be freed, disgraced one," the creature said. His voice boomed through the cold darkness. It seemed to awaken the entire ocean. Creatures that lay dormant in the blackness awakened and fled from him. His voice was the first actual voice I have heard. "Am I free?" I asked. My voice was raw and sounded like an abused and unused instrument. The only sounds that have escaped my throat have been my sobs. The creature did not answer. He floated to the huge chain that bound me to the bottom of the ocean. His hands seemed tiny in comparison to the chain. He yanked the chain from the ground with very little exertion. Thank you, I stammered. As the creature floated up near me, his beautiful brown face inches from mine, he was so bright that I felt blinded. Even through my closed eyelids, my eyes still watered from his brightness. I was a creature who has been lost in the depths of the earth, without a shred of light. This creature before me was the sun. Although I wanted to see him, to feel his warmth upon my face, I could not. My flesh and heart were not ready.
"Do not thank me, disgraced one. Thank our Creator," the creature said.
The creature stared at me a moment, then turned from me. I could not open my eyes until he was far from me. He was no more than a speck of light fading in the darkness. I would not recognize who that was until eons later. He was a guardian of our Creator, one of his many warriors whose task was to watch over mankind. His fate would be one not too different than mine. He mocked me those eons ago. Now he is known as the Fallen One. He was Malaik. So arrogant he was, only to fall victim to the same immortal desires as the beautiful Iblis. I floated there in the waters for a moment. I did not want to believe that I was free. Maybe this was some trick, some added torture. I knew as soon as I tried to leave, the chain would stop me. I was like a wild animal that was captured and held in bondage for so long that even after it was freed, it no longer desired it. The fire of freedom long snuffed out. I stared at where the chain has bound me. I am not sure how long I stared. I eventually took a deep breath and found the courage to move from this spot that has been my home, my prison for too long to remember. I turned my back to it and swam upwards. The life that I saw as I swam was amazing. Our Creator had been busy. There were so many creatures in the waters that I lost count. They all shied away from me, almost as if they could tell that I was not mortal like them, that I was something foreign here. Even though I had been at the bottom of this ocean before there was any life. As I swam, the waters began to change. They were no longer dark. I could see everything around me. I took a moment to look around. Was I back in paradise? Of course I was not. But the amount of life and light here was beautiful. I still had a while to go before I reached the surface. I looked at my hand and shuddered. My flesh was pale and slimy. It looked wrinkled and old. I was paler than anything natural. I was a ghoul, a living cadaver. I, one of the most beautiful of Allah's creations, was reduced to one of the foulest. I could not help the mortal chill that ran down my spine as I tried to look at more of my body. I was the same all over, pale and foul-looking. I was a creature of nightmares. I wept then. I placed my foul hands over my face and sobbed into them.
"Oh, Iblis, you have cursed us all,"
I wept. I was curious as to what lay beyond the water. But I did not want to face it. I did not want anything to look upon me. I knew I could not stay here. I sighed deeply. Breathing in the water was like breathing in air to me. It made no difference what element I was in. I would survive it. I could breathe in fire just as easily as air. As I swam up more, the light got brighter. My eyes began to water. I blinked and squinted to see. There was something there above the water. It stared at me. It was beautiful. Oh, we Jinns love beautiful things. No matter if it's an object or a being. If it was beautiful, we wanted to possess it. Many Jinns have found their ruin trying to have beautiful mortals, to possess them and enjoy their flesh. But the breath of Allah in them always expels us and harms us. For some, it destroys us. I had to see what this beautiful being was, this thing that stared down at me. The water and bright light obscured my vision, but I swam faster and harder. I had to reach the surface. I did not want this creature to leave. I had to talk to it, to hold it and cherish it. The last beautiful thing to talk with me had been the guardian that freed me. Oh, how I longed to have a friend, to love once again. The surface of the water was getting nearer. I could feel the heat emanating from the world outside the ocean. I was near the surface now. It was so bright I could not see. The light even pierced through my closed eyelids. It burned me. I was about to flee from it and retreat to the soothing cold darkness. But a hand reached into the water and grabbed me. It pulled me from the waters and held me. I did not yet know what it was. My flesh seemed like it was on fire. I screamed in pain as the first rays of sunlight hit my flesh. There was no water to block or hinder it, just hot, unbridled fire. My flesh reddened and peeled away as it burned. I wanted to dive back into the waters and stay there forever. Was this beautiful place hell? I tried to break free of the creature that held me, but it wrapped me in its arms like I was a child. It rocked me and soothed me. "Oh, Andrid," I heard a familiar voice say. The voice was soothing and loving. Was it? Could it be? Oh, beautiful Iblis had not forgotten me. "Iblis!" I gasped. I tried to open my eyes and gaze upon his beautiful face, but I could not. I felt him smile at me. "Yes, Andrid," Iblis said. He wrapped me tighter in his arms. "I have waited here and watched time pass for you," Iblis said. My beloved, foolish Iblis had waited an eternity here, staring into the ocean. He waited for me to be free. How long had he been free before me? I cannot say. I did not care. It felt good to be in his arms. I still gasped in pain as my flesh burned. I could smell the horrid smell of it. It did not seem to bother Iblis. "Come, beloved. I have much to tell you," Iblis said. He started to run. I was able to open my eyes. Through the haze of tears and smoke from my flesh, I stared in wonder as Iblis ran across the surface of the water. As far as the eye could see was nothing but blue ocean. Iblis walked upon it like it was solid. Iblis was beautiful, but not the same. Gone was the beautiful dark fire that was his flesh. He was just as pale as I was. His skin was as polished as ivory. His hair was long, thick black curls that fell down his back. His eyes were dark ebony pools. He looked like Adam, but vastly different. Adam looked mortal. Iblis looked heavenly. I buried my head in Iblis's shoulder and wept. Iblis had not forgotten me. Hawa. I could not count the moments or distance that Iblis carried me. I was lost in the ecstasy of it. The wonder of being free, the feeling of the sun burning my flesh. All these feelings and sensations were new to me. They were painful, yet exhilarating. The scent of his beautiful jet-black hair as it fell on my face. I was in pain. It felt good to be here in my beloved Iblis' arms. This fool that I both loved and hated in the same breath. He brought me great joy and great misery.
"We are here, beloved," Iblis said.
I was not aware that I had closed my eyes, nor for how long had I had them closed. When I opened them, it was dark. I started to panic, for I thought I was back at the bottom of the ocean.
"Be calm," Iblis said gently.
He waved his hand over some logs he had set up, and fire sprang from them. My black eyes marveled at this fire. It warmed me and felt familiar. I looked around and saw stone walls all around me.
"Is this our flame?" I asked Iblis.
Iblis shook his head sadly. It seemed he had accepted his fate. That this cold, pale flesh was who he was now. He would no longer be the magnificent being of beautiful smokeless flame.
"This is some perversion of our fire, Andrid. It is warm and lights up the night. But touch it," Iblis responded.
I looked at the sad, exhausted look on Iblis's pale face. He was as emotionless as the stone that surrounded us. I timidly stretched out my hand. I was like a newborn child exploring the world I was just born in. The fire was warm and inviting. Its deep orange and red glow was beautiful. It got warmer as my hand got closer. I sighed as I felt the pleasant and familiar warmth. I could imagine being my old self again, could see the fire that was my essence, bright and vibrant. Before I knew it, my hand was in the fire. What was once a pleasant feeling now was not. I screamed in pain and yanked my hand out of the flames. My hand looked raw and red. It ached and burned painfully.
"What is this?" I gasped.
Tears filled my eyes as I looked at Iblis. He grabbed my hand and held it.
"Watch, dear Andrid," Iblis said.
Iblis held my hand by my wrist and held it up in front of my face. The pain stopped. The burnt and raw flesh healed and was replaced with a familiar pale, cold ivory. I pulled my hand from Iblis's grip and studied it.
"This fire is a mockery," I said.
Iblis nodded as he stared into the flames, lost in some memory.
"We will never be the Jinns of smokeless fire again, Andrid. Allah has made this clear. We are now this," Iblis said.
His voice was dark and cold, and he held up his pale and beautiful hand. His flesh was as smooth as a stream of fresh cream being poured from one cup to another.
"I got back at Adam, Andrid. Adam, that benevolent fool, is now here in this dark, cold earth with us," Iblis said.
A dark, cold smile cracked his pale face. He brushed a strand of thick black hair from his eyes with one of his sharp fingers. I was curious. I wondered how beautiful Iblis had managed this.
"Well?" I asked.
The smile on Iblis's face grew wider. He stared off into the fire for one more moment before he began.
I, like you, dear Andrid, was chained to the bottom of the ocean after being created in a place so warm and filled with light. The bottom of the ocean was like being blind. I was lost. I doubted my choices and decisions. I cried out to Allah. I screamed at him. I cursed him. Then I begged him for mercy and forgiveness. But he was silent. He had turned his back to me. I was his beautiful plaything that he once adored and placed high for all to see and admire. I was his finest work of art. But like all things that bask in the light of the sun, they must taste the darkness. Adam is his new shiny thing. I am the old discarded toy that he no longer loves or has an interest in. I wanted to die, Andrid, for surely death was better than to be discarded. When my flame went out, I felt for a moment that I would be granted my wish, that Allah was giving me mercy and letting me die. I was ever the fool. The wrath of our Lord has no equal. The darkness was hell for me. The warm, comforting glow of my flame is forever gone. For centuries I just screamed. I howled into the cold blackness of the bottom of the ocean. I screamed the worst obscenities that I could imagine. I thrashed and pulled at the chains that bound me. The ocean floor would heave and move with every pull. I was going mad. I clawed at my head and ripped chunks of my hair from my scalp. I bled, Andrid. I was made mortal, but not entirely, if that makes sense. I could not die. I could breathe the cold water. I did not age. I was just existing. But I could bleed and feel great pain. My fire was replaced by this pale meat that rots as it ages. Men are not clay, Andrid. They are rotted and putrid meat that walks and breathes. They are an abomination, a perverse creation. Adam was the king of these rotting creatures. He was the reason for my demise, my fall from the heavens. I decided then that I would destroy Adam. I would not kill him, but I would make him suffer as we do. I would get him thrown out of his paradise just like he got me thrown out of mine. I pulled at my chains again. The ocean floor heaved with the force of it. "You will not keep me chained here, Allah!" I screamed into the oceans. I knew our Lord could hear me. I imagined him taking delight in my torture. Him, the feline, playing with its victims before it finally decides to devour him. I would not be devoured. I pulled again, and the ocean floor heaved again. I would rip a hole in the very earth if I must. I kept yanking on my chain. Each time the entirety of the ocean shook with it. But the chain would not budge. I was stuck. I must have stared at my pale leg chained to the bottom of the ocean for eons before the thought hit my befuddled and maddened mind. I could rip my leg from my body. It should be no different than ripping hair from my head. It was just another piece of this rotting meat that was now my body. If my leg was ripped from my body, the rest of me would not be chained, and I would be able to flee from this cold, dark hell. I took a deep breath and clawed at my leg. Deep gashes appeared in my flesh. Hot, searing pain shot through me. The pain was so intense I was dizzy from it. My blood was dark red, and I could see it in the darkness. I tasted it as it surrounded me in the water. It was warm and coppery. It was magnificent. It filled me with a warmth I have not felt since I was banished from my home, my paradise. I shuddered as the warmth passed through me. I had to free myself. I had to make Adam suffer as she has made me suffer. I remembered his dark flesh and thick ebony hair, the foolish smile on his simple face. It infuriated me. How could our Lord choose this thing over me, over us, Andrid? I could not have it. I leaned down and bit deep into my leg. Pain mixed with the ecstasy of my warm blood filled me. I swallowed huge chunks of my pale and shriveled flesh. To my dismay, my flesh would slowly start to heal as soon as I damaged it. The flesh that I chewed and swallowed would grow back as if I had never touched it. I had to be faster than it healed. I bit faster and clawed at it faster. The pain had me dizzy, but still the wounds healed. I screamed in rage and frustration. Despite my brave words, I was defeated. I spit out the flesh in my mouth and wept into my bloody hands. From out of the darkness, I heard a cold, mocking laughter. It was deep and dark. It seemed to echo throughout the entire ocean. "Who's there?" I screamed. The voice did not answer. It just continued to laugh and mock me. "Do you know who I am? I am Iblis, the most beautiful of Allah's creations," I shouted into the darkness. The laughter seemed to deepen, as if what I said was the punchline to a joke. This infuriated me. I punched and clawed at the darkness. I gnashed my teeth and threatened the voice. But it did not stop laughing. It laughed at me for so many years that I became accustomed to it. When the laughter finally stopped, and I was plunged back into silence, it was maddening. I longed for the laughter. Just as I was accepting my fate, accepting the fact that I would never be free of this wretched ocean, I saw a bright light in the darkness. The darkness was so complete that the light was struggling to pierce through it. It seemed like the light was waging a war to not be consumed by the darkness that ruled here. The light was a foreigner in enemy territory. I blinked my eyes several times to make sure this was not some trick, another cruel torment upon my already beleaguered heart. Each time I blinked or rubbed my eyes, the light was still there. It seemed to get closer. As it did, my heart raced. I struggled to breathe. My chest felt tight. I have never felt these things before. I guess these are the curses of being somewhat mortal. As the light got closer, I saw a beautiful brown-skinned guardian. He was the source of the light. He, a warrior in our Lord's army. I had to shield my eyes, for he was so bright. He stopped just inches from my face and laughed that mocking laugh that had tormented me. I could not help but weep. "Why do you torment me, Guardian?" I asked him. The Guardian did not answer. He just stared at me for a few moments more. "Iblis the arrogant, Iblis the vain, Iblis the jealous, Iblis the cursed. These are the names that your brethren in paradise call you. They mock you. Iblis, once the most beautiful creature that Allah has ever made. Now you are the most disgraced," the Guardian said. His voice was deep and seemed to fill the entire ocean. I shuddered. Each name hit me like a blow to my face. Could it be true? Could they really mock me? Me, the most beautiful of Allah's creations. Even if I no longer hold that title, I am still better than them all. I am more beautiful than all who mock me. "Curse you to the fires of hell, Guardian!" I hissed at him. The Guardian's mocking laughter returned. "Hell is saved for those that turn their backs on their Creator. You and all those foolish jinns that followed you here will dwell there," the Guardian replied. I was about to respond, but the Guardian's fist hit me like a brick across my face. I was stunned, and pain shot through me. If I were a mortal, that blow would have turned my head to dust. "You thought you could eat your leg free of Allah's chains?" the Guardian said mockingly. How I hated this Guardian, but I was utterly powerless to him. Even at my full strength, I alone was no match for him. The Guardians are one of the most powerful of Allah's creations. They were the protectors of paradise and of Allah's new creation, men. All I could do was stare and wait for him to do whatever it was he came to do. "Iblis the disgraced. I am Malik the Guardian. Remember my name, for I will be the one to throw you and your kind into the fires of hell." Malik boomed. Malik grabbed my legs and ripped them from my body. I screamed in pain. My body spasmed. He threw my pale legs into the depths of the ocean and stared at me as I writhed in pain before him. After the pain subsided, Malik grabbed my arms and ripped them from my torso. The pain was so intense that I blacked out. My blood was hot and turned the dark waters red. The Guardian stared at me a moment longer. I, a legless and armless, tormented being, I, once the most beautiful creature ever made, am now reduced to this? A pale, limbless monster. I was no better than a serpent who slithers on his belly to move. "Even now, Iblis the pathetic one, our Lord loves you. Even now he has a task for you," Malik said. Malik shook his head in disgust at me. He grabbed me by my hair and hurled me with a force that can't be explained, upwards. I shot through the ocean and into the hot air. I screamed as the sunlight touched my pale, wrinkled flesh. It burned me. It seared me to the bone. Smokes emanated from me. I felt like I would turn into ash and be forever lost upon the wind. But I was not so lucky. I must have passed out as I soared away from Earth, from that cruel, dark place where men dwell. The place where that cold ocean that has been my cell was. For I woke in a plush garden. The air was cool. It was not too hot, nor was it cold. It was a perfect setting for this pale cage called flesh that encompassed me. I blinked my eyes, trying to get my bearings. I lay flat on my stomach. I still was a limbless monster. Oh, how far I have fallen. I wanted to weep, but I had no more tears left in me. I resigned myself to accept this fate and make the best of it.
The ground beneath me was sand. It was smooth and golden brown. The trees seemed tropical and filled with fruits. This place was beautiful. There was a peace and love in the air I have not felt in eons. It was the peace of paradise. Was I accepted back home? Has Allah forgiven me finally? Could I be the most beautiful creation again? I sighed deeply and pushed those foolish thoughts from my near-crazed mind. My flesh ached and burned. I heard a soft sound in the distance. It was a beautiful sound, the sound of a woman singing. It sounded angelic, like the voices of the Jinn singing the praise of their Lord. Oh, how I remember those sweet days. Even now, eons passed, and I still long for them. I had to get closer to it. I, like all Jinns, can't help but be transfixed by things we find beautiful. I rocked back and forth, trying to figure out a way to get my limbless body to move. All I accomplished was rolling onto my back. I struggled for a moment to roll back onto my stomach. I was a Jinn. I was better than all of the creations. I would not allow myself to be beaten by my current state. I moved my upper body, then my lower. I was pushed forward slightly. Just that little amount of movement was exhausting. The singing started to fade as if the woman was moving away from me. "No, please," I pleaded. My voice was a hoarse whisper that sounded more like a hiss. I have been screaming in pain and anger for so long, my throat was damaged. It felt like it was on fire every time I tried to speak. I must have sounded like some monster. I did not want to lose that beautiful voice and undoubtedly the creature that possessed it. I placed my forehead on the sandy ground and pulled myself forward. It was tedious work. I had to stop often to shake the sand out of my face. Eventually, I was able to develop a rhythm. I moved my shoulders and my hips like I was walking. I was able to slither across the sand. It made moving much easier than pulling myself forward with my head. I made my way slowly towards the voices. I stopped to catch my breath as I came into a clearing. The clearing was of tall, green, wet grass. The grass was the greenest I have yet to see. It was beautiful. The cool dew that saturated it felt good on my warm and scratched flesh. I sighed, relieved, and closed my eyes to enjoy this sensation. I must have dozed off, for when I opened my eyes again it was night. The singing had stopped, but before me stood a massive tree. It glowed with a heavenly power. It had huge, juicy purple fruits hanging from it. They smelled amazing, and I was starving. I started to slither closer to it. That's when I saw her, Andrid. She was beautiful. So beautiful that it gave me pause. I, the most beautiful creature ever created, was in awe of this creation. She took my breath from my poor lungs. It escaped me like a hiss. Her hair was thick and black. It braided down her long, slender back. Her flesh was as dark as her hair. It was magnificent. It shone in the moonlight. I wanted to touch it. I wanted to feel it against my flesh. Her lips were full, and her eyes were black orbs suspended in a pool of white. I recognized her. She looked like Adam, the creation that I hated and despised, but I could not hate her. How could I, a Jinn, hate something so beautiful? She moved with a grace and a poise that was regal. She was the queen of this garden, and Adam her king. It was then that I learned the greatest weakness of men. It transcends that bit of flesh between their legs. Women were created to be the helpmate of men. They are the weakness. Despite the bravado and masculine strength of men, they are weak when it comes to their women. They are like us in the way that they are transfixed by something beautiful. She was staring at the massive, beautiful tree. She wanted to eat from it, but for some reason she did not. I moved closer to her as I wanted to smell her, for surely something as beautiful as her must smell of the heavens. She must have heard me, for she jumped, startled, and turned to me. She saw me, Andrid. She looked me in my eyes. I was transfixed. She could have killed me then, and I would not have cared. For that one moment of her attention was truly worth my life. She was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I won't ever see one as beautiful as her again. She did not fear me. She smiled, and the entire garden seemed to glow with it. I could not move, nor speak.
"Hello, little one,"
she said. Her voice was just as enchanting as her singing. It was just as musical. She walked over to me and knelt. If I knew what nakedness was, I would have hidden my eyes, for I am not worthy to look upon the hidden flesh of one such as her. But she wore nothing. Her breasts seemed perfect, round and firm. Her skin was flawless, without blemishes. Oh, and her scent was like that of a flower in a paradise. The one we used to enjoy all those eons ago. She was kind. I know I must look like a horrid thing next to her. But she leaned down and kissed me on my head.
"I have not seen you here before. Allah is always creating new things for Adam and myself to enjoy. Is not Allah the greatest?"
she said. My entire body shuddered at her touch. She seemed perplexed by me.
"I am Hawa, the helpmate of the blessed Adam. Who are you?"
Hawa said. She stared at me patiently as I found my voice. "I am Iblis," I replied. My throat was so raw and dry, it sounded like barely audible hiss. But she understood. She smiled at me again.
"Welcome to the kingdom of Adam. This is Eden. Allah, in his love for Adam, gave all of this to him,"
Hawa said joyfully. I looked around from my vantage point in the grass and could not see the immense beauties of this place, but I could only imagine. The thought of Adam made me frown. This courtier of God.
"What are you doing with your mouth?"
Hawa asked. This innocent, beautiful woman had never frowned. She had never been sad or suffered. My frown was new to her. "Hungry," I said. Hawa smiled again and nodded. She stood and ran off. As soon as she left, I felt sad. Her absence left a hole in my soul. I needed her to come back. I started to panic. But then I saw her running back with some fruit in her hands.
"Here, eat," she said.
She handed me a banana. I did not know what it was back then, nor had I ever tasted it. But it was amazing. I devoured it. She poured some water in her cupped hand and held it down so I could drink. This beautiful, kind creation was unworthy of the wicked Adam who usurped my place as the most beautiful creation. My throat felt better. It was still raw, but better. I was still hungry, and I looked at the huge purple fruit hanging from the massive glowing tree behind her. Hawa followed my gaze to the purple fruit.
"No, Iblis, we cannot eat from that tree,"
Hawa said matter-of-factly. Her voice was not stern nor harsh. It was just a fact to her, no different than her stating that she breathes. But I was curious. Why would Allah place such an enticing tree with such delicious-looking fruits in this garden and not allow anyone to taste them? Did that fruit hold some power? Would that fruit make me the most beautiful creation again? Did it hold the knowledge of how to create life? I had to know. If it would restore me to what I rightfully am, then I had to eat that fruit. I nodded at her and watched as she ran off. I would taste that fruit when she returns to Adam. She quickly returned with several more fruits. I devoured them. Hawa watched me intently. She was very curious about me. "Hawa," a deep voice just as beautiful as Hawa's boomed. I knew this had to be Adam. I had to hide. He might recognize me. But then I remembered that I looked nothing like what I used to. If I looked at myself, I would not recognize the horrid creature staring back at me.
"That is my beloved king and master, Adam. I must go attend to him,"
Hawa said. Her beautiful smile never left her face. I watched as she ran off. She was happy to serve Adam. She loved Adam and was loyal to Adam. How Allah must love Adam to create a beautiful being such as Hawa, to make his already easy life easier, to keep him from being lonely. I stared at the fruit hanging from the tree. I was going to taste it. I licked my lips and slithered over to the tree. I made it to the base of this magnificent glowing tree and waited to catch my breath. I looked up and sighed. The fruit was much higher than I had thought. There was no way I could reach it. Maybe I could knock some loose, I thought. I banged my head hard against the tree. Pain coursed through my body. My eyes started to water. The tree did not move. I would have to convince Hawa to give me one. I slithered away from the tree and in the direction that Eve ran off to. It did not take long before I heard their voices. They were both beautiful. Maybe Adam was truly more beautiful than me. Maybe I was wrong to question Allah, I thought. I pushed those thoughts out of my mind as soon as they appeared. No one was more beautiful than I was. I would be that again. I came to a clearing. I cannot explain the sights here. Just that they were more beautiful than anything we have seen in paradise. In the middle of the clearing lay Adam. He was staring up at the sky and singing to Allah. Hawa lay on his well-muscled ebony chest and fed him grapes. I could see the love and admiration for Adam in her eyes. I don't know why, but that enraged me. I was jealous. Adam
had usurped my place in paradise, and now he has Hawa. I would make him pay. I wanted to leave, but I could not take my eyes off them. So I lay there and stared.
The Whisperer.
I lost count of the days and months that passed. This garden was indeed paradise. I felt at home here. I was still the grotesque, pale, limbless monster. But Hawa did not care about that. I would spend hours resting my head on her lap and talking to her. She was amazing. I would fall asleep and curse myself for doing so, for each moment of sleep was a moment that I could not lay eyes on her. She wanted to introduce me to Adam, but I asked her not to. She was confused by this, but I told her I was not ready. She would try to convince me that Adam would love me just as much as she did, that we could eat and share stories together. She would go on for hours about how amazing Adam is. This would enrage me. She should be singing my praise like that. I should be the one she adores and loves. She should be mine. Sure, she would spend hours with me, but it was clear she was not mine. I was just another creature that was placed in Adam's garden to serve Adam. It perplexed her that I wanted to hide from him. I knew she would eventually tell him, so I had to do something. I had to sway her heart against him, even if only for a moment. I had spent many hours observing her and Adam. The creation of man and his helpmate were very interesting creatures. Adam was the leader. He was strong, assertive, and logical. Hawa, the helpmate, was smart, loving, and very emotional. She would stare at a setting sun and cry because she would miss the sun, but smile when the moon rose in the sun's place because she was happy to see the moon again. So I had to play to Hawa's emotions. I had to use that against her to get what I wanted. I knew the day was fast approaching that she would tell Adam about me, and he would come to see me. One morning, as I lay on Hawa's lap, her beautiful, shapely and ebony legs pressed against my pale cheek, she was telling me about a song she sang to praise Allah for the sun. Ah, she was so innocent, Andrid. I looked up at her, and she met my gaze. My cold heart fluttered. Hawa, I said. Throughout the countless days and months I have spent here, my throat has not healed. It still sounded like a hiss, but she understood. Her smile disarmed me. I almost could not do it. I desired her so much that it pained me to lie to her. I did not desire her the way a man desires a woman. This desire was beyond mortal comprehension. She was beautiful beyond the sun she wept for when it set, or the moon she smiled for when it rose. I desired her love the way she loved Adam. I desired to lay in her lap all day and just stare at her. I have never seen Allah's face, but I imagined she was as close to it as I would ever see.
Yes, Iblis?
Hawa asked. Oh, her voice could take the breath from the very wind. I could spend eternity just listening to her say my name. Even now that I am back here in this wretched cold place called Earth, I can still hear her say my name. Even its memory makes me shudder with pleasure. I started to weep. I didn't mean to weep, but I couldn't help it. Knowing I would lie to her hurt me.
Hawa looked at me with concern on her beautiful face. She had never seen pain before. All she knew was happiness and peace.
"Why do you weep so, Iblis?"
Hawa asked. I took a deep, shuddering breath. "Adam will hurt me, beloved. He has hurt me before. I need you to help me," I said to her. She stood and pushed me off of her like I was something disgusting to her. She stared at me intently. She did not know what a lie was. She, in her innocence, assumed that everyone told the truth. But this was hard for her to hear.
"Adam hurt you?"
she asked. Shocked, and for the first time, I heard pain in her voice. She placed a hand over her heart and gasped for breath. Pain was new to her. It took her a moment to process this feeling. For the first time in Hawa's existence, she cried out of pain. Her heart broke and ached. She breathed rapidly, and it took her several moments to catch her breath. Though it hurt me to see her this way, I had to fight the sadistic smile that threatened to creep on my face. Hawa sat down again and hugged me. I melted in her arms. I was defenseless. After a moment, she released me. I told her my story. I told her of how I was the most beautiful of Allah's creations, and how Adam usurped me and had me thrown from paradise. Of course, I embellished a lot. The look of horror on her beautiful face affirmed that I had her, that she would help me. "Because of Adam, I am this limbless, hissing thing. Only the fruit from that tree will restore me," I said. Hawa shook her beautiful head. Her thick braided hair cascaded down her slender ebony back. "You said you loved me, Hawa. You said we were family. Please, help heal me, beloved," I pleaded with her. I could see her beautiful heart breaking. She was confused.
"But Allah forbade us from this tree, Iblis,"
Hawa said as she wept. I frowned at her. "Did Allah tell you this, or did Adam?" I asked her. Hawa was as smart as she was beautiful. She knew where I was going with this. She did not answer, but I could see it in her eyes. The seed of mistrust had been sown. "You are better than Adam. You are more beautiful than Adam. Adam knew if you ate from this tree, he would become your helpmate, and you the master here. Can you not see this?" I said. I saw the desire and doubt in her eyes and heart. I felt pulled to it, connected to it. So I whispered to that doubt and desire to give it strength. Hawa shuddered and stood.
"I am sorry for what you have endured, Iblis,"
Hawa said. She reached for one of the huge purple fruits and plucked it from one of the tree's glowing branches. A silence came over the garden. The bright sun seemed frightened and hid behind the clouds. The warm garden became cold. Hawa shuddered again and dropped the fruit.
"What have I done?"
Hawa gasped. Her face filled with horror. I looked at her and smiled. "Thank you, beloved," I said. Hawa turned from me and ran. The fruit before me smelled of the heavens. It whispered to me of power. I devoured it. Its juice was like fire through my entire body.
I screamed in pain as my fire was reignited. My limbs grew back. I was once again Iblis, the most beautiful of Allah's creations. "Hawa!" I shouted. I wanted her to see the real me, to love me as she loves Adam, to see how much better I am than him. But she did not answer me. I ran in the direction that she did. I would kill Adam and claim her. I saw her crying in Adam's arms as I approached. She looked at me in horror. I, Iblis, in my true beautiful form, yet she was terrified of me. Yet when I was that limbless monster that slithered on my pale bare stomach, she loved me. I could not understand this. Adam stood in front of her. He was protecting her from me. "I am Iblis. I am better than you. I am born of smokeless fire. You are just a black thing made of clay and dust," I roared. "How can she love you and not me?" I shouted, confused. Hawa was sobbing, and for the first time she knew she was naked. She and Adam looked at each other's nakedness and covered up their genitals with their hands. I was curious about this, for we had all been naked here for what seemed like an eternity. What did they suddenly now care about? Before I could wonder any further about this, the guardian Malaik appeared before me. He was massive and radiated power. He held a sword made of the brightest light in his right hand. "Your task is done, Iblis," Malaik boomed. With a speed I could never begin to calculate, he struck me with that blade of the brightest light. I screamed in pain and found myself falling once again from heaven. Like last time, I fell into the ocean, my flame extinguished. But I was not imprisoned there any more. I was not chained to the bottom of the ocean. My flesh was still pale, but it was smooth as ivory. It had a beauty all of its own, a beauty that one can find in a corpse. I swam up to the surface and stood upon the water. I was wondering what I would do next. I knew I had changed the lives of Adam and Hawa. At that time, I did not understand how. I missed Hawa. It hurt me to use her so. But it felt good to whisper to her heart. I could see the strings of her doubt and desire. It was effortless to pull them. As I stood on the ocean surface, the waves crashed around my feet. I saw you, dear Andrid, still chained to the bottom of the ocean. I could see you through the countless miles and darkness. You shone like a beacon. I could hear your scream and curse. Since I had nothing left to do, I stood there and waited for you.
Farewell. I listened intently to Iblis's tale. Even after all those eons, he still had not learned. He still blamed everyone but his own arrogance for his downfall. I, like many of the Jinn that fell with him, realized the fool he was and continues to be. Even in his tale, he is still subject to Allah's will. Allah used him to test Adam. Through Hawa, Adam failed. So it makes me wonder, do I have free will? Or is everything that happens part of Allah's plan? Do I get to choose who I love and what path I take? It seems like all creation is just the plaything of our Creator. poor Iblis, in all of his power and magnificence, he still cannot grasp this one simple fact. We are powerless to the will of Allah. I stayed with Iblis in that cave for many years. We talked of many things. Iblis wanted to find Adam. He wanted to torment him some more. He had seen them fall from paradise shortly after he fell. Though he would not admit it, he was in love with Hawa. He hid that love within his rage against Adam. But if one would just listen and watch how Iblis's breath seemed to stop as he spoke of her, how he stared off, lost in her memory. He would paint things on the cave wall. All the things he painted were of Hawa. He longed for her. He wanted to lay in her lap again and just listen to her breathe. He longed to hear the sound of her singing again. This longing is what eventually drew him from this cave. I remember him leaving, like it was a moment ago. He stared into the fire one night for what seemed like hours. He would sigh and then weep. He was watching something unfold in those flames, something that only he could see. He had abilities that I did not yet have. He suddenly stood and looked at me, a deep pain and longing in his eyes. "I have to go, Andrid," Iblis said. I did not ask why. He did not say goodbye. He walked out into the darkness and left me alone in this cave. I was alone and lost, for I had no idea what to do. I had been in this cave for centuries. I was too afraid to venture out of it. It was not till much later that I understood what Iblis saw. As he stared into the fire, he watched the life of his beloved Hawa. He watched her until she faded back into the dust she was created from. I understood why he would smile and laugh into the fires, and why he would weep. He watched every moment of her life. Hawa was his first love, his only love. Whatever sanity that was left in Iblis, it died when Hawa did. He had walked thousands of miles to a strange place that has had many names over the years, but the descendants of Adam and Hawa called it Al-Kebulan. The people there were just as beautiful as their forebears. Their flesh was just as black and flawless. Iblis walked there to find Hawa's grave. He would lay his head upon it and stare off into the night sky. I don't know what he thought or saw. I can only imagine that he was laying on her lap and staring at her as she sang. The memory of a Jinn is both a blessing and a curse. For Iblis, it was a curse. It took me a while to leave the cave. Besides the bottom of the ocean, this cave was all I knew of this strange place. The smells and texture of everything were different here. It was both a pleasure and torment. I loved to taste things. I have never had the need to taste things before. I still don't need to now, but I can. I wanted to lick everything. Every taste, no matter how horrible it may have been, was a wonderful experience for me. After centuries of sitting in this cave, I decided it was time to finally leave it. I stood at the entrance of the cave and took one long last look at it. I took it all in, from the campfire where Iblis would sit and stare, to the walls in which he painted pictures of Hawa. It hit me. This cave was Iblis's. It was never my cave. There was nothing here to say I existed. Everything spoke of Iblis and his inner struggle. That first step out of the cave was a struggle. But afterwards, it was freeing. I felt like I was swimming up from the depths of the ocean again, like I was taking my first breath of freedom. I can't tell you if the weather was hot or cold, for it did not matter to me. I did not feel it at the time. My mind was focused on exploring this new world before me. Time did not exist with me. How could it? I have never known time, and I don't age or die. So why would time be a concern of mine? It seemed like only time itself was concerned with the passing of the years. Mortals lived their lives like they were immortal, only to realize they are not when the flame of their life is coming to its end. I wandered slowly. I watched huge lizard-like creatures live and go extinct, seen man get to its highest point, then disappear, only later to see the same species of man crawling out of caves. Life seemed to come and go without pause. Time ravaged this planet and things living. I had not seen another of my brethren aside of Iblis. There were thousands of us. I wondered if they were still chained to the bottom of the ocean, or if they were free and just as lost and confused as I was. I found myself in a strange town. The people here were dark-skinned, from the darkest ebony to a sandy brown. Their features were all the same, though, broad noses and thick lips. They looked like Hawa from Iblis' story, but not nearly as breathtakingly beautiful. I had learned over the years to keep myself covered. I wore a thick black cloak with a hood. People seemed to be frightened of my appearance. As pale as I was here among these dark-skinned mortals, I stuck out. I did not like drawing attention to myself. This place was dry and starting to wither. I could tell that it used to be green and fruitful. I have noticed over the years that wherever humans are, they tend to destroy the area. They seem to be a parasite that consumes and destroys and does not even know it. The town was just a bunch of huts and farms. The people were rough and haggard-looking. It smelled bad here, like something fermented mixed with human waste. Flies buzzed everywhere. Living people seemed to just rot along with the dead things they ate. There was a commotion in the centre of this rotting town. A man sat on the dirt road. He smelled of a drink humans seemed to enjoy. He had crusted vomit on his face and clothes. His skin was a dark brown, and his hair, like the rest of the people's in the city, black, and looked like sheep's wool. It was thick and had small, tight curls. His head was bleeding. People spat at him and threw stones at him.
"He says a flood is coming,"
a woman who was missing several teeth said. The crowd around him laughed and jeered. They spat at his feet.
"This old drunk fool asked me to help him build a boat,"
a man shouted.
"A boat?"
another man asked, laughing.
"Aye, a boat out here?"
I was curious. This man seemed different. There was a look in his eyes, a fire that I recognized. It was different from all of the other mortals I have encountered. I waited for the crowd to disperse, and I approached him. He looked at me as if he recognized me. He was not afraid. I held out my pale hand to him. He took it, and I pulled him to his feet with ease. He smelled of shit and vomit. "Who are you?" I asked him. His powerful dark eyes locked on mine. He took a dirty hand and wiped the vomit and blood from his mouth.
"I am Nu,"
the man said.
"Nu."
This man, Nu, was unlike any mortal I have ever met. He spoke with such authority and esteem that it was hard to not believe him. Nu took another deep swig from his bottle.
"You are not like them,"
Nu said. He pointed to the people that threw rocks at him and mocked him.
"You are from heaven, like Gabriel?"
Nu asked. I was surprised that this mortal knew of the great messenger angel Gabriel. He was beloved by Allah, and few knew his name or his existence. Nu did not wait for me to respond. The look of surprise on my face was enough affirmation for him.
"Come, I have much to tell you,"
Nu said. He motioned for me to follow him. It was at this moment that I saw many of my brethren. They were invisible to the mortals, but not to me. They sat on the mortals' shoulders and whispered into their ears. They walked beside them and whispered to their hearts. They clung to these mortals like flies to shit. I don't know why, but seeing my brethren like this made me shudder. I thought that I would be happy to see them, that I would rejoice at being reunited with them. But I wanted to hide. I did not want them to see me.
"Andrid,"
one of them whispered to me. I turned to him. He looked horrid. His eyes were filled with rage and pity as he studied me. He could not whisper to my heart and desires like he could to the mortals. This frustrated him.
"Why do you walk with that mortal? How come he can see you?"
one of my fellow brethren asked. I did not answer. I wanted to run. I wanted to flee from them. They made the pale flesh on me seem to crawl. They were leeches consumed by hate and jealousy. They fed off of the desire and sin of mortals. They seemed to be starving. Nu stopped and looked at me.
"Don't be afraid, they cannot hurt me. Nor you,"
Nu said. Again I was shocked by this mortal. He could see them just like I could.
"You are Andrid, right?"
Nu asked. He scratched his huge, thick black beard. Streaks of grey could be seen in it. I simply nodded. Nu stared off into the distance as we walked. He seemed lost in some other world. He was here physically, but his mind was someplace else. His body knew the direction in which to walk, so it walked seemingly without the guidance of the master of that body. We walked in silence like this for hours. An old, barely standing hut appeared in the distance. Before the hut stood a woman who seemed just as dirty as Nu. Her hair was the same colour and just as thick. It was braided in many braids that fell to her shoulders. She smiled broadly as she saw Nu. Her teeth were incredibly white. Her smile made her beauty, that was hidden beneath dirt and grime, very apparent. Nu returned the smile and ran to her. I could tell that he loved her dearly. He embraced her with a love and a passion that I had not seen before. They were like twin souls created from the very same bit of fabric.
"Beloved Nama,"
Nu said as he pushed one of her thick braids from her beaming face. Her flesh was just as dark as his. Nama took Nu's disgustingly dirty hands in hers and kissed them. She truly adored Nu. Despite how filthy and poor this man seemed, he was more blessed than the richest king this planet had to offer. After a moment of embracing her, he pulled back and stared lovingly into her eyes.
"Where are my sons?"
Nu asked. As if to answer his question, 4 young dark-skinned men ran out of the woods to embrace their father. All but one seemed happy to see him. The one that did not was not as dark as the others. His hair was not as thick or as curly. It seemed straight like mine. His flesh was a light brown. His eyes were not the same dark color as the rest of his family. His eyes were blue, a dark blue like the depths of the ocean. He embraced his father, but was reluctant. It seemed like he did it more out of habit and respect than out of love. Nu beamed with happiness as he embraced his sons. He turned to look at Andrid.
"These are my sons, Ham, Shem, Japheth, and the moody one, Yam,"
Nu said with a proud smile. Ham, who seemed to be the oldest, put Yam in a headlock and rustled his straight dark hair. Yam pushed him away. He seemed to resent his family. Yam's eyes seemed locked onto something that no one else could see. He nodded at something no one could hear. I often wondered who or what he was talking to. Was it one of my brethren whispering to him? Had not Nu said they were protected from them?
"Father, we spend the day cutting down trees for the boat we must build,"
Shem said, smiling. His face was just as dark as his mother's. Yam rolled his eyes in annoyance. I was curious about this boat. There was no water near here. It hardly seemed to rain. It seemed like there was a drought here. The lips of the townsfolk seemed dry and parched. Crops did not grow. If they did, they were withered.
"This is Andrid. He comes from the same place as Gabriel. He is going to assist us in making the boat,"
Nu said. My confusion deepened. I had no idea about this boat, nor had I volunteered to help. But Nu intrigued me. The fire in his eyes and his conviction pulled me. I simply nodded. Nu and his beautiful but dirty family smiled at me. Except for Yam. He frowned at me. He stared off into the distance again, nodding as if he was listening to an unseen speaker.
"Nama, prepare dinner. I must speak with Andrid,"
Nu instructed his wife. Nama kissed his dirty hands again and hurried off to the dirty and barely standing hut. His sons hugged his father again and ran back to the woods to continue cutting trees for the boat. Nu motioned for me to sit on the ground with him. I was curious, so I did, and waited for him to speak.
"I am a prophet of Allah, one of many who have yet to come. Allah wants me to build this boat and fill it with my family and a male and female of every creature he has created for this earth,"
Nu said.
I was fascinated by him.
I could see why others thought him mad, though. How would he, a mere man, build a boat this big? Surely all the trees in this area would not be enough. How would he gather a male and female of every creature ever created? I lost count of how many different creations I saw just wandering from my cave. A prophet? I asked Nu. I had a million questions, but I felt this was the easiest one for him to answer.
Yes, Andrid. Allah has chosen me, and speaks to me through the beloved angel Gabriel.
Nu replied.
My heart raced. If this mortal was able to speak to the Creator, maybe he could ask him to forgive me and allow me back home. I have learned my lesson. I'm not like Iblis and the horrid Jinn who whisper to men. There will be many more prophets to come in the new world after Allah floods the world. The last will be a great man from a place that will be named Arabia. I feel you will still be alive, Andrid,
Nu said sadly. Nu locked eyes with me, and I shuddered. It seemed he could see every part of me. My torment and my pain, my betrayal of God and my love for Iblis. Nu said something profound that answered my deepest question. I would still be alive in this new world. So, I would not be going back home. I wanted to weep.
Don't be sad, Andrid. You have a great purpose. We must accept everything that we endure with a smile and thanks, for we don't know the reason or what we are being saved from.
Nu paused for a moment. He seemed lost in thought. He stared at the ground for a long moment, then again up at me.
I envy you, Andrid. You will have the honor to meet some of the greatest men our Creator will make. You will be there with them through their trials and hardship. You will be there when the greatest creation and last mercy to man fades from this earth. You will be there when men are called to account and this world fades. You will see it all.
Nu looked at me in awe. I was confused about how me wandering the earth for countless eons and seeing the idiocy of mortals was a good thing. All I wanted was to return home. But I knew that would never be now.
Do me a favor, Andrid. If you ever get to meet the last prophet, ask him to not forget me, Nu, on the day men are called to account.
Nu asked me. Nu placed his dirty hand on my shoulder.
His name will be Muhammad,
Nu said. He spoke that name with such reverence and awe that I had no choice but to admire the yet created last mercy to mortal men. Time passed quickly with Nu. He was a master craftsman. As the years passed, the great boat started to take shape. It was huge. It was as tall as one of the tallest skyscrapers known today, and as long as several football stadiums. People who mocked Nu would come and stare in awe at this massive thing being built by Nu and his sons. I lent my strength when needed, but by far it was Nu and his progeny that crafted this massive thing. As he crafted it, beasts and creatures of all kinds seemed to flock here. Some mighty and fierce, others were small and weak. They did not attack, nor fight. They sat and watched. It was almost as if they knew what was about to happen. They protected Nu and his sons as they built the great boat. Nu's beautiful wife kept them fed and attended to their every need. Her role, though less important, was still a tremendous part in building this boat. The more I observed Nama, the more I understood the role of women to men. the more I understood Iblis's tale of how Hawa was happy to serve and attend to Adam. I understood that even the roles that don't seem as important could make or break a man and his family. Nu was her purpose. Nama and her sons stood beside and supported Nu's purpose. All except Yam. As the years passed, it became clear to me that Yam did not believe his father. Yam thought his father was mad. Yam would often sneak away and join the townsfolk in drinking and mocking his father. That did not last long for Yam, for he was a son of Nu, and thus guilty of madness by the town folks just by association. Yam started to resent and hate his father. His father was the laughing stock of the town. His father was a brilliant craftsman, but insane. He was a dirty drunk who thought God spoke to him. Yam had thought about killing his father many times. He wanted to be rid of the plague that cursed his family. He, being a young man, wanted a wife. No family would marry their daughter into the family of Nu. While the other young men were enjoying the single women of the town, Yam was shunned and mocked. Yam felt trapped. He could not understand why the God that his father claimed talked to him would have an issue with Yam having a wife and being happy. Yam sighed. Maybe he was cursed. Just as his father had an invisible friend he called God, sending him messages, Yam had a more practical, invisible friend. His friend was horrid to look upon, but he wanted Yam to have fun, to get the women he wanted and live the life he wanted. He whispered to Yam's heart and fed the hate in it for his father. Yam liked his friend. Yam spent the day in the local tavern getting rejected by the loose women of the small town. Women who would sleep with a pig if paid enough, but they would not touch him. Yam wanted to murder them all, log them in this small tavern and burn it to the ground. In fact, he had planned to do just that, but as he stepped out of the tavern, a cold drop of rain hit his dirty face as it fell from the sky. This had been the first time it had rained in months. That drop was followed by many more. The rain came down hard and fast. It seemed like the rain had a grudge to settle with the people of this town. The dirty, filthy people danced and laughed as the rain fell hard on them. Their faces became slick with mud. The thick dirt that coated them started to slide off of them. For the first time in months, their actual flesh could be seen. While the townsfolk rejoiced, Yam knew what this was. He knew this rain would not stop. He knew this was the flood that his father had been building his huge boat for. The boat must be finished for the rain to start. Yam looked up at the sky and was terrified. He screamed in horror and ran off to the mountains. "Yes, the mountains will protect you from the flood," a voice whispered in his ear. Yam smiled the smile of a man who is barely clinging to sanity. He wanted to run to his father and hop on that huge boat with his family, to tell his father that he was sorry. But he wouldn't. "Yes, the mountains will protect me," Yam repeated. As he ran to them, the dirt on the streets quickly turned to mud as the rain fell relentlessly. It was not long until the people started to understand this was not normal rain. The rain had been falling non-stop with the same intensity for over an hour. The streets were flooded up to people's ankles. Water crept everywhere. The people started to panic. They started to become afraid. Many ran to Nu and his massive boat, but the beasts that were boarding kept them at bay. Nu looked at them and shook his head. For the first time, I saw Nu for what he truly was. His dark flesh was clean and shone in the darkening sky. His eyes seemed to be smouldering balls of fire. He looked magnificent. I wanted to kneel before him and kiss his feet. He radiated with a power and authority that I have never seen in a mortal before. His wife and sons were already on the massive boat, all except Yam. Nu watched all the beasts and creatures of the world board the massive boat, a boat that he dubbed the Ark. I asked him about the name long before the rain fell. Nu's dirty face beamed as his entire face smiled.
Allah's rage and kindness,
Nu replied. I was curious about this, but I knew he would expound on it.
Allah is disappointed in men for the way they live their lives. They are the descendants of Adam and Hawa. In Allah's kindness, He gives men another chance,
Nu explained. He pointed to the ark being built.
This is that second chance. My family, being the only faithful descendants of Adam and Hawa, will follow in their great footsteps and found the new world.
That conversation was months ago. It was hard to reconcile it with the reality that was happening now. Would I be allowed on this ark? Or would I have to swim and wait in the ocean until the waters receded? I wanted to ask Nu this as the last of the beasts had boarded. The ark was now floating. Nu and I stood in water up to our waist. Nu stared out at the mountains to the east of him.
Yum!
Nu shouted. I could hear his heart breaking in his voice. Even though his face was drenched and was beat by the steady, angry rain that fell all on it, I could tell Nu was weeping.
Oh, Yum,
Nu said softly. Nu took one last look at the mountain and boarded the ark. He motioned for me to come. It appears I was destined to be on this ark with Nu, for only I possessed the strength to close the massive wooden door and seal it with a massive beam. Only I had the strength to unfurl the massive sails. Nu stood on the deck of the ark and hugged his beautiful wife, and he stared again at the mountains to the east.
It's okay, son,
Nu whispered. Yam was out of breath as he neared the top of the mountain. He could see the water rising quickly. The rain beat down on him, making his climb hard and dangerous. But he made it. He looked over at the massive boat he knew his father was on, and wept.
Father, I'm sorry,
Yam shouted. He knew his father could not hear him, that no one could. There were no birds in the sky. The world seemed dark and dead. His father had been right. He has been a fool to doubt his father so.
Father!
Yam shouted into the rain. He hoped his father would sail that massive boat here and save him from this mountain. But in his heart he knew that would not happen. Yam could hear the screams and pleas of the townsfolk as they drowned and tried to escape the rising waters.
You can still win, Yam. You can still beat your father and his god.
A familiar voice whispered to him. Yam shook his head, but his eyes were drawn to what looked like a noose tied to a tree.
You don't have to drown and lose, Yam. You can beat them all and take your own life, the voice whispered.
Yam sighed. He was terrified. He knew his only options were death. He could drown or hang himself. Yam took a deep breath and sighed. His father once told him that killing himself was a great sin, for his life did not belong to him. Yam had disobeyed his father, and now he is here. He would not disobey his father again.
"Be gone, Whisperer," Yam said.
A grim smile crossed Yam's young face as his deep blue eyes watched the water rise. He would sit here and drown, for that was his fate. This was his consequence. He, being a son of the great Nu, would face his fate like his father had faced his. The Ark.
"O Lord, please have mercy on my son," Nu prayed.
He laid on the wooden deck of the Ark, his forehead pressed firmly against it. The rest of his body was flat. His arms were outstretched. Nu wept. The rain still beat down on him, but Nu did not seem to feel it. He laid like that for what seemed like days. He did not eat nor sleep. He just begged Allah to forgive his lost son. Nama and Nu's other sons kept themselves busy on the Ark. There was not too much to do. All of the beasts and creatures of the world seemed to be in a deep sleep. They, like Nu, lay with their faces pressed against the deck, their bodies outstretched in what looked like an act of worship. I found myself staring out at the world that was now one big ocean. No bird flew in the sky. The sun did not shine, and the rain was relentless. The water was so vast that I could not tell the difference between the water and the sky. I was frightened. I don't know why I was. It was clear that I could not die. I could go to the bottom of this vast ocean and wait until the water subsided. Maybe it was the wrath of Allah that scared me so. For He loved every creation. For Him to destroy nearly all that He created on this cold, dark place called Earth, He must truly be angry. I wandered about the deck for days. I would check on the animals, then sit and listen to Nu's family laugh and tell tales of their lives. They were amazing people. I felt fortunate to be among them. Seemingly out of nowhere, Nu joined us as we sat and laughed. His family embraced him and handed him some food. This seemed routine for them. This has been a frequent occurrence. Nu patted me on my shoulder. He looked at his family as he ate. His eyes seemed like smouldering balls of fire. He had gotten a revelation. Nu seemed to glow. His presence warmed the entire Ark. All weariness and doubt seemed to disappear on the faces of his family. They knew God had sent Nu a message, and they eagerly awaited it. Nu slowly chewed his food, then took a long drink of water. His family watched him raptly as they awaited what he would say. They believed in Nu wholeheartedly. After what seemed like long moments, Nu smiled.
prepare spaces and food, and we will be joined by 75 people," Nu said.
He did not wait to answer their questions. He simply stood and walked back out into the rain on the deck. He stared off to the east. I wondered if he was thinking of Yam, or if God had answered his prayers as he lay prostrated on the deck for days, if Yam was forgiven. Either way, Nu was at peace with whatever decision his Lord made. I learned something then that I ended up seeing in every prophet that I had ever met. They were all human, not even the best among the humans, but human nonetheless. They feared and doubted like everyone else. They wept and questioned like everyone else. The only difference, it seemed, was their heart. Their hearts seemed both strong and soft. For it takes a strong heart to hear the commands of God, a strong heart to fulfill them without pause of worry, of casualty, or consequence, but soft for the love of God and humanity. They were all just as puzzling to me as Nu was. He was a drunk who cursed and spat with the best of them, a prophet of God who fulfilled his task without pause nor care of what others thought of him. It was many days before the 75 joined us. They seemed to fall from the skies like the rain and land on the deck of the ark. There were many more women than men. They had various skin tones. They ranged from the darkest of ebonies to the lightest of browns. Their hair was thick and black like Nu's. They were joyous people. They laughed and brought life to this huge ship. The ark seemed like a giant coffin to me. The countless beasts lay as if dead. I lost count of the days we spent on this ark. I wondered what had come of Iblis. If he was back at the bottom of the ocean, if he lay on Hawa's grave there, and imagined that he was staring into her eyes as she sang. I felt sorry for Iblis then. He just wanted to be loved and adored. When Adam was created, he felt his position threatened. He paid the ultimate price for it. Then he fell in love with the wife of Adam, the beautiful ebony-skinned Hawa. He lost her to the very man that he was outcasted over. Poor Iblis. His heart must be battered and bitter. I did not understand why I was different. Why did I not look like the horrid things my brethren that fell with me were? Why was I not drawn to whisper to the hearts of men and leave them to destruction? Maybe it was because I did think Adam was the most amazing creation, or that I stood with Iblis only because I loved him and did not want him to think otherwise. I betrayed my Creator out of love for his creation, but I betrayed him nonetheless. The sun seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the rain stopped. Nu and his people rejoiced. It had been so long since they had felt the warm rays of the sun, since they could bask in its heat. They all laid on the deck and enjoyed it. A few days later, the sounds of birds could be heard again. Most of the birds that were on the ark had awakened and were taking flight. A few days after that, we could see the top of a mountain. The water was starting to recede. It was not long before the water was completely gone. The ark stood still on muddy land. We did not venture out of the ark yet. The ground was too soft. We were afraid we would be swallowed in the mud. This entire area had been underwater for months. There were no trees or shrubs. Everything was barren and glistened in the sunlight. We stayed on the ark until we could see the earth was dry and cracked. The beasts started to wake. They would pace their areas and defecate everywhere. I lowered the massive gate on the ark. The beasts and creatures rushed out. When they did not sink into the earth or fall victim to some weird calamity, we ventured off the ark. I took a long look around. This barren wasteland that used to be under miles of water would be the place where humankind would restart. I frowned, for it did not look like much. The days ahead would be hard. The animals disappeared. I did not see another one for many years. The people cleaned out the ark, and they lived in it. The ark became the foundation of their new city. As the people of Nu explored, they found a drinkable river that ran into the ocean. They discovered fish. It seemed like overnight the landscape started to change. Where it was once dry and barren, it was now green and plush. I stayed with Nu and his people for many years, more years than I could count. I watched them dismantle most of the ark and build their own homes with it. They turned the area into thriving farms. The land looked like it was reborn, like it was given the same second chance that humanity had been given. Many years into living with Nu's people, I was sitting on a huge rock, watching the sun seemingly sink into the vast ocean. Nu sat next to me. He seemed older. His once thick black hair was now more grey than black. His eyes looked tired. He placed his brown hand on my shoulder. He smiled brightly at me. This man had come a long way. It seemed like just yesterday he was drunk and filthy. He had smelled of blood and shit. He was the mockery of the town. Now here he sat, a king of this new world.
"You will be leaving us soon?"
Nu asked. His voice was soft and kind. There was sadness in it. I was not sure if it was the sadness that came with old age and understanding that your time among the living was drawing to an end, or if he was sad to see me go. For indeed, I was growing restless. I had so many questions that I needed answered. I knew I would not find the answers here. I have not seen another of my brethren since the flood. I had a feeling they were not dead, but maybe they were not welcome here and stayed away. If so, why was I welcome here? I wanted to find Iblis and explore this new world that was washed clean in the massive flood. It seemed our Creator got tired of the filth that was staining this beautiful work of art he created, so he washed it clean. He reset the canvas and repainted it. This new work of art seemed even more beautiful than the first. I was eager to explore every inch of it. I looked at Nu and smiled sadly. "Yes," I simply said. I did not know what else I could have said. New life had been born among Nu's people many times over. If I tried to count my years among Nu's people, it would be several hundred. Nu lived unnaturally long. His wife and sons had long passed. His grandchildren and great-grandchildren had also left this world. He was not alone. His children of many generations were still here. The group that started off with only 80 was now nearly 1,000. Nu sighed deeply. He stared hard at my face for a long time.
"You have not aged a day,"
Nu said. He seemed to pity me then, like I was missing out on growing old and dying. Nu did not seem afraid of death. He was eager for it, as if he knew some other great life was waiting for him, like this world was just a bad dream that he would soon wake up from.
Today I will be reunited with my lost son, Yam,
Nu said. I could hear the pain in his voice as he spoke his son's name. Even after all of these years, he had not forgotten him. He had prayed for him every single day. By the look in his eyes, I could tell his prayer had finally been answered. I wondered if Nu's long life was the price he had to pay for Yam's forgiveness, if having to watch your wife and sons wither and die while you still lived was part of that price, to have to bury many generations of your lineage, yet you are still here. That had to be painful. If it was the price, Nu paid it with a smile.
Allah has forgiven you, Andrid. You will never be like the other Jinn. You have a wonderful purpose here. Like all of us that are chosen to serve Allah, that purpose is lonely, hard, and painful, Nu said.
My heart sank for a moment. How could he know my thoughts, the things that pained me? After all of these years with him, I never truly put stock into who and what he was. He was a man. He was flawed. He was mortal. Yet he was loved by our Creator and chosen by him. He was truly an amazing man. I smiled at Nu. He was dying. I could see it in his eyes. It was then that I saw her for the first time. She took the very breath from my lungs. Her flesh was like polished ebony. Her hair was like the darkest night, yet void of stars. Eyes just as deep and dark. She was the most beautiful creature I had yet seen. Had Iblis seen her, he would be jealous. For even when Iblis was in paradise, he could not hold a candle to this creation. She smiled at me as she approached. I was so taken by her I could not move. Nu seemed to see her as well. He smiled at me warmly.
My time has come. I will see my beloved Yam again,
Nu said as he stood. He reached out and took this beautiful ebony woman's hand. I heard Nu sigh, and his body started to fall. I rushed forward to grab it. I could not let the body of this sacred, beautiful man hit the ground in such a way. The woman smiled at me. She was Death, the taker of the souls. It is said she stands before every human several times a day and asks Allah, "Is it their time?" I wondered if she did that to me, or if that was saved for humans only. For I would love to see her again. She turned and walked with Nu's soul into the light and vanished. I could not help but weep. Nu had meant more to me than I even knew. Now I was back to being alone. Nu had been my ark on the troubled waters of my heart. He was an anchor for me in this life, just like Iblis had been. I felt Nu's loss deeply. I carried this sacred man's body back to the city. When the people saw me carrying him, they wept and cried loudly. Nu was loved by all. How could he not be? He was chosen by our Creator, and it shone in all he did and said. I took his body to his family so they could clean him and wrap him in sheets. They would then bury his body in the earth. He would return to the clay and dust in which he was created. I did not stay for any of this. I could not. I was hurt deeply by Nu's passing. Shortly after I gave his remains to his descendants, I left that city and the people of Nu. I did not know where I was going. I just had to go. Once again, I was alone and scared. I felt like I was taking my first step out of that cave again. I turned and looked at the city one last time. "Farewell, Nu," I said. Sodom and Gomorrah. This new world was wonderful. Everything seemed fresh and alive. Even though it had been hundreds of years since the flood, there were still countless new places man had not yet been to. I imagined that they were the beautiful gardens where Adam was king over, where Iblis fell in love with Hawa. I knew this was not the case, though. Whatever beauty I saw here was just a shadow of the beauty of my home. I wandered for countless years. I enjoy the solitude of my wanderings. I enjoy the self-reflection that being alone brought. I essentially lived in my memories. I sang to our Creator with the other jinns of smokeless fire. I laughed with Nu as he told one of his ridiculous stories. I sat with Iblis as he stared into the fire. There was a sense of peace, of familiarity dwelling in my past. There was pain, but it was a familiar pain, and I was able to see it differently now. As I wandered, I suddenly started to see people again. With people, my brethren were there. They were sitting on the backs of the humans they whispered to. Their tongues had become long and forked like a serpent's. They whispered into mortal ears, their long tongues tickling them. I could see the men rubbing their ears after one of my brethren whispered to them. I was afraid of them. They looked distorted and cruel, like they fed off of the fear and desire of humans. They were like leeches that fed on the hearts and souls of men. The only way a human could defeat them was to master his desire. Even for the best among the descendants of Adam, that was near impossible. I had learned that men were creatures of desire. Men, who were given the breath of Allah, were servants of the flesh that bore their immortal soul. It was such a pitiful predicament. They possess a part of our Creator, and that part, trapped in a prison of flesh, that did everything that was repulsive to the soul. "Andrid," a voice called my name. I spun around looking for that voice. It was strange to hear my name spoken. No one had said it since Nu.
"Are you so high and mighty that you ignore your own kind now?"
the voice said. My heart raced. Could it be one of my brethren? I knew it was not Iblis, but still, it would be nice to share a few moments with someone like me. I looked around and could not see him.
"Down here, Andrid,"
the voice said again. There was no anger or any emotion in the voice. It just simply spoke with that deep, otherworldly tone found in creatures that are not mortal. I looked down and near my feet, and jumped back in horror.
"We have not all been so fortunate as you, Andrid,"
the Jinn said. He was horrifying to look at. His skin was pale like he had just escaped the ocean. His skin wrinkled and twisted. He looked like his bones were broken throughout his body. He was twisted and distorted. I leaned down and touched his pale, wrinkled face.
"Forgive me, brethren,"
I asked of him. The Jinn smiled. It horrified me, but I did not show it. He sat up and looked back in the direction he had crawled.
There is a town back there filled with us. This town is amazing, Andrid. Men and women don't hold back their desires there. We were able to feed on them like kings,
the Jinn said. His eyes glossed over as he remembered the city and his gluttony.
There is a man there with a strange fire in his eyes. He saw me, Andrid, and did this to me. That city, as wonderful as it is, will be destroyed,
the Jinn said sadly. I stopped hearing him when he spoke of a man with fire in his eyes. Was it new? It could not be. He had passed hundreds of years ago. I saw the beautiful death claim him myself. Was this one of the many prophets that Nu spoke about? Great men like Nu chosen by our Creator to be a warning and a mercy to his foolish creations. Despite this Jinn's warning, I had to see for myself.
Don't go there, Andrid. That city is doomed, the Jinn said.
He stared at me a moment. He had a sad, distant look in his eyes. He needed to feed, and he could not feed off of me.
Farewell, brother, the Jinn said.
He crawled away from me. He, like the others, could sense humans. He crawled off in their direction. I wanted to go to this town. I did not care if it was doomed. I could not die anyway, so whatever befell this town would not affect me. But I had to see this man. "Brother!" I shouted. The Jinn stopped and turned his distorted neck to look at me. "What is the name of the man with fire in his eyes?" I asked. The Jinn smiled.
"He is Lot. He does not like our kind,"
the Jinn replied. He shook his head as he turned away from me. It never occurred to me that the Jinn was fleeing the city, that he was afraid of what was to come. If he, a Jinn, was afraid, then maybe I should be too. But I could not resist the lure of the town. I could not resist the temptation to see another like Nu. I remember that Nu told me there would be more like him. I was eager to meet this loot. I ran to the town. The closer I got, the more of my brethren I saw. They looked even more monstrous than before. They were huge. Their skin was stretched and rolled, like wet mud was stacked under their flesh. Their pale skin sagged. They looked bloated, like they had been eating their fill without pause. They were invisible to the mortal, but not me. The Jinns here rubbed their huge stomachs erotically as they whispered and licked the ears of the men and women of this town. I was halted at the gates of this huge city. The guards were heavily armed. Their swords hung loosely on their hips. I had my cloak wrapped about me. I was taller than most mortals. My skin was many shades lighter than the people of this region. I could not hide here, even if I wanted to. They looked at me for several moments. He walked around me, eyeing me in a manner that made me uncomfortable. I could see one of my fat, engorged brethren sitting on this guard's neck. His long, forked tongue was whispering in the guard's ear. The Jinn looked at me and smiled wickedly. The guard licked his lips.
"Lower your hood,"
the guard demanded. I did not want any trouble, so I did. The guard gasps. The people that were walking by stopped and stared at me. Even the Jinn stared at me. But their stare was of hate and jealousy. I always liked to cover my face. My features and appearance were not that of a mortal. I looked like I came from the heavens. I still possessed some of that beauty that we Jinns used to have. What I was now was a mockery of what I was. Mortals always reacted strangely to me. The guard approached me and touched my pale ivory cheek. He shuddered with pleasure as he did.
"You know this town is called Sodom for a reason,"
the guard said. His fellow guards and those that watched laughed. I did not understand the joke until much later. I was new to these things. Apparently, some men enjoy having sex with other men. I was not sure if I was even capable of having sex. I had the organs, but I have never used them. I have never gone to the bathroom or felt any urges. They seemed like placeholders on my body. I smiled at the guard. "Can I pass?" I asked. The guard nodded and smacked me on my butt. I thought nothing of it. I figured it was the custom of these people.
"I will find you tonight,"
the guard shouted. As I passed through the gates, I was hit with sights and smells I did not think were possible. Everyone was naked or near that. People were drunk and touching each other without regard for others watching. Many stood in the streets, touching their organs. There seemed to be no regard for privacy. Men were ravishing women in the streets. Men were doing the same to other men. My butt was touched and slapped so many times as I passed down the street, I lost count. I did not want to be rude, so I started to slap the butts of others that I came across. They would look at me and smile. I thought it was how they greeted each other. I walked the entirety of the town. I looked in the faces of all those that I saw. None of them had the fiery eyes that I sought. I was touched, kissed, and fondled more times than I could remember. These people were strange. My Jinn brethren fed off these people like huge monstrously leeches. The desire here was overwhelming. I had no interest in the things going on here. I wanted to find this loot and talk to him like I had Nu. Oh, how I missed Nu. That old bearded fool was the joy of my life so far. I sat down in an area that seemed quieter than the rest of the city. I leaned against an old brick wall. I was tired. I felt exhausted. This was new to me. I did not need sleep like mortals, nor did I tire as they did. I yawned deeply and stared at the setting sun.
"This city is draining even to the likes of you,"
a deep, powerful voice boomed. I looked around, and I could not see where it came from.
"Here, Jinn,"
the voice boomed again. I heard a slapping sound and turned to it. A dirty brown hand seemed to come out of the wall. I looked closer and saw bars in a small window. The smell that wafted up from that barred window made me gag.
"Sin is often like that. Your flesh may enjoy it, but it makes your soul wrench,"
the voice said again. I had to see this man's face. I wanted to look into his eyes and see if he held that fire, if he was the one that hurt that Jinn I met outside of the city.
"You want to see my eyes, don't you, Jinn?"
the voice asked. He knew I was not immortal. This had to be him. No one else even knew the word Jinn besides those who have been touched by heaven in some way. I leaned down. My face was almost on the cold, dirty brick. I peered into the dark cell that this man was in. I had to strengthen myself in order to endure that horrid smell. I saw a man that had to be in his late 20s or early 30s. It was hard to tell with all the dirt and shit on his face. His skin was brown, like wet sand. His beard was thick and black. His eyes smouldered with heavenly fire. I gasped and pulled back. "You are different, Jinn. You recognize me," the voice said. I gulped hard and coughed as I inhaled that horrible air. "Are you the prophet, Lut?" I asked him. A smile crossed the man's brown and dirty face. His fiery dark eyes lit up. "I am," Lut said. He eyed me intently for a moment. "How did you know I am a prophet? And why are you not like the others?" Lut asked. So I told him about Nu. Lut's face lit up as I told the tale of this old prophet that I loved. Lut had heard of him too. He claimed his uncle Ibrahim is a descendant of Nu, that he is also a prophet of Allah. "I don't know why I am different from the other Jinn," I said. Lut thought for a moment. "My uncle once told me that there are both good and bad Jinns. Apparently, you're a good one," Lut said with a smile. I was curious about this Lut. I wanted to know how he became a prophet and why he was imprisoned. "Why are you imprisoned? Surely the Creator would not let one of his chosen suffer so," I asked. Lut laughed hard and long. I was confused as to what was funny. After a moment, Lut took a deep breath and calmed himself. "Being a prophet of our Lord is to suffer. We suffer more than anyone else. We are plagued with loss and calamity to constantly test our resolve. I would not wish prophethood on anyone," Lut said. He seemed like he wanted to tell me more. I sat back against the brick wall and wrapped my cloak about me. He was going to tell me his tale. I had nothing else to do. Apparently, neither did he. Lut. My uncle Ibrahim is a prophet. He's a descendant of one of the sons of Nu, and thus Nu himself. Nu being a descendant of Adam, thus the bloodline of prophethood. I always wondered how Allah chose his prophets. But it seemed Allah had created a bloodline that carried prophethood with it. For as of now, all of the prophets were related. But was that coincidental, being that all men stem from Adam and Hawa? Or was that particular bloodline chosen to be prophets? I would have to look further into this later. I have always been close to my uncle. The others shunned him a bit, for he seemed a bit off. I did not understand it until I came into prophethood myself. When Allah speaks to you, or sends Gabriel to give you a message, it stuns you. You can hardly breathe. Your knees buckle. You feel like you are being crushed by a huge weight. Almost like a mountain was set upon your back. I would see my uncle's eyes go blank, and he would fall to the floor like he was pushed violently. He would weep and mutter incoherent things. We all thought him mad. But then his eyes would clear, and he would stand. He would be drenched in sweat. But the look of awe and power in his eyes was remarkable. He would smile such a smile that would make us all jealous. We often wondered what made him so happy. How could one be that happy in this hard life that we lived? I would often sneak and watch my uncle. I was fascinated by him. I felt drawn to him, like him and I were connected in some way other than blood. This one particular time I was watching him, I saw him sit on his bed and weep. He would stare at his son and shake his head. "Why do you ask this of me, Lord?" Ibrahim paused a moment. His eyes were filled with fear and doubt. He was afraid of what he was asked to do, and he started to doubt that he actually was talking to God. Maybe he was truly mad after all. My uncle would rest his head in his hands and sob. "I cannot do this, Lord, anything but this," Ibrahim sobbed. Then his eyes glazed over, and he fell to the floor. His entire body shook with such a force that it terrified me. "Be calm, Lut, for you share your uncle's fate," I heard a deep, booming voice say. My heart raced. I looked around and could not see where the voice came from. I was terrified, Jinn. The hot blood that ran in my veins seemed to freeze over. I could not move. All I could do was watch my uncle. Ibrahim stayed on the floor, shaking violently for a very long time. Then he lay still. I thought he had died, that the shaking of his body had caused his fragile heart to burst. He lay so still that I started to weep. I was sure that my uncle had passed, but then I heard him weep. He took big, sobbing breaths. "Yes, Lord, I will do as you command," Ibrahim sobbed. "Forgive me for doubting. I am but your humble slave, and will do as commanded," Ibrahim said. He sat up and wrapped his long brown arms around his knees and rocked back and forth. He stared at his sleeping son. The fear in his eyes was replaced by a religious fire that shook me to my core. I must have fallen asleep peering through a crack in my uncle's hovel. I awoke to the sound of my cousin Ishmael humming some song as he followed my uncle away from their hut. There was an ominous feeling in my gut. I recalled how my uncle stared at Ishmael and wept. Something was going to happen. I had to follow him. I stood and waited a moment for the sleep to pass. I did not want to be careless and alert them to my presence. I ran hard to catch them and stayed in the bushes. I kept seeing my uncle weeping and saying, "I cannot do this, Lord, anything but this." A chill went through my body as they stopped. They were high up on a hill that overlooked our small city. On the hill was a huge stone slab propped up by huge stones underneath it. It looked like a stone table with only 2 legs. My uncle wiped tears from his brown cheeks. He placed his huge dark hand on Ishmael's shoulders. "You must trust me, son, and know a side of Allah. You are my heart," Ibrahim said. He leaned forward and kissed Ishmael on his brown forehead. Ishmael looked confused. He had never seen his father like this before. "This is the hardest thing that has ever been asked of me," Ibrahim wept. Ishmael smiled at his father. He wiped the tears from his father's cheeks. "I understand, father. Allah has prepared me for what you must do. I am not afraid, for like you, father, I am but a humble slave of our Lord," Ishmael said. Ibrahim looked at his son, amazed.
The fear and sadness did not leave his eyes, but he was in awe of the heart that Ishmael possessed. He was proud that his son was chosen to hear God, and that his son obeyed without question. Ishmael's obedience put his father to shame, for Ibrahim questioned, where Ishmael just accepted. Ishmael laid on the stone slab. The boys stared at the morning sky. A light started to fall on them. Ibrahim stared at his son, smiling up at the heavens. I could see his heart burst in his old, tired eyes. Ibrahim kissed his son one more time and pulled a knife from his belt. Ibrahim stared up at the sky, seemingly seeing the same thing as Ishmael. For a huge smile cracked his sad face. Ibrahim held the knife to Ishmael's throat. My heart seemed to stop. My uncle was going to murder my cousin. I wanted to run out there and tackle my uncle, to yell at Ishmael to run. But I found that I could not move. It was odd, like an animal who sees you with your bow pulled back. The animal knows that it is about to die, but it just stares at you and lets it happen. I felt like that animal, frozen in the sights of the hunter. I watched as Ibrahim took a deep breath and was about to cut Ishmael's throat, but he did not. Ibrahim, you have fulfilled the vision. A deep, powerful voice boomed. The voice seemed to shake the entire earth and the heavens. I found myself lying flat on my stomach. A bright light shone from the sky, and within stood a ram. Ibrahim petted the ram gently. It was a gift from God, a blessing for Ibrahim passing this test of his faith. Ibrahim scooped Ishmael into his old brown arms and hugged him tightly. He sobbed into his son's chest. "Oh, my son, today you have been given to me," Ibrahim sobbed. I have never forgotten that day, Jinn. Even though that was many years ago, I can still see it as if it just happened. We all have a test in this life. As prophets, our tests are a bit harder. My test is here in Sodom. God has shown me the destruction of this city. I have been trying to warn the people and save them from what is to come. They beat me and threw me in here for it. Lut said. Lut stared off into the distance for a moment. Some angels came to me, Jinn. They look like you, except where you are ivory, they were ebony. They were the most beautiful men I have ever seen. They glowed with a heavenly light. My daughter saw them first and brought them to my attention. I wanted to protect them, Jinn. Protect them from the sexual and sinful nature of Sodom and Gomorrah. I brought them into my home. I shared a meal with them. They kept smiling at me, not in a perverse way that is custom in Sodom, but the way a child would smile lovingly at his father. My wife was taken by them. She loved the pleasures of Sodom. No matter how hard I would try to dissuade her from them, she was weak. In the end, she betrayed me. She ran into the town and told everyone that I had 2 beautiful men in my home and was keeping them to myself. The sick people wanted to molest them, to touch them in ungodly ways. They are people filled with their desires. Your brethren, Jinn, were fat off of the people here. They flocked to my house demanding to see these men, demanding that I share them. Men and women alike in Sodom wanted the angels in my home. I started to become afraid. I was no warrior. I knew I could not protect them.
I stared at the angels who smiled at me. "I cannot protect you. You must return to paradise," I begged them. Their look changed. They no longer stared at me as a child does his father. They became the father, and I the child. One of them patted me gently on my shoulder. "They cannot harm us, beloved Lut," was all he said. His voice was musical and beautiful. I ran out of my house to talk to the crowd. They threw rocks at me and spit at me. "Please, good people of Sodom, stop this! Allah is not pleased. The men in my home are holy. Leave them be!" I shouted. They beat me near to death and razed my home. When they could not find the angels, they burnt my home to the ground. I spent the next few weeks more dead than alive. But I did as commanded, and warned the people of Sodom and Gomorrah that Allah will destroy the city. As before, they beat me and threw me in here. Lut paused a moment. "Being a prophet is no small task, Jinn, for even my wife betrayed me. Being a prophet means being alone and living your life to serve Allah." Lut said. I did not know what to say. Lut seemed like a strong man. His eyes held the same fire as Nu. I wondered if his uncle and cousin were still alive. If so, I wanted to meet them. People close to my Creator intrigued me, for they had the once familiar scent of paradise about them. I longed to be in their presence. Being near them felt like I was near Allah. It seemed like there was a pattern here with the daughters of Hawa. They all seemed to betray their men in some way. Like they were weaker to the whispers of the Jinn than the men were. "They will release me soon. Please wait for me," Lut asked. I smiled and nodded. Lut left the bars, knelt in his dusty rat-infested cell, and prayed. The rats did not come near him. They seemed to avoid him. He placed his forehead on the dirty cell floor. I did not want to think of the stains that covered it. Lut did not care, for he knew he was just a tourist in this world. Soon he would leave it and return home. He did not care for this world or the things in it. He served his Lord, and that was his sole purpose here. I watched Lut pray, fascinated by him. He was like Nu in many ways. He was focused on his purpose and would see it done. He was fierce and loyal in a way that was terrifying. If you saw him, you would not be physically intimidated. It was clear he was no warrior. But the look in his eyes spoke of a power that would crush your very soul. Lut prayed for several hours. He only stopped when guards came to his cell and released him. They grabbed him roughly and cursed at him as they threw him out of the dungeons. They mocked him and threatened to sodomize him. Lut bled from his lower lip. It seemed one of the guards struck him. This infuriated me. I knelt beside Lut and helped him to his feet. I glared angrily at the guard. The guard smiled at me. "Are you upset we roughed up your woman? Or are you the woman?" The guard mocked. I don't know what came over me. Before I could even process what I was doing, I had rushed forward and snapped the guard's neck with one hand and held the other by the throat high in the air. The guard that I held pissed himself as he squirmed and cried in my grasp. I looked at his dead companion. He was crumpled on the floor, his spine protruding from the back of his neck. His foul grin was forever frozen on his dirty face. I could not believe these men did not see what loot was, that they could not fathom how merciful Allah was by sending loot to warn them of their ways. I wanted to kill this man I held by this throat, but I saw one of my fat brethren smiling at me.
"Do it, Andrid! Kill the mortal!"
he whispered to me. For the first time, I felt the pull at my heart, the pull at my mind pushing me to do the bidding of the Jinn. I had become weak in my moment of emotion. I had opened myself up to be influenced by these fat, grotesque mockeries of my brethren. I sighed deeply and threw the guard against the wall. He would live, but he would not rise for many hours. I grabbed the dead guard's sword and held its cold steel in my hand. I shivered, for I knew this was an instrument of death. It had no other purpose but to kill. I felt Lut's dirty brown hand on my shoulder. I turned to him. "We don't need that, Jinn," Lut said. His face was calm and serene, but his eyes smouldered with death and destruction. I dropped the sword and followed Lut. It was not until much later that I understood what Lut meant. He did not want a single piece of this city to escape what was to come. I followed him to the center of the city. He calmly looked around and raised his hands in the air. On any other day, with any other person, he would look like a dirty, crazed beggar. People would ignore him and molest him. But not today. He exuded a power and an air of command that stopped the entire market. "I am Lut, servant of Allah. I will leave this city forever. Allah's wrath is coming this very hour. If you wish to avoid it, beg Allah's forgiveness and follow me out of the city." Lut boomed. His voice was deep and commanding. It filled the entire city with a power that sent shivers down every mortal spine. I could see my fat brethren in the thousands whispering in the ears of the people gathered there. I could see the mortals nodded and smiling as they heard the silent, seductive voice of the Jinn's forked tongue persuading them away from Lut.
"Sorcerer!"
a man shouted.
"Black magic!"
another shouted. The city seemed to come out of its daze, and they turned angrily on Lut. Lut looked sadly at them and shook his dirty head. A woman ran from the crowd and into Lut's arms.
"Ado,"
Lut said.
"I will follow you, husband,"
Ado said. Lut did not look pleased to see her. He simply nodded. People started to throw rocks at Lut. One struck him hard on his cheek. He stumbled back and would have fallen had I not caught him. Blood trickled down his face. I felt that rage bubbling again. I was going to murder this crowd. I wanted to tear through them. How dare they assault a chosen of God?
"Be calm, Jinn. Don't fall to your desires like your brethren. As I told you, to be a prophet is to suffer,"
Lut said. He stood and turned his back on the crowd and started walking to the gates. Several people followed him. The mob still threw rocks, but all seemed to come short of Lut. There was some strange force protecting him. Only a handful of people stood with Lut at the gate. Lut turned to the mob that had harassed him all the way here.
"This is your last chance. Leave this city with me and don't look back. Allah's wrath is great, but His mercy is greater."
Lut's voice boomed again. The crowd was silent for a moment. Nothing could be heard but the whispering voices of thousands of Jinn. Lut frowned. He was truly heartbroken. I can't say for certain, but it seemed he felt like he had failed. He had dreamed of saving most of the city, but yet only a handful stood with him, and of that handful, most were his family. The Jinn started to scream. The scream terrified me. I looked around to see what was causing them to scream in such pain and rage. None could hear it but me and maybe Lut. Thousands upon thousands of angels stood around the twin cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. They blocked the Jinn from fleeing. I recognized the look and air of these angels. They were guardians, like Malaik, the protectors of the humans and the army of the Creator. If their job was to protect humans, they had greatly failed. "It's time for us to leave this foul place. Don't look back, or you will suffer Allah's wrath as well," Lut said. I was scared. I was not sure the angels would let me pass with Lut, for I was a Jinn. Like all Jinn, I feared and loved my Creator. Even though the Jinn here were once my brethren and had turned their back on our Creator, they still prostrated to him. They still prayed. I could hear them scream, begging Allah to forgive them. I could hear them weep, for they knew they were doomed. I shivered. The angels that guarded the cities stared at me with disgust as I passed them at the gates. I sighed in relief as I stood outside the city. My heart raced in my chest. The entire earth seemed to shake. The sky opened up, and a huge pillar of fire fell on the cities. It happened so quickly that no one could scream in protest. They were all turned to ash. I saw Ado look at me as we neared the top of a hill outside of the city. She wanted to see what had become of her beloved city. She wanted to say farewell to the city of desire one last time. I shook my head at her, telling her, "No." She smiled at me grimly and looked at the city. She gasped and froze before my eyes. I could see death standing next to her. The beautiful ebony-skinned death. Unlike when she gently took Nu's hand, she snatched Ado's soul from her body. I heard Ado scream in pain. Death smiled at me grimly. Ado would not be going to paradise or the waiting place for the day of judgment. She was going to the same place that her beloved Sodom went to. She was going to a place of fire and pain. I turned away from death and looked at the body of Ado. It had turned into solid rock. A hand was outstretched, reaching for the city she had loved. She had never believed in her husband, and had often betrayed him. She was not worthy of the blessing Lut was. Even her punishment was a warning to humans, a mercy from God. Prophets. I travelled with Lut and his children for many days. The handful of people that left Sodom with him slowly drifted off to go their own way. Their hearts and minds were forever changed after the destruction of the cities of lust and desire. Many returned to see the smouldering hole where the cities once stood. They would weep as they stared at the rock formation of Lut's wife Ado. For once in their lives, they were truly afraid for their souls. Witnessing such events can either drive you mad or define your purpose in this life. Lut seemed different as well. He looked as if a huge weight was lifted from his shoulders. If he was sad about his wife's fate, he did not show it. His children wept for their lost mother, though. Lut would comfort them and simply say, "Pray that Allah forgives her." I remember Nu telling me that there is no greater blessing for a man than his children. If he raises his children right, they will pray for him even after he has passed. Even if that man was a horrible person everywhere else, the prayers of his children were a source of mercy for him in God's eyes. I could see that in Lut's children. Their mother was not a faithful or even a good person, but she was their mother, and they loved her. So they prayed and begged God to have mercy upon her. They prayed with a love and passion that is not found in adults or for anyone besides a lost parent. After several days, we came to a small hamlet. I have never been here, but I instantly recognized it from Lut's story of his uncle. My heart raced. I wanted to meet his uncle, for he was a prophet as well. As we approached the hamlet, I could see a smile cross Lut's tired and ash-covered face. He loved this place. This was where his heart lived. It was a welcome sight after living in Sodom for all of those years. The faces of the people here were kind. Their eyes beamed, and they seemed filled with a light that I have not found any place else. They waved and smiled. They seemed truly happy. I have never seen truly happy mortals before. Life here on earth was meant to be hard, was designed to be heartbreaking. In the midst of the struggles and pains of life, to see happy people was truly a sight. These people shone like Adam when he was first created. They were truly people who loved God.
"Lut!"
A deep, hearty voice boomed. As we neared an old, hobbled hut, I could tell by the smile and glow on Lut's face that he recognized the voice, that the voice belonged to someone that he adored.
"Aye, uncle,"
Lut responded and ran to the old man. Lut was like a child running into the arms of his beloved father. It was strange to see Lut so free. A few days ago he was powerful and solemn. Now he was a child in his uncle's arms. His uncle Ibrahim was a huge man. His beard was a thick, grey, tangled mess. It reminded me of sheep's wool. The grey stood out against his dark flesh. He had the weight of many years of life on his body. In his eyes there was no mistaking the smouldering fire of one who was chosen by God. Ibrahim hugged his nephew tightly. He did not ask where he was or what had happened, for he knew the burden of prophethood. He, like all prophets, knew what went on in the world. It seemed the wind whispered to them, as the Jinn whispered to men. Ibrahim pulled away from his nephew and looked intently at me. His dark, smouldering eyes sent a chill down my immortal spine. I wanted to back away and cower from this man. He was more powerful than all other chosen I have encountered. He seemed to be able to see into the deepest depths of me. "Andrid," Ibrahim said. The jolly tone had left his voice. It was deep and threatening. I felt like I would turn to ash under his gaze. Without warning, Ibrahim embraced me. His big body hugged me tightly. "Allah loves you, Andrid, and thus I love you," Ibrahim said. He let go of me and motioned for us to come into his hovel. I did not know then, but the meaning behind Ibrahim's words was beautiful. Allah loves you, and thus I love you. Those words struck me like lightning in my heart. It brought back a memory of when I was in paradise. Every now and then a creation would run through the heavens shouting, "God loves so-and-so!" We would all feel love for that creation. I remember one time an angel ran through paradise shouting, "God is displeased with so-and-so." We would all feel displeased with that creation. I wondered if an angel just ran through paradise and shouted, "God loves you, Andrid," and all the creations that once called me a betrayer now smiled and loved me again. The thought brought tears to my eyes as I stared after Ibrahim. I wept. To be loved by Allah again would be the greatest gift, the greatest mercy. Later on in my life, I would ponder this again. Was being loved by Allah truly a blessing to the living? For those loved the most by Allah often suffer the most. All of the prophets I have met have told me that to be a prophet is to suffer greatly. I did not have time to ponder on this too much. A younger man placed a warm hand on my shoulder. His eyes smouldered with the same fire as Ibrahim and Lut. He was like them, a chosen of God. I was in the presence of 3 of the greatest men ever to live. "My father is right, Andrid. Allah loves you. But like all who he loves, you will suffer," the man said. He seemed to have read my mind. He patted my shoulder and entered the hovel. Joyous laughter erupted soon after.
"Ishmael,"
the deep, booming voice of Ibrahim sounded.
"I have missed you, cousin,"
Lut said. The years I spent with these men were amazing. I was just as happy with them as I was with Nu and his people. Like with Nu, I stayed with them for hundreds of years. The beautiful ebony death would visit us to claim one at a time. Each time one was claimed, the earth seemed a bit darker. The brightness that lit this hamlet seemed to diminish. Finally, death came and took Ishmael. He was an old man with a huge family of his own. He held my hand as he smiled up at the heavens.
"I am for the gardens you told me about, dear Andrid,"
Ishmael said. He kissed my hand. I had become close to Ishmael over the years. He was very wise, and he loved the stories of paradise. He was amazed that I witnessed the creation of Adam. We spent many hours talking about everything. He had become a dear friend to me. I wept when Ibrahim and Lut passed, but it was not like when I lost Ishmael. I wept for him as I had wept for Nu. Like Lut's children prayed for their lost mother, I found myself praying for these great men chosen by God. Mostly I prayed that I would one day see them again. The seriousness of Lut, hear the hearty laugh of Ibrahim, talk with the wise Ishmael, embrace the fatherly Nu. I had to leave this hamlet, for everything here reminded me of them. After death came and gently took Ishmael from his body, I left. I turned my back on that beautiful hamlet and wondered. During that time, I thought a lot about my life so far, the things I have seen, and I thought of Iblis. It had been centuries since I saw him last. I remember him sitting in that cave and staring at the fire. He would whisper,
"Kill him!"
to the fire. I often wonder what he saw in that fire. Iblis's power was stronger than all of the other Jinn. We Jinn are creatures of habit. We often return to places we love and are familiar with. I found myself back at that cave, the one that Iblis took me to after I swam up from the depths of the sea. The cave seemed timeless. Very little had changed in this cave. I started a fire and stared at the fading drawing of Hawa on the walls. I felt at home here. Of all the places and people that I had loved, here in this dark cave is where I wanted to be. This world was cold and hard. This cave seemed to shelter me from the pains of living. I stayed in this cave for many years.
"Andrid?"
A deep, musical voice called. I sat up from where I slept and looked around. My eyes were blurry. There, by the fire, sat Iblis. Cain and Abel. I was happy to see Iblis. I had hoped he would return here. But the way I saw him had changed, just as much as being with prophets over the centuries has changed me. I could tell Iblis had noticed it, for he just stared at me in a peculiar way, like I was some strange beast that he was seeing for the first time. He did not seem pleased with what I was becoming. Iblis seemed darker. The air about him spoke of horrors and death. He seemed malevolent. I shuddered as I looked at him. There was a rage in his eyes that was not there before. The arrogance and jealousy that once haunted his dark, furrowed brow was replaced by anger and hate. What had happened to Iblis to make him this way? It was in stark difference to me. A stark difference to what he was when we last shared this cave together. It seemed the last remnants of my beloved friend had finally gone. Now, before me, was something else that I did not like. I had the feeling that Iblis felt the same about me.
"You seem different, Andrid,"
Iblis said. He was still a blurry visage before the fire. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and looked at him again. Fresh blood dripped from his pale face. He noticed my stare and wiped it away.
"Blood gives me strength. You remember this, don't you?"
Iblis said. I shuddered as I remembered biting into my flesh in my attempts to break free of the ocean. How delightful the hot blood felt as it dripped down my throat. How alive and warm it made me feel. A cold chill went down my spine as I remembered. Was that the source of Iblis's power? A power that no other Jinn but he had? Iblis seemed frustrated by the look of distaste in my stare. He sat by the fire and stared off into it again. In my heart, I knew this would be the last time I would see Iblis. For we are growing in opposing directions. If he did not try to kill me this time, I knew the next time we meet, he would at least try. I could feel the violence and rage for me inside of him. It was not anything I said or did. It was the love of our Lord that shone in me and not in him that enraged him. He knew there was no way to kill me, but he could inflict great pain and wounds that would take centuries to heal. He was stronger than me. I would not be able to challenge him. I hoped there was still some modicum of love for me in his twisted heart. For I was Andrid, his beloved friend who stood against Allah for the sake of his love. Iblis sighed deeply, then smiled at me. I could not help but smile back. Every now and then, a bit of the old Iblis would shine through, the beautiful Iblis that I knew in paradise. For a moment, I saw him.
You know, I took my first life sitting right here, Andrid,
Iblis said. The cold rage-filled darkness was back in his eyes. Gone was the old Iblis. I shuddered. I did not want to hear of it, but I knew he was going to tell me anyway. So I steeled myself for his tale.
I have seen many things from this fire, Andrid. This fire and this cave is one of my favorite places on this earth.
Iblis paused. He stared at me as if I was disturbing the peace of this place for him. I had truly grown distasteful to him. The thought that Iblis would now be my enemy hurt my heart.
I saw the life and death of my beloved Hawa here. Saw the passing of Adam and the progression of his children. But there was a time when Hawa was still alive.
Iblis stopped. He seemed lost in a memory as he spoke his beloved's name. Remembering her must be torture for him. Despite how prideful and arrogant he was, Hawa was beyond his reach and his station. He loved her, but knew he could never have her. He loved her from the fire. He savoured the memory of laying on her lap, as he was that armless and legless creature. I was startled to see Iblis weep. Hawa was his soft spot, and always will be, it seemed. He quickly wiped away his tears, and the rage returned.
Adam had many sons, but of all of his sons, there was a pale one. His eyes were as blue as the oceans that once were our prison. His hair seemed ashen. His flesh was only slightly darker than ours. He was very different in contrast to Adam and the rest of his family, for they were all dark-skinned, like the clay found in the deepest parts of the earth, like most mortals are. His name was Cain. He was envious of his younger brother Abel. Abel was a shepherd. He tended to his herd, and he had the love and admiration of their father Adam. Cain was a farmer. It seemed nothing he did or accomplished would make his father stare at him the way his father stared at Abel. Cain yearned for the love and admiration of his father. One can blame me for the murder of Abel, but they forget that Adam set the stage for it. Giving one son more love than the other is to make them bitter enemies. Abel is the tragedy of Adam's incompetence as a father. I see myself a lot in Cain. Like Cain, I yearned for the love of our father, but instead he gave it to Adam and forever extinguished me. One can say that the tale of Adam and I was a precursor to Cain and Abel. I watched them for many years. Cain would bring in the best crops that would feed the entire family. Cain was an excellent farmer. Despite his malady of having pale skin, he was very skilled in his trade. But none would thank poor Cain. He would seethe when Abel would simply tell of how he found a lost sheep. His father would congratulate Abel and praise him, yet ignore the fact that the food they ate was because of Cain. Cain would get enraged when they thanked Allah for the bounty. They ate from Cain's crops, but did not thank him. But he kept all of this pain and rage hidden behind his pale, simple smile. All were fooled by that smile. But me, I could see his heart. Even through the flames I could see the hate in his eyes, the envy and longing for his father's admiration. So I started to whisper to him. Oh, Andrid, to whisper to a mortal is ecstasy. It's like drinking fresh blood, or like a mortal man taking the woman he has always longed for. As Cain slept or worked, I would whisper, if Abel were gone, you would get the love you deserve from your father. I was subtle at first. He would nod his head and agree, but I could tell it was a passing thought. Not something he would actually do yet. I did not want to whisper too much too soon, so I just whispered the same thing. If Abel were gone, you would get the love you deserve from your father. Like before, Cain would nod and agree. After weeks and months of whispering this, I started to see him believe it. Mortals are strange that way. If they hear the same thing over and over, they would trip over themselves to believe it despite truly knowing it is a lie. Cain began to look at Abel differently. He would sneer at him as the family ate his crops. He started to wince at the sound of Abel's name. It seemed like hearing his brother's name was a physical blow to him. The look of envy in Cain's eyes turned to cold murder. That's when I knew I had him. My whispering changed. It was more direct, more purposeful. Kill Abel! Kill him! Cain would nod, and the wheels in his mind were turning. He was planning his brother's murder. But he was not there yet. Just because a man plans something out of rage does not mean he would follow through with it. I had to wait for him to be alone with Abel and fan his rage. Time is nothing to us, as Jinn's 1,000 years passes like hours for us. Time is truly different when you're immortal. It was not long before the opportunity presented itself. Every year, Cain and Abel would present an offer to God. God would tell Adam whose offering was most pleasing to him. It had been equal thus far. Some years, Cain's offerings of his best crops pleased Allah more than the slaughter of one of Abel's lambs. Other years it was the reverse. They both worked hard all year to give God the best offering. This is yet another failure of Adam's, or was it a failure on God's part? Pitting brother against brother for the favour of God. That seemed worse to me than fighting for the favour of your mortal father. They would be alone in the offering circle. I could not let this opportunity pass. Your crops will fail, Cain. Abel sneaks out every night to piss on them, I whispered. Cain's crops looked magnificent. They were the best fruits and vegetables I have ever seen, plump and rich with colour juices. I could see Cain's pale brow furrow as he thought of this and examined his crops for a flaw. Why would God want crops that have been defiled by waste? I whispered. I could feel Cain shake with rage. He leaned down and sniffed his crops. Of course he did not smell the piss of his brother. Abel stood in the offering circle beside his brother Cain. He had a rare sheep this year. The sheep was beautiful. Its wool was as black as Abel's beard and flesh. Abel had all the shape so its black wool shone in the dawn light. The sheep was beautiful. Abel smiled brightly as he admired his sheep. What Cain did not know was Abel knew of his brother's growing frustration. Abel had noticed the look of rage in Cain's eyes as he stared at him. As an act of love, Abel was going to give this beautiful sheep to Cain. So Cain would have two offerings, and thus get the favor of God and the praise he craved from their father. Abel was a kind soul. He loved his family. He did not want the praise that was heaped on him. He preferred a quiet life with his sheep. Look how smug Abel is. He knows he will win. Look at his beautiful sheep. Why would God accept your defiled crops over that? I whispered. When a whisper hits home, Andrid, it's like an orgasm. My entire being spasmed as Cain roared in rage and pushed his brother to the ground. Abel looked at Cain with pain in his eyes. Abel would not fight his brother. Abel was stronger and could have bested him, but Abel knew he would have to hurt Cain. Hurting his beloved brother, even to save his life, was not something Abel could do. Abel stared into Cain's rage-filled eyes with nothing but love for his brother. This halted Cain. He had grabbed a huge rock and held it above his head. He was going to smash Abel's skull with it, but Abel's look and lack of fighting back halted Cain's rage. I could not have this. "Kill him!" I whispered. Still, Cain did not move. He seemed confused. "Brother?" Abel asked. "He will tell your father that you attacked him, and he will banish you from your home," I whispered. Cain's huge, pale body shook. He did not want to kill his brother. In his heart, he deeply regrets pushing his beloved Abel. Cain started to lower the rock. He was going to apologize to his brother and confess to his father his faults. I was disgusted, and I had to do something. I threw myself into my voice. I would force Cain's pathetic hand. "Kill him!" I demanded. Cain shook his head. "I can't," Cain whispered, defeated. I took control of Cain at that moment. Cain was exhausted and weak. It did not take much to make him my puppet. He raised the rock above his head and brought it down with all of his strength on Abel's tear-stained face. The sound of his bones breaking beneath the blow was sickening. I made him hit Abel again and again. Abel's blood dripped off of Cain's face and arms. He took control and dropped the rock. He held Abel's body and wept. "Oh, Allah, forgive me," Cain sobbed as he held his brother's destroyed head. Pieces of his brain and skull lay on the grass beneath him. "What have I done?" Cain whispered.
"Cain? Abel?"
The voice of his mother sounded. Cain's heart raced. He could not face his mother with this. It would break her heart to see what Cain had done. Cain carried his brother's broken body to the woods and buried him. He wept as he washed Abel's blood from him and returned to his father's home for dinner. His parents looked at him strangely but seemed oblivious to what had happened. "Where is Abel?" Adam asked. Cain held back his tears and shrugged his shoulders. Adam looked at Hawa and frowned. "Abel gifted you his beautiful black sheep, Cain. He wanted you to have God's favor, and mine," Adam said, smiling. Adam motioned to his daughter. She stepped forward with Abel's beloved black sheep. Cain could not take it. He howled in agony and ran from his father's table and house. He ran for years, Andrid, His shame and his guilt would not allow him to look at his father's face or be in his presence. I had scored another victory against Adam. I had taken 2 of his beloved sons from him in one fatal strike. I remember sitting here in this very cave, Andrid, and smiling as I watched Adam weep for his sons. He wept for his murdered son Abel, and for the lost soul of his pale son Cain.
Iblis finished. I shivered as I watched Iblis smile darkly into the fire, remembering what he had done. I recoiled from him. Who was this monster that sat before me? I could not stay here. I stood and gathered my meagre things. Iblis did not move as I walked to the cave mouth. He just stared at the fire and laughed. I shivered.
If I ever see you again, Andrid, I will find a way to kill you,
Iblis shouted after me. I ran from Iblis and that cave. I ran from his dark laughter. Though I loved that cave, it was Iblis's domain. I would never return there. Ayub. Again I found myself wandering. I had no real home or place to return to. I thought I had that cave, but I was fooling myself. That cave belonged to Iblis before I was freed from the oceans. I wanted to find a place I could call home, a place I could return to when I got tired of wandering. Most of all, a place to store my memories. Iblis's cave was a shrine to Hawa and his rage. If you were not like Iblis, you would not be welcomed there. My heart hurt seeing what Iblis had become and what he was becoming. I wondered how many mortals he had slain. I shuddered as I thought of him drinking mortal blood. Iblis was a monster. Gone was the beautiful Jinn of smokeless fire. Gone was my brother, my friend. I wept for Iblis, for he had died in my heart. I knew if I ever saw him again, he would try to kill me. He would be Cain and I Abel, unable and unwilling to harm my beloved brother. I wandered for much longer this time than I was used to. I passed by city after city, watched the faces and colours of men change. Humans seemed to come in every shade of brown to milk white. I was starting to get weary, not in my body, but in my mind and heart. I needed to rest, to experience something, to meet another chosen of God. I started to search for them. For the life of me, I could not find them. I came to the outskirts of a huge city. As I was walking down the dirt road, I saw a beautiful farm. It was huge, with many beasts that grazed within its fields. Crops grew in beautiful, neat rows. The farmhouse was elegant and beautiful. Someone of wealth and power dwelled here. I wanted to stare at it for a while, so I sat by the road and stared. I don't know for how long I stared, but I was not alone. In the distance, there was a man staring at the farm as well. He did not seem like the average mortal. I looked closer and gasped. It was Iblis. He was screaming something. I ran into the farm and beat on the farmer's door. I did not want Iblis to see me. I was not ready to face him. An old man answered. His face was brown, his beard a thick, tangled grey mess. He must have been sleeping, but he smiled brightly. In his eyes, I saw the fire. I gasped. He was one of the chosen of God. I had just randomly stumbled on another prophet. A part of me was against that thought. After all of these years and all that has happened, I have come to realize that nothing is by accident. Everything, big or small, was for a reason. The old man's smile never left his tired brown face.
"You are different. Come in, child," the man said.
I was taken aback. I was never called a child before. I was far older than this old man. It would be fair if I called him a child. Be that as it may, I entered his warm and richly lavished farmhouse. His servants came to me and took the cloak that was wrapped about me. The man saw the rags I wore and shook his old grey head.
"Get him some clean robes,"
the old man said to his servants, his big bright smile never leaving his face. He turned that smile back to me.
"Are you hungry?"
he asked. "I don't eat," I responded. He looked at me closely. For the first time, his smile faded. His eyes smouldered with heavenly fire.
"You are Jinn?"
the man asked. I was taken aback. I knew I should not have been. All of these chosen of God could see me for who and what I was. The old man pointed to a cushioned chair near the window. I sat in it. It felt good to sink into that chair and rest.
"You only praise Allah, Ayub, because you are rich and fat with his blessings,"
I heard Iblis scream.
"Ayub?"
I asked. The old man looked at me and pointed at himself. He was Ayub.
"It is so easy for one that does not suffer to be thankful, Ayub. If you were to lose everything like me, you would curse Allah just as much as I do,"
Iblis screamed again. Ayub shook his head. It seemed that he did not believe that he would curse God. I thought of Iblis's words. Iblis used to praise Allah the loudest. He would wake up and sing his Lord's praise in every action he did. He would not have dreamt of cursing Allah. But when everything you love is taken from you, the world seemed different and cold. Things that you never thought you would do, you end up doing. Even if it is for no other reason than to fill that void of pain in your heart and soul with something other than that emptiness. I looked into Ayub's eyes as he thought about what Iblis said a bit deeper. That fiery smoulder showed a hint of doubt. He was afraid. It was strange to see a prophet of God afraid. He feared that maybe Iblis's words were true. That maybe he only loved God because of all the blessings that God had given him. If he was poor and suffered like so many others do, would he still love God the same way? It would be different for him, for he already has tasted the best of life. Where others who have only known hardship still thank Allah for the gift of life. Ayub wondered if he took his life for granted. He did not remember the last time he thanked Allah just for waking up or for taking a breath. He always thanked God for his family and all that he has, but never for the simple and most abundant blessing of life. I saw Ayub weep. Doubt had entered his heart. The words of Iblis had pierced the soul of a chosen of God, one who is a descendant of Adam and Nuh, of Ibrahim and Lut, of Ishmael. I paused as I thought of my beloved friend Ishmael. Thinking of his passing saddened me. I missed him. His curiosity and wisdom are something I sorely needed in my life.
Ayub, you don't truly love Allah. You just love what Allah had given you,
Iblis mocked. Ayub wiped the tears from his eyes and prostrated himself on his richly carpeted floor. His forehead was on the plush carpet.
"O Rab, Lord, I doubt my sincerity to you. Please take all that you have given me and curse me. If I curse you in return, then I was never worthy of you."
Ayub sobbed. He laid there in that position for hours and repeated the same thing over and over while Iblis hurled mockery and laughter at him. Iblis hated the chosen of God more than anything else. He hated them, and I loved them. He hated them because they had the love of Allah that he once had. I loved them because they were the closest to home I would ever get again. They held a fire in their eyes and souls that was once my entire body. I craved to be near that. I watched Ayub pour out his doubt and pain to Allah for hours. The sun set and rose, and Ayub was there, his forehead still on the ground, and he still prayed. The mockery of Iblis was non-stop. He screamed and cursed at Ayub. He called him horrible names. Then, out of nowhere, it stopped. A hush came over the entire world, it seemed. A bright fire filled the room. I don't think Ayub could see it, but he felt it. I covered my eyes as I stared at it. The fire warmed me. I could feel all of my stress and pain fade away. The fire was beautiful. It shone brighter than Iblis ever had.
"Gabriel?"
I heard Iblis ask. His voice was hushed and apprehensive. Gabriel was just a ball of fire before me. He had no shape or form. He was massive and took up the entire room. He whispered something to Ayub and vanished. Ayub's face went blank. All emotion left it. His brown face turned pale. For a moment I thought he was dead. But then he gasped and fell over, exhausted. He slept on the very plush carpet that he had been begging Allah to curse him on. He slept soundly, almost as if he had never slept before. He slept for hours, and during his sleep I did not hear a word from Iblis. I walked to the window, and I could see him standing outside of the fence, staring. I did not know what he was staring at, but he seemed to see something that I could not. Ayub groaned and sat up. The fire in his dark eyes was gone. He seemed less than and weak. He clutched his head in pain and rocked back and forth. I saw boils all over his hands and arms. They bled, and pus leaked from them. He took his hands away from his head, and the same boils covered his face. He looked like a monster, like a demon that hid under your bed. He winced in pain. He looked at me. Though the fire was gone, there was still a deathly determination in them. One that you would find in a man who had a point to prove. He tried to stand, but fell in pain. I saw in horror the boils covered his entire body. Many burst as he fell. He screamed. Blood and pus soaked his rich robes he wore. Iblis laughed at Ayub and mocked him. I wanted to help Ayub, but I was afraid to touch him. I did not know if those angry boils would spread to me.
"O Lord, Thank you for this test,
Ayub said through gritted teeth and stood. It seemed our Creator had granted Ayub his wish. He had been cursed by God. I wondered if that was what Gabriel had whispered to him. It seemed for the first time in Ayub's life he was suffering.
"Water,"
Ayub gasped. He was waiting for one of his servants to bring him a cup, but none came.
"Water,"
Ayub said again. His voice was a bit stronger. Again no one responded. He walked and stumbled about his rich farmhouse. No one was here but him.
"They're all gone, Ayub. No one loves you,"
Iblis's voice whispered through the stillness of Ayub's massive farm home. Ayub stumbled in pain through his home. Blood and pus stained everywhere he walked and touched. He fell over in pain many times.
"My children,"
Ayub sobbed through his pain. Like in every other aspect of Ayub's life, he was extremely blessed. He had 7 sons and 3 of the most beautiful daughters in all the land. Ayub, like most fathers, were extremely proud of their sons, but their daughters were their hearts. He stumbled up the stairs and to each of his kids' room. He did not cry out at first. His face just looked pale. His heart seemed to break in his face after he came from each of their rooms. He fell to the floor and screamed. This was not a scream that I have ever heard come from a mortal. This was a scream of pain and terror that seemed to escape the astral lips of his soul. I shuddered as I heard him scream again and again. I went to the rooms he had visited. His blood was everywhere as he had stumbled to the bed. In the bed lay one of his daughters. She was beautiful. Her skin was just as dark as his. Her hair was long and thick. Her throat slit. Her blood dripped slowly off her bed onto the thick carpeted floor. In each of the rooms, all of his children had the same fate. Most were adults, but in the eyes of the father, they were always his children. I walked to his room. It was the most lavish of them all. His wife had suffered the very same fate as his children. Ayub lay on the floor in a puddle of blood and pus. He twitched and screamed.
"Now you start to suffer, Ayub. The God you have loved and served your entire life has done this to you,"
Iblis said. His voice changed from mocking to soothing. Iblis was whispering to Ayub's heart. He could sense the pain and doubt in it. Iblis relished it. Ayub finally sat up. He prostrated on the floor. His forehead was in the blood and pus that dripped from him.
"O Lord, thank you for this test,"
Ayub croaked. His entire body shook in pain as he spoke those words. The pain was not just physical, it was in his heart and soul. I was at a loss for words. Could he truly mean that? Could he truly be thankful to God for cursing him so?
"You fool, Ayub!"
Iblis spat. I watched as Iblis grabbed a torch and started to light Ayub's beautiful farmhouse on fire. Iblis had slaughtered all of Ayub's livestock and spoiled his crops.
"You think this is real suffering? You know nothing,"
Iblis growled. The fire was quick as it caught on the thick carpets and rich cloths that draped the inside of Ayub's home. The smoke was thick and consuming. Ayub coughed, but he did not move. It seemed like he had given up. He lay on his side in pain and sobbed. He choked on the smoke, but did not care. He stared off into oblivion as the fire spread and got bigger all around him. "Ayub! You cannot stay here!" I shouted. The fire was roaring now, and it burned even my pale immortal flesh. But Ayub just stared at it. So lost in his pain, he did not feel his flesh starting to peel back as the fire burned him. I could not watch him die here like this. I grabbed him like I would a child and ran out of the burning home with him.
"Ah, Andrid, ever the meddler!" Iblis laughed.
Strangely, Iblis did not move or come for me. He just watched. I sat Ayub in the cool grass several yards away. He stared at his beautiful home as it burned. He knew the bodies of his family burned with his farm.
"Thank you, Allah, for this test,"
Ayub said. His body was racked with the pain of the boils and the burns. He wept.
"Thank you, Allah, for your mercy,"
Ayub cried to the heavens. I was touched and fascinated by Ayub. He was a man of heavenly patience. A man that was truly worthy of the blessings that were once his. I was confused and honestly angry that our Creator would do this to such a loyal, faithful man. Maybe this was to be a lesson and a mercy to men. Maybe this was to teach men to be thankful for. As God blesses, He can also take away. I stayed with Ayub for many years. Through those years, I learned that God is just as cruel as He is benevolent. I never truly understood Nuh and the other prophets' words until now. To be a prophet is to suffer. Ayub suffered. He was mocked and spat upon. He starved and was reduced to begging for food. He lay in the shade in the center of town. He was once the wealthiest man in this city. The most sought-after man now was the lowest of them all. His generosity had built and sustained the town and its people now when he was in need that mocked him. Ayub would smile as they mocked him and reply,
"Thank you, Lord, for this test."
The sadness and the pain that he began with started to fade, and he found peace in being poor. A peace and a love that you can see in most poor mortals. He woke every morning and thanked Allah for another day. He was thankful for his very breath. The drops of water he had, he wept in thanks for. His tears were more water than the drops he drank. The crumbs he ate, he thanked Allah for. There was nothing that could make this man turn away from his Lord. Iblis followed us for many years and eventually gave up. No matter what befell faithful Ayub, or how Iblis brought calamity and pain to Ayub, he would not be broken and stop thanking Allah. Ayub started to smile again. It had been years since I had seen his old brown face crack with joy. His boils faded as well as the burns. He was not in constant pain anymore. Ayub found joy in his suffering, and at the very end, when he was taking his very last breaths, he thanked Allah for his life. He thanked Allah for showing him that he was worthy. Ayub the blessed, Ayub the patient, Ayub showed me a part of humanity that I sorely needed to see. He was a tourist in this life, and he lived his life as such. His lavish life and blessings truly meant nothing to him. I watched Ayub lay down for his last time. He knew he was going to die. He lay in dirt and shit. He stared up at the night sky with a smile on his face.
"Thank you, Allah, for this test,"
he said for the very last time. Confused. Of all the prophets I have met, Ayub troubled and touched me the most. Maybe it was because I likened him to myself. I could not understand why Allah would torture those he loves. Why is love equated with suffering when it comes to the love of God? It took me years to get the haunted, empty look Ayub had when he realized his entire family was dead. As he lay there waiting for the flame to touch him, I knew he thought about death then and often. All of the chosen of Allah suffer, but none had suffered like Ayub. Iblis could not understand why Ayub did not curse God as he had, like I had. One could argue that even though Ayub did suffer greatly, it was nowhere near the amount of suffering Iblis and I had endured. Maybe that was because we were Jinn, and Ayub, a mortal man. But if mortals could not withstand what we could, wouldn't that make Iblis right in that we were better than them? The next few years were very troubling for me. I thought constantly of Ayub. I tried to find the peace he found in being poor. I immersed myself with nomads and people who had nothing. Never in my long years among men had I experienced the kindness that those with nothing have. Even though I don't eat, I was offered a place at so many tables where I was given a piece of their scraps. Many times the father would not eat so that I, his guest, could eat. I would ask why they did this. Their response was always simple: for the sake of Allah. It was touching. I would often weep and swear that I would go rob a wealthy merchant and give them everything, but then, will they still love God the way they do now? One of the lessons from Ayub was that people seem to forget their blessings and Allah when things are going well in their lives. Of course, this was not Ayub, but I have seen it so many times. Wealthy men only called upon God during hard times and forget about God when they are immersed in their wealth. I knew in my heart very few men had the faith of Ayub. Even I, as a Jinn, who was born in paradise and had seen God in ways that mortals can't imagine. Even I cursed God when all the things I took for granted were taken from me. Even I, the Jinn who was sculpted by the hands of our Creator and given the fire that was my essence, did not have the strength of the mortal Ayub. I thought for long hours, and sometimes weeks, on how a mortal could obtain such faith, could have such love for a Creator he has never seen. How could he have such a want and desire for a paradise he has only heard about in rumor? I wondered if it was the breath of life that was in men. This breath being the essence of Allah, like the fire was mine. If that was the case, then what of Hawa? She did not receive the breath of Allah. Was the beautiful Hawa lesser than Adam because of this? Was this why women were known as the downfall of men? Did this explain why the Jinn could so easily manipulate women and use them to destroy men. I had so many questions. I had so many thoughts on all of this as I wandered and helped the poor and the sick. I met priests and holy of many different faiths, people of different skin tones and cultures who called Allah by many different names. Many of them had vows of celibacy. None could truly explain why they took this vow. I wondered if it was because women did not have the breath of Allah and mating with them somehow diminished nearness to God for men. I did not want to find another chosen of Allah. With them came pain and suffering. I always loved the prophets, but being around them was often too much to bear. Their burden was so heavy that those near them felt it. Even the slight amount of it that I could feel was enough to feel crushed by it. Unfortunately, I would have to seek one out. If any mortal could answer these questions that plagued me, it would be a prophet. At least I hoped they could. It had been hundreds of years since Ayub. I have heard of other prophets as I wandered, but I did my best to avoid them. I ran into many of my brethren. It seemed not all were in Sodom and Gomorrah. There was still a countless number of them. None of them were as fat and grotesque as they were in the cities of desire and sin, but they were still there, whispering to mortals. I no longer felt a love and connection to my fellow Jinn. They were my enemies now. I hated them. I hated to look at them and see them mislead the foolish and naive men the way they did. I also understood that just as men need to eat food to sustain themselves, these Jinn needed to feed off the desires of men for sustenance. I hated them because they disgusted me. But I understood. Allah had a purpose for every creation. Theirs was to tempt and mislead men. Like Ayub, men were constantly tested and tried. I would hear the Jinn whisper of a place called Egypt. They said it was like the ancient cities of sin and desire. They whispered about it in awe. There was a sense of eagerness in their tones. Their eyes flickered back and forth like they needed to get there as soon as they could. The talk of the Jinn intrigued me. If it was truly like the cities of desire, I feared it would suffer the same fate. I was torn between going to fulfill my curiosity and avoiding a place that was bound to be destroyed. But I had a ton of questions. Wherever the Jinn were flocking, I knew a prophet would be there. Prophets attracted Jinn from all over. I could understand why, being a Jinn myself. We Jinn are wandering the darkness of this world, and the prophet is a shining light and beacon in that darkness. It warms us and scares us at the same time. We love beautiful things, and there was none more shiny and beautiful than a prophet. I had decided to go to Egypt. My curiosity was too great. My yearning to get an answer was too much of a pull. The need for the pain and pleasure that came with being around a prophet consumed me. It was not hard to find it. I just had to follow the Jinn that flocked there. I wondered if I would run into Iblis there, if I would have to fight him. The Jinn were like flies flocking to a pile of shit. Carrion's birds circling above a fresh kill. They have abandoned the mortals they had tortured and were running to Egypt. They would stare at me as I passed them. They would whisper my name and curse me. They hated me now. Gone was the kinship and curiosity they had about me. Now it was hate. They were jealous. They did not understand why I was not like them, why I was still loved by God. Most of all, Why I did not have to feed on the desires and sins of men to live. I was an anomaly to them. They could not explain me, yet they wanted to be me. Since they could do neither, they just hated me. The things they would say to me made me shiver. Many tried to whisper to my heart and cursed me angrily when they could not. I was Jinn, but at the same time, I was something else. Travelling was not the same for us as it was for mortals. We could cover great distances in very little time. We had no need to rest, and we did not tire. The other Jinn were driven by hunger, I by curiosity. It was not long before I stood looking down on Kemet, or what is known today as Egypt. This was by far the most beautiful city I have yet seen. Its streets and buildings were lavish and paved in gold. The people here were of every shade that a mortal could come in. The men, for the most part, had bald brown heads and long beards laden with gold rings. Even the poor and peasants among them had gold. Gold was valuable in all other parts of the world, but here it was no more different than the sand they walked on. They loved it for its colour and shine, not for its worth. They had huge constructs called pyramids. Most were tombs of their dead kings and priests. Huge images of half-men, half-creature statues were everywhere. They seemed happy and busy. I walked among them in my dusty and worn clothes, and no one looked at me strangely. My pale skin did not turn any eyes or garner me strange looks. I saw many people here with skin almost as pale as mine. Their eyes a deep blue or green, hair ashen or blonde. I looked like I could be from the area they hailed from. I liked this city. It did not feel like Sodom and Gomorrah. There was no rampant sexuality here. This golden city was fascinating. Priests would stare at me in awe, for they could tell I was not mortal, but they did nothing else. It seemed like they are used to seeing immortal beings here. Magicians and sorcerers stopped to talk to me. They were fascinated by me. Some tried to charm me and control me. They would bow to me in amazement when they could not. Word quickly got around that a god was walking among them, and unfortunately I was the one they called a god. I explored the city and came to a place that hurt my heart. There were people whose skin was as black as Adam's. They were called Hebrews. They lived in the poorest parts of the city. They dwelled in the slums and were slaves. They were spat on and beat. They were treated like a blight on the city. "Where is your Yahweh, slave?" I heard a tall, brown-skinned Egyptian shout, and he kicked a woman in her face. Blood trickled from her ebony face. She was beautiful. She had the look of Adam and Hawa. These people were blessed. She looked at me like she recognized me, like she knew me. "Ra rules here," the man said again, and was about to strike her. I grabbed his arms and broke it with very little effort. He howled in pain and looked at me with fear in his eyes. "Go now!" I shouted at him. I knew he would be trouble. He would alert the guards. I could not stand by and allow that man to beat this woman. The Egyptian struggled to his feet and ran off. I knelt to help the woman to her feet. She smiled a beautiful smile and wiped the blood from her face. She picked up an old, worn and tattered scarf from the muddy and shit-covered ground and shook it off, then wrapped it around her head. There was something different about her. More of her people came out. They all seemed different. I could see the fire in them, the very same fire that I see in the eyes of the prophets, but it was greatly diminished. These were holy people, people beloved and chosen by God. I wondered if that is why they suffered so. They had God's love, and thus they suffered in this world. I pitied them. The woman saw the pity in my eyes, and that angered her. "We are not helpless, and don't need your pity. Yahweh will send someone to lead us to a land promised for us." The woman spat. She glared at me a moment longer, then turned to her people that were awaiting her. "I pity you because Allah loves you," I said to her back. She stopped dead in her tracks. I seemed to have hit a nerve in her. Some men of her people ran up to her.
"Safura, are you okay?"
A burly, ebony-skinned man asked. I studied him. He was huge and could have easily saved her from that Egyptian that was beating her. But he did not. He just stood and watched like the rest of his people. My first thought was they were cowards. But the dim fire in their eyes spoke otherwise. There was a reason why they did not fight. A reason why they took the abuse and suffering. I wanted to find out why. "What did you say?" Safura asked. She turned her beautiful dark eyes to me. "Yahweh is what you call God, right?" I asked her. I knew mortals had many different names for the Creator, but it was all the same. There was only one Creator. All roads begin and end with Him.
"The gods will come back with others because of him,"
the burly ebony Hebrew said. He pointed at me.
"We cannot linger,"
he said nervously. His dark eyes darted around as if he thought an army of Egyptians would burst from the alleyway. Safura stared at me a long moment, then motioned me to follow her. Her people looked at her in protest, but said nothing. These were a passive people. Passive in the non-violent sense. Being among mortals taught me that there are many forms of aggression. The Hebrews were a very aggressive people. While they lacked in violence, they found other ways to compensate for that. I often wonder what happened to these people. I don't want to stray too far from the tale, but the people who call themselves Jews today are not the same chosen people of God that I knew and saw. The ones of modern times are frauds, a weak imitation of the ebony-skinned Hebrews of old. I followed the beautiful Safura through the rundown and dirty ghetto they were forced to live in. We wound our way through a maze of slums. These people with the fire of heaven in their eyes lived in dirt and shit. They reminded me of Ayub, but not as patient and thankful for their misfortune. The Hebrews were angry and arrogant. They had an air of being better than everyone, even though they knew they existed at the very bottom of society. They were slaves. They acted like they knew a powerful secret that no one else was privy to. I found myself not liking these Hebrews for some reason. I could not see why God would love them and choose them. Of all the different people I have run into, why these people? As we walked, Safura fell back and stared at me. "What are you?" she asked. I met her gaze and saw the fire burned in her a bit brighter than the others. She was meant for something greater than the others. She was strong and fierce. "I am a Jinn," I replied. Safura's pretty dirty face looked confused. She had never heard of a Jinn before. I was struggling to find a word to explain it to her. "Are you a Malak?" she asked. Now she had me at a loss. I have never spoken to a Hebrew before, so I did not know their language. She smiled at the confusion on my face. "An angel, or powerful spirit," Safura explained. Her accent was thick. It was strange that I never noticed it before. Maybe now that I knew she spoke a different language, I noticed it. I pondered on her words. I was not an angel. The only angel I ever interacted with was Malaik. I did not like him very much. A spirit was closer to what I was. I nodded. This seemed to please her. A beaming smile pierced the dirt, shit, and blood that caked her face. "Malach," Safura said to the others. She pointed at me. The others nodded they were not afraid. This seemed to make sense to them, or maybe it was the only way they could explain me. We finally stopped at an old hut that barely seemed to stand. It had no door, just a tattered and stained sheet. There was a fire that burned within. I can see its glow through the sheet. When the wind blew, the sheet would move and I could see an old, stooped, ebony-skinned man sitting by the fire. He warmed his old dirty hands. He was just as filthy as all the others. Safura stood by the dirty sheet. "Zaken?" she shouted. I was not sure if that was the old man's name or his title, but he looked at the sheet and waved. Safura looked at me, the fire dancing dangerously in her dark eyes. "This is our sacred elder. Give him the proper respect." Her voice was low and threatening. I could not help but laugh. Their elder was no more than a newborn to me. Safura glared at me angrily. She thought I was laughing out of disrespect.
"Who have you brought to me, Safura?"
the old man asked. Safura moved the old, stained sheet aside so I could walk in. I was vastly taller than all of these people. I ducked and quickly sat in the squalor that was the floor. The fire was stronger in the old man's eyes than any of the other Hebrews. The old man studied me for a moment and smiled.
"Malach,"
the elder said excitedly. Seeing the old man smile had an effect on Safura and the others. I wondered exactly who this man was to them, or if they truly just revered their elders.
"Now I understand why he laughed, for he is my elder countless times over,"
the elder said. I liked this elder. His personality was infectious. I found myself smiling with him. The happiness in his old eyes was genuine. He was a slave and lived in something worse than a pig pen, and yet he was the happiest man I have met in Egypt this far. Safura whispered something in his ear. The old man looked at me and nodded.
"Your good intentions have brought some pain to us, Malach,"
the old man said. I was confused by his words. What have I done to hurt them?
"Your intervention in Safura's abuse will bring the guard down here, and they will abuse many of us,"
the old man said. It was almost as if he read my thoughts. I sighed as I understood. They kept the peace, knowing that defiance would cause more pain. It was better for one of them to suffer for the group than for all of them to suffer because of one. So in essence, they were all martyrs for each other. They seemed eager to fall on the sword to save their group. As annoying and arrogant as they were, I admired this about them. They cared for their own, and nothing else. They could care less if the rest of the world was burning. As long as their own was safe, they would watch it burn. "I am sorry," I said. I truly was. I did not want to bring pain or trouble to anyone. It was just hard for me to sit by and watch another get abused. I found that I hated oppression. I found it cruel to degrade and harm those that were weaker than you just because you could. It was hard for me to sit by and allow it to happen, knowing I am stronger than any mortal on this earth. The old man stared at me a moment longer. The dim fire in his eyes burned into me. He waved his hand, dismissing it. They would endure it and move on. For they knew something the rest did not, it seemed.
"We won't be slaves in the people of shit much longer, Malach,"
the old man said. The faces of the others lit up as the old man started to talk about this foretold freedom of theirs. I was confused yet again. Freedom was the dream of every slave, but most would discover after being a slave their entire life they would not know what to do with the freedom they dreamt of.
"Our Saviour has come, Malach. He will lead us to the land promised to us,"
the old man said. Were they talking about a prophet? I knew there had to be one here, for the Jinn were flocking here. I could see them everywhere except among these people. The Jinn seemed to avoid them. I knew the old man had more to say, so I did not ask anything. I just stared into the fire and listened.
"Safura has met him. She is his wife. He was once a prince here, an orphaned Hebrew who was taken in by the Pharaoh's wife and raises his son. It is ironic how Yahweh works. The armies of Pharaoh slaughtered his family because they were Hebrew, just to raise a Hebrew that will be their destruction," the old man said.
I looked at Safura. She seemed bashful for the first time. She lowered her gaze and smiled. This explained why she burned a bit brighter than the others. She was chosen to be a wife of a prophet. "Who is this savior?" I asked. Before they could answer, a painful scream erupted not far from the old man's hut. Safura looked at me. "They have come for revenge," she said angrily. The rage in her eyes was powerful. It burned bright. I knew she wanted to fight, but that was not their way. I felt guilty, because this retribution was my doing. I stood and walked out of the hut. I saw a Hebrew man lying in the shit and mud with a sword through his gut. I was enraged. The Egyptian guards pointed at me. I ran towards them. I was going to rip their heads from the bodies. "Malach!" Safura shouted. She had such authority and power in her voice that I paused and turned to her. She shook her head. I understood. I could kill these guards, but more would come and kill more of the Hebrews. I sighed and hung my head. The Egyptian guards did not approach me. They were afraid. They knew what Malach meant. I walked over to the dying Hebrew and placed my hand on his gut. Blood poured out from between my fingers. I started to weep. This man was dying because of me. Allah, I have not spoken to you in 1,000 years. Please don't let this son of Adam suffer because of my foolishness. I prayed. I felt different suddenly. The fire that was once my essence returned to my hands. I felt the warmth of being a Jinn of smokeless fire again. My heart swelled. Though it was just my hands, it felt good to not feel the cold darkness of this world. The dying Hebrew gasped, and his wound closed. The fire of my hands seeping into him and healing him. The Hebrew that was dying looked at me through the bright fire.
Yahweh,
he said. I could not tell if he was asking if I was Yahweh or if he was calling out to his Lord. Either way, the look of pain on his face vanished and was replaced by one of pain. The Hebrew slept in my arms. The fire that once was my essence was gone, and I was back in the cold, dark world of mortals. I sobbed into my pale, fireless hands. To be loved by God is to suffer. Musa. The guards were stunned for a long moment, then levelled their spears at me. I raised my hands in surrender. I did not want any harm to come to these people, these chosen of God. They reluctantly approached me and roughly grabbed me. I looked back at Safura. She was cradling the head of the Hebrew man I healed. She smiled warmly at me. Safura loved her people and loved me for helping them. This Musa must be a great and powerful man to make a woman as strong and fierce as Safura bashful and blush. I was looking forward to finding this prophet. The guards led me through the slums of the Hebrews. These poor and downtrodden people held a strength in their eyes that amazed me. The Egyptians were rough with me, but not nearly as rough as they normally were. They were afraid. They hurried me through the streets. The everyday Egyptians looked at me and whispered, "Malach," or "He's a god." I found it strange that these people thought an all-powerful god would allow himself to be roughly escorted to see a mortal king. But I never could understand the mind of mortals. The Pharaoh wanted to see me. He had heard that a god had come to his city. He was anxious to meet me. The guards did not lead me to a cell. They brought me to a lush garden. Fruits of every kind seemed to grow here. Fresh water fell from a fountain carved in the image of one of their gods. A tall, well-built man sat in a cushioned chair lined with gold. His skin was light brown. His beard, long and black, was braiding and fell to his belly-button. It had several gold rings through it. It was well-oiled, and he seemed to not care about the grey that was threatening to take over it. His head was bald, and his eyes were lined with charcoal. He looked pretty. It seemed most men in the city liked to mix their masculine frame with a more feminine look. His dark eyes locked on mine, and instantly I knew he was the Pharaoh. His eyes held a power and authority that only a ruler could have. I studied the garden. It was beautiful. Oddly enough, several hundred years later, Malaik would be cursed here. The Pharaoh motioned for me to sit across from him. The chair was equally as cushioned. As I got closer, he saw the shit-stained and filthy clothes I wore. He made a look of distaste. "Are you the god of shit?" the Pharaoh asked. He had no fear of me. He waved his hand, and what seemed like an army of servants materialized from the shadows. They took my clothes from me, and I stood naked in front of them all. The pharaoh studied my body from head to toe. "Does that work?" the pharaoh asked. He pointed at my genitals. I honestly had no idea. I assumed they did not, for I had never had to urinate and felt no desire or lust. "I don't know," I responded. A guard approached me and rammed the butt of his spear in my gut. The spear heft thudded loudly, like it hit stone. I did not budge or feel a thing. The guard stunk of fear of me, but he feared the pharaoh more and went to strike me again, but the pharaoh held up his hand. The guard bowed and backed away. "When answering me, it's wise to address me as Lord," the pharaoh said. His voice was calm and full of curiosity. I shook my head. I would not address this mortal as Lord, for I had only one Lord, and he created all things. Even this pretender before me. "You are not my Lord," I responded. I heard the sound of many swords leaving their sheaths. The guards rapidly approached me. The pharaoh raised his hand. The guards sheathed their swords and went back into position. "You don't fear death?" the pharaoh asked. I frowned. "I am immortal. Nothing can kill me except the one who created me," I responded. The pharaoh waved his hand again, and naked women came from the shadows with bowls of steaming waters and rags. They washed me in front of the pharaoh. They scrubbed every part of my body. The pharaoh watched me intently. He pointed at my genitals. The women grabbed it and stroked it. Several of them put it in their mouths. Yet nothing. I had no reaction and felt nothing. The pharaoh waved his hand again, and the women stopped. They hung their head and hurried away like they had failed and were fearful of the consequences. The pharaoh looked intrigued. He motioned for a boy to attend to me. The boy grabbed my genitals and stroked it. Again, nothing happened. I remembered the cities of sin and desire. This perversion was rampant there. I was disgusted and would no longer be the amusement of this mortal. I smacked the boy hard across his cheek. He slid across the floor. Again the guards advanced, and again the pharaoh halted them. "Allow me to cover myself?" I asked. The pharaoh smiled and nodded. Several servants came out of the shadows and dressed me in a fine black robe. After I had dressed, the pharaoh motioned for me to sit. "Burn his rags," the pharaoh commanded. He looked at the filthy rags on the floor with disgust. A servant hurried to get them out of his sight. "What are you?" the pharaoh asked. Mortals always ask this question. They all seemed concerned with power and hierarchy. "I am a creation of Allah, once a Jinn of smokeless fire. Now I am this. I was created before Adam," I replied. The pharaoh listened intently. He seemed like a man that did not miss anything, like he repeated each word I spoke in his head over and over and went over every possible meaning that he could glean from it. "I have heard of this Allah, but never of Adam. The Nubians deep in the forest far away from here call their god by the same name." The pharaoh paused. "A Hebrew recently spoke that same name to me," the pharaoh finished. He left the conversation open, hoping I would explain who Adam was. I was amazed at how little mortals knew of their origins. They could count back their lineage for 1,000 years, but failed to understand how they were created. Adam is the father of all men. He, the very first man, was created by Allah from the darkest clay in the deepest parts of the earth. Then Allah gave Adam his breath, and thus life. I replied. This story seemed to resonate with the Pharaoh, as if it touched him in some way. He was about to reply, but was interrupted by an approaching man in an expensive blue silk robes. This man was not a guard, yet he commanded the respect of the guards and the Pharaoh. The man looked at me as he approached. The Pharaoh nodded at him. "My lord, that man has returned, and he's demanding we free his people," the man said. He bowed so deep, his chin nearly touched the floor. The Pharaoh frowned and stood. "Attend me!" The Pharaoh paused. "What is your name?" the Pharaoh asked. "I am Andrid," I replied. The Pharaoh smiled. "Attend me, Andrid, the Hebrew that has called out your God's name is back," the Pharaoh said. He did not look frustrated at all. He seemed just as intrigued by this Hebrew as he was by me. I stood and followed the Pharaoh out of the gardens and into the palace throne room. Everything here was laden in gold and precious stones. The throne room was huge. Warriors guarded this room in the hundreds. They were stationed everywhere. Priests and nobles waited below the throne. The throne itself looked like a huge golden sun with cushy purple silk cushions on it. Nobles and dignitaries from all over overcrowded the room. The Pharaoh stared at a huge ebony-skinned Hebrew who stood in the center. Everyone gave him a wide berth. He has an aura of power and authority about him. His eyes burned with a fire brighter than any I have yet seen. His hair was thick and black, like sheep's wool. It looked much like Adam's hair. His beard was the same. He was tall and muscular. He was a giant of a man. I knew at once this man was a prophet. He had to be Musa, the one the Hebrews spoke about. "Thank you for seeing me, brother," the man boomed. His voice was deep and commanding. The entire room hushed when he spoke. I was taken aback by him calling the Pharaoh brother. "You forsake my love and that title, Musa, when you chose the Hebrew slaves over me," the Pharaoh responded. I could tell the Pharaoh loved Musa. I could see it in his eyes and hear it in his voice. He missed his brother and his only true friend. Was the Pharaoh loved by Allah? Was that why Pharaoh also suffered? We all have a role to play in what plan God has for us. The view of good and evil almost seemed meaningless once you understand that everything was part of a plan that was forced upon us, that we all were pawns or actors in a game or scheme that we had no choice but to play.
"Always meddling, Andrid,"
I heard the voice of Iblis. My heart stopped and I could not hear what words Musa and the Pharaoh exchanged. I looked around for Iblis and could not see him.
"You still know nothing,"
Iblis said. I turned to the voice and saw him standing next to the Pharaoh, whispering to him. I knew only I and maybe Musa could see him. I knew Iblis would not attack me here. But to see him again shook me to my core. I turned back to see one of the Pharaoh's priests summoned a snake out of thin air. The snake was albino. It was huge and hissed at Musa. Musa shook his head. His eyes glowed with the fires of heaven. It was blinding. Could no one else see it?
"These tricks are of Iblis that whispers in your ear, brother. I ask, for your sake, let my people go,"
Musa boomed. Iblis stopped whispering and looked intently at Musa. He was as shocked as I was that Musa could see him.
"You know of me, mortal?"
Iblis demanded. No one heard Iblis but Musa and me.
"Indeed, you are the arrogant Jinn that refused to bow to that which was better than you, the foolish Jinn that did not know his place,"
Musa replied. The Pharaoh and those watching were trying to figure out who Musa was talking to. Musa was fearless. He did not fear Iblis, and Iblis knew he was powerless to harm Musa. Iblis growled and went back to whispering to the Pharaoh.
"If your Yahweh is greater than Ra, have him kill this serpent,"
Pharaoh demanded. Musa sighed. I could see his huge chest expand.
"Brother, if you do not let my people go, Yahweh will curse you and this entire city until you do. Please, brother, just let them go,"
Musa boomed.
"See, his God has no power. He's afraid of that snake,"
Iblis whispered to the Pharaoh. Iblis waved his hand at the snake, and it got bigger. Its fangs dripped with poison. It was as big as a man now. It seemed like it was preparing to devour Musa. Musa sighed deeply and placed his staff on the floor. The staff was old and black. It slithered on the floor and turned into a huge black snake bigger than the albino one of Iblis. The black snake lunged with a speed that only an immortal could fathom and bit the albino serpent. Like a balloon deflating, the albino snake shrank and was consumed by the black one. Iblis howled in rage. The people in the room were deathly silent. They were afraid. The black snake shrunk and became the old withered black staff of Musa's once again. The priest hissed at Musa in fear.
"There is no God but God, brother, and God wants you to free his people,"
Musa said as he slowly knelt to pick up the staff. He locked eyes with me. The fire in them was so bright it burned me. I visibly flinched and fell back. A bright smile showing rows of beautiful white teeth cracked his ebony bearded face.
"I know of you, Andrid,"
he said, then turned back to his brother. The Pharaoh stood and glared at his adopted brother.
"How did you do that? When did you become a magician, Musa?"
Pharaoh stammered. Musa shook his huge head. There was pity in his eyes for the brother he loved. I could see that Musa was pained by this, that he did not want to cause trouble for his brother. As always, the words of Nuh and the other prophets rang true. To be loved by God is to suffer. Truly, none suffers worse than the prophets.
"You still don't understand, brother. I have no power. It is not I who does these things. It is the will of Allah, Yahweh, or whatever name men call him by. I am but his slave, and I do as he commands,"
Musa said, Musa seemed tired and exhausted. He leaned heavily on the staff. Being the conduit for all of that power must be taxing on him.
You see, he lies. If it was not him who did this, he would not be so weak and worn from the magic,
Iblis whispered in the Pharaoh's ear. Musa glared at Iblis, and for the first time, I saw Iblis flinch. Iblis was just as afraid of the fire in Musa's dark eyes as I was. It blinded him as much as it blinded me. The people in the throne room were silent. Many had left or stood as far away from Musa as they could.
Beloved brother, I am commanded to tell you that every day a new plague will visit you, each one worse than the next. These plagues will touch your entire kingdom, save for the Hebrews. The curse of Yahweh is upon you,
Musa boomed. He turned his back to his brother and left the throne room. For several minutes after he left, his presence was still felt. No one dared to talk. Then, like a wave that was held back from crashing upon the shore, all broke their silence at once. The people and nobles were scared. They saw his staff turn into a snake and destroy the snake of Ra. They heard the plagues will come. They felt the power of Musa's words and presence. The Pharaoh stood and motioned for all to be silent. They obeyed. It seemed they feared the wrath of the Pharaoh than they did the warnings of Musa. Or maybe the wrath of Pharaoh was imminent and tangible. They had not decided on how to take Musa. Either way, the room fell silent.
My advice to you, great lord, is to free the Hebrews and be done with Prince Musa and this whole ordeal.
One of the nobles dared to speak. Many chimed in their agreement. The Pharaoh sat back down on his golden throne and sighed. He was silent a long moment. His brow furrowed as he thought. He looked at his priests and waved to them. His priests smiled eagerly. They walked in the middle of the people and waved their hands. The torches went out and balls of fire hovered above their palms. I could see Iblis smiling as he followed Pharaoh from the room. The people oohed and ahed at the power displayed before them.
This is the power of Ra,
they shouted. Their task was to ease the fears of the people and reaffirm their faith in their God. I took this opportunity to leave. I wanted to find this Musa. I wanted to talk to him. I just wanted to be near him. I wondered how he knew of me. I ran back to the slums and found Safura. She smiled when she saw me. "Where is he? Did he come here?" I asked. Even though I did not say who, Safura knew who I was speaking about. She said nothing and motioned to a mountain off in the distance. "He awaits you there," she said. She turned and hurried off. She and her people seemed to be packing and preparing to leave. Had Pharaoh freed them? Or were they that confident in Musa? I turned to that mountain and ran as fast as I could to it. The plagues. I don't remember ever running this hard or wanting to talk to someone so bad. It was not that I really wanted to talk to him, I just wanted to be near him. He was like no other prophet that I had ever seen. He was powerful. It seemed he could crush the mountain I ran to with just his presence. He was a light that shined brighter than any other I had encountered. In a matter of moments, Egypt was behind me, and I stood at the base of the mountain. I looked around, and I could not see him. I started to panic. Was I too late? I thought. But then I caught the sight of smoke nearby. I ran to it. There, by a small fire, sat the great ebony Hebrew Musa. He had erected a small shelter. It was essentially some worn and torn blanket draped over some rocks to protect him from the elements. He was cooking his evening meal. He looked tired. He did not seem nearly as powerful as he had earlier. He looked at me, his dark eyes still smouldering with fire. He smiled. As big and imposing as he was, his smile was warm and disarming. "Andrid," Musa said. His voice boomed, but not with the same authority. He was exhausted. He stood and embraced me. His embracing was like a waterfall in the fact that it was both beautiful and crushing. He kissed me on my cheek. "Welcome, Andrid. Please, share my fire," Musa said. I could not help but smile at him. He smelled horrible, but he was full of love and warmth. He seemed a gentle giant that would weep if he accidentally stepped on an insect, but would destroy the world at his lord's command. I sat and felt the warmth of his fire touch my pale flesh. We did not talk for long hours. We just sat there and enjoyed the peace and presence of each other. Then, out of nowhere, Musa's huge shoulders heaved as he sighed. "Tomorrow, Andrid, the plagues will start. Many people will die and be hurt. But the will of Allah must be done," Musa said. I was always amazed at how all the prophets were among the poorest of people. Even Ayub, who was wealthy beyond most kings, found a closeness to God and a sense of peace when he was stripped of his wealth and suffered. Most were dirty and dishevelled men, but great men that could have been kings of great nations, but instead they were homeless slaves of God. Musa was no different. It would not take much for him to overthrow his brother and become Pharaoh. He could live the rest of his days a loved prince of Egypt, live a life of luxury and ease. Yet here he was, seeking shelter under some dirty torn rags, and smelled of dirt and shit. "What are these plagues?" I asked. Musa sighed again. I truly don't know. Allah will tell me when it is time what to do, and I will do it. I do know each one will be worse than the next. They will affect the entirety of Egypt," Musa replied. He was scared. I was baffled by this. He would be the tool in which the plagues would come to beautiful Egypt. But he, the Prophet Musa, was scared. "Why are you frightened?" I asked. Musa locked eyes with me. The fire of heaven that burned in them, holding and burning me. "Only a fool would not fear the wrath of Allah," Musa replied. He blinked and released me from his hold. I shuddered. "There will be a day, Andrid, when all the world will be flat, and God will raise every soul and call them to account. There will only be one man, one prophet of God whose place in heaven is certain. That man is not me. Even I, a chosen slave of Allah, am not certain that I am worthy of paradise," Musa said. I was confused by this. How could he not be worthy? Was Nu, Ishmael, Lut, the humble Ayub? Has this man already lived? I asked Musa. Musa smiled at me, the look of fear and exhaustion fading for a moment. I had noticed that Musa stuttered often when he talked, that it was hard for him to speak properly. He would get frustrated at times. But when he was fulfilling his task from God, his stutter would vanish. He has not. I was given a vision of him. Maybe one day, Andrid, you will meet him. He is a brown-skinned Arab. His face shines like the sun. Trees bend to shade him. His heart is stronger than even mine, and more pure. He will be an orphan that cannot read or write. Yet he was chosen to be the best of us all, and the last mercy for men, Musa said. He stuttered slightly as he spoke, but I could see the love in his face for this yet unborn prophet, this illiterate orphan from Arabia, this man whose place is assured in the gardens of heaven. I did want to meet this man, for I was curious. He seemed beautiful. I could imagine a brown man from Arabia with a face as bright as the sun. I could see him sitting as palm trees bent to shade him. I wondered what his powers would be. I was curious why Allah chose the men that he did. Nu was a drunk, Lut a man of desire, Ayub a man of wealth. It was not until after Musa passed that I discovered that he was a murderer with a temper. Allah seemed to always choose men with glaring faults. Was that to show that nothing is beyond his mercy, that any and all are loved by him? Did God really choose these men, or were they predestined? I had so many questions, as if Musa read my very thoughts. I cannot answer your questions, Andrid. Some things were never meant for us to know, and others are just simply beyond me. I have one task in this life, and my knowledge is thankfully limited to that, Musa said. I sighed disappointedly. Maybe this man from Arabia would know the answers. He would be the last prophet. I wondered how long mankind would last without one. Every time a prophet came, he reset a world that was tipping into chaos. He was like a father picking up a child who was crawling into something that could hurt him. I feared without that direction, mankind would soon fail. I wanted to ask Musa more questions, but I turned to him and found him fast asleep. He snored so loudly I was afraid it would attract people. I must have been deeply lost in my thoughts to have not noticed it before. I was nervous about what tomorrow would bring. Sleep did not come to me. I sat by Musa's fire and tended it so he would not get cold. I knew he was exhausted. All the prophets I have met have always been exhausted. It was a heavy, painful burden to be loved so by God. If these next few days were going to be eventful, then he needed his rest. I was so lost in my thoughts and staring at the fire that I did not see the sun start to rise or notice the passing of the night. I watched as Musa rose and smiled at me. He took water from his water skin and washed his face and hands, then faced the rising sun and prostrated. He placed his forehead on the cool sand and prayed. He prayed for what seemed like hours. Then, as suddenly as he had woken, he stood and grabbed his staff.
"It is time for the first plague, Andrid," Musa said.
I nodded at him and had to jog to keep up with his long strides. He was as tall as I was, but much stockier. I was 7 feet tall. I towered above all other humans I have met. I have always had to look down on them. But with Musa, we were eye to eye. It was strange to be equal in height to a mortal. I followed him silently for many miles. We stopped when we reached the Nile River. It was beautiful to look upon. It was a great divider between the wealthy and the poor. On one side of the Nile was the Egyptian royalty, rich merchants and nobles. The other side was the slums and ghettos, where the slaves and poor lived. We were on the side of the poor. Musa breathed hard and stood in the shallow waters and watched downriver. I was going to ask what he was waiting for, but it was not long until a royal procession was seen coming down the river. The pharaoh enjoyed taking his boat out in the morning. He would sit in luxury and would be fed grapes as he passed by the poor and hungry who have not eaten in days. It was a cruel gesture of his authority and power. I could see the eyes of the hungry stare at the food he ate. Musa waded deeper into the river. He was up to his waist now. It was clear the pharaoh had seen him. The royal guard had their bows trained on Musa.
"Taking a swim, brother?"
the pharaoh asked mockingly. Musa smiled. The jest and jabs at him did not bother him one bit.
"I come to ask you if you will let my people go."
Musa's voice boomed. There was no hint of his stutter. I could see the pharaoh sigh in frustration. He sipped water from a golden cup.
"No, Musa, I will not. I need a new palace built, and who better to do it than the filthy black Hebrews?"
Pharaoh said. Musa sighed deeply. He was not angry. He was disappointed. I could see it in his eyes.
"Then I must set the first plague upon you. Every day I will ask you to let my people go, and every day you refuse, a worse plague will befall Egypt,"
Musa said sadly. The pharaoh laughed. Musa raised his staff and slammed it hard into the water. A red ball started to form in the water where his staff struck it. Musa waded to the shore and watched as that red ball engulfed the entirety of the Nile River. I was curious as to what the water had turned to. I dipped my fingers in it and put it to my tongue. Immediately I gagged. It was blood. The entire Nile River had turned to blood.
"What foul trick is this, Musa?"
the pharaoh demanded. He took a drink from his golden cup and spit out blood.
"Blood? You have turned the river to blood?"
the pharaoh demanded. All could hear the rising fear in his voice.
"There will be no water in all of Egypt until you let my people go. You have spilled their blood without cause, and now you and all the people of Egypt shall drink it."
Musa boomed. His voice could be heard throughout the entire city. Screams of horror could be heard everywhere as their water was now blood.
"You start to anger me, brother,"
Pharaoh said. He motioned for his guards. They knocked their bows and shot at Musa. I was going to retreat, but saw that Musa was not. So I stood behind him. The arrows all fell at his feet.
"This is the blood of my people, the blood of the Hebrews. You have spilled so much of it that it would fill all the waters of this world," Musa said.
Musa glared at the Pharaoh one last time and left. I could hear the Pharaoh cursing at Musa as we walked briskly away. We returned to a small, modest camp. Musa looked exhausted. We had just woken up not long ago, and he looked like he had been working in the mines all day.
"Are all the waters in Egypt blood?"
I asked. Musa sat with his huge ebony back against a rock. He stared down at his hands for a long moment.
"Yes,"
he replied. I wondered what people would drink. Many would get sick and die from just this first plague. If this was the lightest of the plagues, I dreaded what was to come next.
"What of the innocent people?"
I asked. Musa sighed.
"From him we come, and to him we shall return. I do not question Andrid. I do as Allah bids me,"
Musa replied. He closed his eyes, and I could hear his loud snoring. He was fast asleep. I thought hard upon Musa's words as I stood and walked to the city. Maybe my questioning was why I am here, is why I am in the darkness of this world, instead of in the light of paradise. Musa and the other prophets followed and obeyed. It did not matter what they thought about it or felt, they just did as Allah bid them. They have never seen or smelt paradise, yet they strive for it so hard, where we jinns had taken it for granted. I entered the outskirts of the city and saw the people in panic. Most would not get sick this day, but several days without water, they would begin to die. The people were confused and shocked. Others blamed the Hebrews. They beat them and burned down their slums and hovels. The Hebrews just took it with a grim smile on their face. They had water. Every cup they touched was water, but as soon as anyone other touched the cup, it was back to blood. Their day of revenge and reckoning had come. They knew it would get worse for their oppressors. The Pharaoh sent his guard to protect the Hebrews from further abuse. He did not do it because he cared. He knew Musa cared for them, and his city was being cursed because of them. He wanted to keep them safe as a bargaining chip. Blood filled the streets, and people screamed and wailed. They called upon Ra and their other gods to save them, but nothing could. I wandered the city all day and watched the people suffer. When I could take no more, I made my way back to where Musa slept. I could hear him snoring from a mile off. I tended the dying fire and sat staring at it. I did not notice the blood on my hands and robes. I looked down at the old dirty sandals I wore, and they were covered in blood. Was it truly the blood of his people, the blood of these ebony-skinned Hebrews? Musa woke as he did the day earlier and prayed. He walked into the city that seemed covered in blood. People stared at him in awe. They hushed as he walked by. They followed him as he made his way to the palace. The guards barred his entrance. Musa did not mind. He stood facing the palace. He knew Pharaoh was watching him.
"Let my people go, Pharaoh, or more plagues will come,"
Musa's voice boomed. It could be heard all over the city. The people of the city stood in silence, waiting for whatever was going to happen next.
No!
A defiant, angry shout came from within the palace. Musa sighed deeply. He raised his staff in the air, and it shone brightly.
The next curse of Allah is upon you, Musa said.
He turned and walked through the crowd and back to his camp. As we walked, we heard screams of horror and disgust. Millions upon millions of huge green frogs fell upon the city. I could hear them croak loudly as we left. This is how it went every day. Egypt suffered a new plague. Every day Musa would ask Pharaoh to let his people go. Pharaoh would refuse. I'm not sure if it was out of stubbornness or hate. The Pharaoh would not budge. The Pharaoh was powerless against Musa and the plagues. His great and mighty army useless. The people suffered lice, they itched and scratched all over. Locusts came and harassed them and destroyed their crops. Their livestock dies and pestilence plagued them. It hailed non-stop. All of these plagues were on top of the other plagues. Many of the people of Egypt had died. Yet still the Pharaoh refused. 8 days into the plagues, I walked back into the ravaged and miserable city. Flies in countless numbers harassed the people along with the frogs and locusts. Everyone was in pain, for boils had come upon their flesh. The suffering was almost too much for me to bear. Musa stood in front of the palace once more. The people were too weak to follow. The guards barely stood. The Pharaoh looked tired and haggard. Boils blistered on his face.
Look what you have done to this once beautiful city, Musa. To the people that loved you as their prince. Look at them,
the Pharaoh shouted weakly. Musa looked haggard and tired. I could tell it pained him to see this city and its people like this. We could hear the prayers and chants of the Hebrews who were untouched by all of this. Many of them cursed and spit on the suffering people that had oppressed and beat them their entire lives. Musa shook his head in disappointment at this, but said nothing.
It is you, brother, in your pride and arrogance that causes this. Simply let my people go, and all this will go away. If not, the plagues that follow will make the others seem pale.
Musa boomed. He paused for a moment. His sad, tired face searched the eyes of the man he still loved as a brother.
Will you let my people go?
Musa asked. The Pharaoh did not answer. He simply shook his head.
You can't keep this up forever. Eventually these plagues and you will go away,
the Pharaoh replied weakly. Musa lifted his staff in the air, and the sun seemed to disappear. The entire city was plunged into a thick, unnatural darkness. Torches could not pierce it. It was as if all in the city has gone blind. I could hear the people scream in terror as they could no longer see. I could hear the foul curses of the Pharaoh as he berated Musa. Musa seemed to not hear of any of this. He walked over to the Hebrews and smiled sadly down at his betrothed Safura.
Slaughter several lambs and use its blood to draw a thick line on the top of your doors. Afterwards, stay in your home and don't leave until I call you, Musa said.
I could see the fear in the Hebrews' eyes as Musa told them this. They knew something dreadful was coming. They knew the final plague would be here. Musa turned to the beleaguered city and shouted the same instructions to all that would hear. I followed him back to his camp. He sat and stared at the fire. He looked even more exhausted than usual. His heart was just as exhausted as his body.
This next plague, Andrid, is truly dreadful. One that I love will be a victim of it,
Musa said. He placed his dirty face in his dirty, huge hands and wept. He wept with all of his heart and soul. His huge shoulder heaved and shuddered. It hurt me deeply to see this great man sob like this. To see him in such pain. What God asked of him hurt and scared him deeply, yet he did not question. He just obeyed. Musa wept until he fell asleep. He needed to weep as he did. It was soul-cleansing for mortals to weep so. The soul could only take so much. It could only be filled with so much filth from this earth before it had to clean itself. Musa woke with the rising of the sun. It seemed only we and the Hebrews could see it. Everyone else was lost in thick darkness. I heard the screams and cries all through the night of the suffering people of Egypt. I wanted to cleanse myself as Musa did. I wanted to place my face in my hands and weep as he did. But for some reason I could not. Maybe my cup of pain was not yet filled. We made our way back into the city and stood in front of the palace. The people and Pharaoh could see Musa. He was a bright, shining light that pushed back the darkness. All flocked to him for warmth and to share his light.
"Brother!"
Musa boomed. I could see the Pharaoh stumbling in his garden. He looked ashen. His brown skin was pocked with boils and blood. The frogs and other plagues surrounded him. His lips were parched, for he had not drunk since this had begun.
"Have you come to kill me, brother?"
the Pharaoh responded. Musa sighed deeply.
"No, beloved brother. I come to beg you, please, let my people go."
The pain in Musa's booming voice was heard by all. The Pharaoh laughed.
"You beg me, brother. Your power and plagues are finally coming to an end," the Pharaoh mocked. "I will not let the cursed Hebrews go," the Pharaoh croaked. "Brother, I beg you to reconsider. This final plague is truly horrible,"
Musa begged. The Pharaoh laughed at Musa's pain.
"I have endured all that the cursed Yahweh has sent. I can endure this last one. After it, brother, when Yahweh has abandoned you for failing him, I will kill you. I'll mount your head in front of my palace. I hate you, Musa," the Pharaoh spat.
His word visibly stung Musa. It was like a knife cutting into his huge heart. Slowly, Musa nodded. There was no turning back now. Musa raised his staff, and the darkness and all the other plagues vanished. The boils left the people alone with the frogs and blood. The people sighed in relief and shouted thanks to Ra.
"Allah demands the firstborn sons of the people of Egypt," Musa said.
He hung his head and slowly walked out of the city. His words stung the people. Others wailed in horror. They grabbed their sons and ran from the city. They did not care for their belongings, they just ran. But sadly, there is no place they could run or hide from the wrath of God. I could not find the words to speak what was on my heart. Even if I could, I would not do so to Musa. This burden was crushing him. By the time we got back to the camp, he was crawling on the floor. He lay on his back and screamed loudly. His scream was dark and full of pain. I sat next to Musa and placed my face in my huge pale hands and screamed with him. Freedom. I followed Musa into the city. The sounds of sobbing and wailing parents could be heard all over. They all brought their dead firstborn sons to the gates of the Pharaoh's palace and sobbed. They begged the Pharaoh to help them and raise their sons from the dead. How truly lost they were. Pharaoh sat in his garden, holding his firstborn son. He was cradling his head like he was a baby, despite his son being almost full grown. The Pharaoh sobbed. He glared at Musa, defeated, as Musa approached the gates.
"I never thought you would kill your own nephew," the Pharaoh gasped, in between sobs. "He loved you, Musa. He used to fall asleep on your chest as you told him stories." "How could you do this?" the Pharaoh shouted angrily. Musa flinched at each word. It was like an arrow piercing him over and over again. He just stood and took it. He wanted to weep and cry out, but he got all of that out of him last night. Musa stared at his dead nephew a moment. "I have come to take my people and go," Musa said. The Pharaoh kissed his son's head and waved his consent to Musa, defeated. The Pharaoh had no more strength to defy him or his God anymore. I could tell Musa wanted to comfort his brother, that he wanted to apologize, but he kept his mouth shut. He turned and walked to the slums. We passed the people of Egypt who were sobbing and wrapping their firstborn sons in sheets to be buried. It was a horrid sight. This once bright and amazing city seemed dark and like a tomb. The Hebrews were ready. They had a grim look of victory on their faces. They hugged their firstborn sons tightly to them. They did not have much. Whatever they had, they carried on their backs or in their arms. There were nearly 1,000 of them. When they saw Musa, they did not cheer or applaud. They just nodded and smiled. Even though this was the day of their freedom, it was marked with tragedy and loss. Despite their defiant looks, they felt for their oppressors on a human level. It was hard for them to do even that, for they knew the sons they had lost would have grown to oppress their sons. It was hard for them to show any sympathy. I could see the struggle in their eyes as they followed Musa and passed by the thousands of mourning Egyptians. We marched for days behind Musa. No one knew where we were going. We just knew to follow the prophet. The Hebrews sang songs praising God as they walked. They danced around campfires. They washed the dirt and shit from their bodies and clothes. For the first time, I saw how beautiful these ebony-skinned people truly were.
Their dark flesh shone in the desert moonlight. They would hold their children and sing to them. They baked bread and passed it out among them. They loved each other and cared for the well-being of their fellow Hebrew in the way that I will never see again in a people. After a week of walking through the desert, we came to the Red Sea. It was called that because of the reddish look of the water. It looked like a sea of blood. Over the years, that deep red would fade, but the name would stay. We made camp at the shore, and the Hebrews sang and danced again, enjoying their freedom. I watched them smiling. It was nice to see people happy after all of the pain of the past weeks. My thoughts were interrupted by a stocky, well-built Hebrew man running up to Musa. "Prophet," the man said, exhausted. Musa looked at him and waited patiently for the man to catch his breath. "The Pharaoh comes with his army," the Hebrew said. I sighed. There would be more Hebrew blood. We could not defend against the Pharaoh's army. I resigned myself to fight for them. I could not die, nor truly be injured by any mortal. "Break camp and gather the people at the shore," Musa told the Hebrew. He nodded and ran off shouting to his brethren. I did not speak or ask the question that was burning on my tongue. I just watched to see what Musa would do. He fell to his knees and leaned forward and placed his forehead on the sand. He prayed. I could feel the fire of heaven surround him. Something great was going to happen. Something that I will always remember. The Hebrews were worried. They spoke in hushed, scared voices. But they watched Musa and waited. After what seemed like an hour, Musa stood and grabbed his staff. He walked to the edge where the ocean waters kissed the shore. He raised his black staff high in the air. The ground began to shake and tremble. A deep, dark crack formed at Musa's feet. It was no different than a rock hitting glass, and cracks starting from the impact point spread across the glass. The crack spread across the ocean surface. As it did, the ocean was pushed back on each side by what seemed like invisible hands. But I knew better, for I could see the angels in numbers that I could not begin to fathom, holding the ocean back on each side. In a matter of moments, we could see muddy earth where the ocean once was. The ground was littered with sharp rocks and other formations I had no name for. The Hebrews stood in awe of this. To think I was once chained to the bottom of an ocean. It was not this ocean, for this was not nearly as deep and fathomless. "Make your way across and be careful," Musa boomed. He led the way and gingerly walked around the sharp rocks and formations on the ocean floor. I followed behind him. My feet were being stabbed by the rocks, but I did not care. I watched the angels hold the ocean walls at bay. The walls of water were thousands of feet high on either end. The angels did not smile or wave at me. They did not look kindly at me. They just stared. Many of the Hebrews were bleeding and hurt as we walked on. It would take us days to cross this vast ocean. We would stop and make camp, but none could sleep. Who could sleep between two massive walls of ocean? As each hour dragged on, Musa looked more exhausted than the next. He was the only one that found rest. I don't think he had a choice in the matter. By the end of the third day of walking the ocean floor, Pharaoh's army could be heard entering the pass made for the Hebrews. Their horses and chariots failed and broke on the sharp rocks. They had to abandon them at the shore and walk. I wondered what went through their minds when they saw the very ocean parted for the Hebrews. What fear and awe they must have felt. I had to admire the courage of his soldiers and the authority he had over them to make them follow the Hebrews through the parted seas. They, being soldiers, they marched at a much faster pace than the Hebrew people. The Hebrews looked at Musa worried. Musa pointed in the distance at the shore on the other end. A cheer went up among the Hebrews. They did not want to camp that night. They pushed on through the night. The strength and courage of the Hebrews yet again amazed me. At midday the next day, Musa stepped on the shore. He walked up to a hill and overlooked his people climbing out of the parted seas. It looked like a ramp had been hastily made to allow the Hebrews to walk uphill from the depths of the sea. They struggled to walk up to it, but they did. Pharaoh's army had closed the distance greatly. They could be seen maybe an hour behind them. The last Hebrew climbed out of the ocean depths and onto the shore. They lay on the cool sand, exhausted and relieved. Musa stared at the approaching army of the Pharaoh. He watched them as they approached, led by his angry and grieving brother. When they came to the foot of the ramp, Musa shouted down at them, "Turn back, brother, and live!" Musa boomed. The soldiers of the Pharaoh's army looked nervously at the walls of water, whose waves seemed to crash angrily at the angels that held them up. Many abandoned their positions in formation and ran as fast as they could back the way they came. Sadly, they would never make it back in time. "You and your cursed god took my reason to live," the Pharaoh spat. There was a madness in his voice and eyes that was brought by pain and loss. Musa wept openly. The tears that fell from his ebony eyes sparkled like pearls as they fell down his bearded face. "I am sorry for what you have suffered. No, there is forgiveness even now, if you but ask for it," Musa said. His voice was pleading with his brother. There was no saving his brother's life at this point. But maybe he could save his soul. "Fuck you, Musa, and your god," the Pharaoh cursed. The Pharaoh looked at his men. "Up the hill and kill them all!" the Pharaoh ordered. His soldiers roared in response and started to run up the hill. They stopped suddenly as the ground started to shake violently. The water started crashing together behind them. I watched as the angels left their post, holding the ocean apart and ascending back to paradise. Pharaoh knew he was going to die. I think he knew the moment he followed Musa and the Hebrews. He locked eyes with Musa. He did not try to run and escape the water. His men screamed in horror and tried to scramble up the hill, but the trembling ground kept them from being able to stand for very long. "Brother," the Pharaoh whispered, as the ocean waters crushed him. The Pharaoh did not feel any pain. The force of the ocean crushed him and killed him instantly. I stared at his crumbled and broken form through the ocean depths. He lay in the darkness, his heart broken way before his body ever was. He was not alone. There was a bright light standing next to him. It was an angel. It had to be Gabriel. No other angel shone so brightly. I looked closer. Gabriel was shoving dirt in the dead Pharaoh's mouth. It took me many years to understand this, to understand why the beloved Gabriel would bother to shove dirt in a dead mortal's mouth. But after years of thinking about it, I finally understood that Gabriel feared that God, in his great love and mercy for those who he gave his breath, he would forgive the Pharaoh. He put dirt in his mouth because he feared Pharaoh would ask for forgiveness with his dying breath. But beautiful Gabriel did not understand that dead mortals cannot speak. Gabriel was the nearest angel to God and knew God would forgive even someone as undeserving of mercy as Pharaoh. Musa still stood on the hill. He stared at where his brother once was. "Brother," Musa said. Foolishness of mortals. The Hebrews did not stray far from the shore. They cut down trees and made small homes just below the hill that Musa stood and stared at his brother as the ocean crushed him. I noticed Musa was very distant and forlorn. He did not interact with the Hebrews very much. He ate very little. He spent most of his time on the hill in prayer. His heart hurt, and he was fighting a battle internally. All of the events of the past month started to weigh on him. The suffering and deaths of so many was a burden on his shoulders that he did not want to bear. I did not want to bother Musa, so I gave him his space. But I watched him closely. He wept throughout the night. He wept for his brother, the Pharaoh. I knew he would never be able to forget staring into his brother's eyes as the ocean crushed him. He wept for his nephew. I wondered if the image of his brother holding his nephew's body in his arms while he wept plagued Musa. Musa married the beautiful Safura, and she tended to him. She was patient and caring. She knew her husband carried the weight of his people on his shoulders, that he had directly communicated with God. I wish I would have been there to see that tree catch fire and hear the beloved voice of Allah. I envied the prophets sometimes, and other times I did not. I envied their connection with God, but I did not envy their suffering. I wondered if talking with God balanced out the suffering for them. As the days passed, the Hebrews made this new world of theirs a paradise. Marriages happened and children were born. They planted crops and life was going well for them. But Musa needed time to think. He had done all he could for them. He felt a calling, a tug at his soul to ascend to the top of a nearby mountain and pray. He announced to the people that he would be gone for several days. He needed to pray and be closer to God. He needed guidance on what to do next. The Hebrews wept at the thought of Musa leaving them. Even though he reassured them that he would return, they still wept. They walked with him to the edge of the city. Many stopped to kiss his hands or his feet. They loved Musa. I could tell Musa loved them and felt responsible for them. At the edge of their small makeshift city, Musa kissed his wife Safura on her beautiful ebony forehead. She wept the hardest. She hugged him tightly. "Please return safely, husband," Safura said gently. She kissed his hands tenderly and watched as he left. I did not follow Musa. I knew he wanted to be alone. He had some things to work out. Some demons his heart was battling his soul with. He needed a moment of peace and rest. He deserved it. I sat on Musa's hill and watched the Hebrews. "I'll protect your people, great prophet, until you return," I vowed. The days slowly passed. There had been no word or sign of Musa. The city seemed to adjust and continue on. I started to notice jinns among the people. They whispered to them. Sometimes at night I swore I heard the dark laughter of Iblis. I longed for Musa to return. The jinn wanted no parts of Musa. They fled from him. They feared him. No one missed Musa more than Safura. Every day she would bake fresh bread and wait by the road for hours with a cup of clean water for her husband. Every day she would weep and return home disappointed. My heart ached for her, for her burden was also a big one. She was the wife of a prophet. Though she would never bear his burden, just being so close to him she could be crushed by it. It did not take long for something to happen. The jinns had flocked here once word that Musa had left his people got around them. I noticed a big bonfire in the center of their small city. All were bringing their gold to be melted. I noticed Iblis in the center of the people. He was guiding the hands of a Hebrew that was known to be a blacksmith. He guided his hand for hours on end, and slowly a huge golden bull was formed from all the jewelry the Hebrews brought with them from Egypt. I did not know what this bull was. But if Iblis was here, it certainly was something that did not bode well for the Hebrews. I did not want to challenge Iblis. I knew he was far stronger than I. But I had vowed to protect Musa's people until he returned. I stood on the hill and looked hard at Iblis. He turned to me and smiled. Before I could blink, he had covered the distance of nearly a mile and was standing in front of me.
Andrid, how did I know that I would find you here, grovelling to be in the presence of the prophets?
Iblis mocked. I did not want to exchange words or waste time. I struck him as hard as I could. I hit him square in his chest. He flew back several feet and landed hard against a tree. All the other jinns stopped whispering and stared at me. Iblis crumbled to the floor. I thought I had won. I thought I had defeated the great and once beautiful Iblis, until I heard his dark laughter.
You have grown stronger, Andrid,
Iblis mocked as he stood. Before I could react, Iblis was on me. His hands were like claws. He ripped me to shreds. I howled in pain. Every wound Iblis would make on me would quickly heal. As much damage as he would do to me, it was for nothing. Iblis roared in frustration. He could not harm me, nor could I harm him. Eventually, this fact set into Iblis's dark mind. He stopped attacking me and stood before me.
Stay out of my way, Andrid. I may not be able to harm you, but I can harm every soul in this foul city,
Iblis growled. My heart raced. I knew Iblis was foul enough to murder innocents. He had done so before. Iblis laughed again. He knew he had me. He knew I was just as powerless to stop him as he was to me. The beings that could harm us were the guardians, the warrior angels like Malaik that bound me to the bottom of the ocean. Iblis's dark laughter haunted me as he went back to whispering to the people. I watched as they set up the huge golden bowl. They filled it with kindling and lit it on fire as the sun started to set. The golden bull's eyes glowed with fire inside of it.
"The God of Musa did not save us. The golden bull did. The gods of Egypt did."
A man, fully in the grasp of Iblis, bellowed. Hebrews beat drums and screamed. They stripped their clothes and danced naked around the bull. Many of the Hebrews resisted. They huddled in Musa's hut with Safura. The jinns stayed clear of her.
"All praise be the golden bull of Egypt,"
the old man bellowed.
"All praise the golden bull,"
hundreds of Hebrews replied. They prostrated before the bull. Iblis turned and stared at me as I watched this in disgust from the top of the hill.
"You see how weak and pathetic mortals are, Andrid,"
Iblis mocked.
"They witness Allah use Musa to plague Egypt and part the very sea so they could walk to freedom. Yet here they are bowing and scraping to a golden bull that they made."
Iblis laughed darkly. I hated Iblis more than ever, but I could not deny his reasoning. These Hebrews were indeed foolish. How could one witness such power, such miracles, then ignore them and worship something they built, something that cannot save them or itself? The Hebrews screamed wildly and danced erotically around the golden bull. Their ebony bodies reflected the moonlight and the light of the fire. They moaned and touched each other.
"Praise be the golden bull, the savior of the Hebrews,"
the man bellowed.
"Praise the bull, the savior of the Hebrews,"
the Hebrews replied. The Hebrews became intoxicated in their worship of this bull. With a prodding of the Jinn, the worship of the bull devolved into a massive orgy. I could not take it any longer. I had to find Musa. For only he could cast away these jinns. Only he could set this right. I ran from the Hebrew city, a city that was once a godly place, a place where the once oppressed found freedom. I was angry at them as I ran towards the mountain. They did not deserve Musa. They did not deserve this freedom. While they were oppressed, they clung to Allah or Yahweh or whatever name they called the Creator. He was their rope and their light in their dark tunnel, their compass in the wilderness. Now that they had freedom, they betrayed the love and mercy that was shown. They are not worthy of Allah's breath. Adam had failed and betrayed Allah. And now these Hebrews, these so-called chosen people of God, betray him with very little prodding. I was angry. For a moment I did not care if Iblis ripped them to shreds. They deserved it. How could they walk on the bottom of the ocean with 1,000,000 angels holding the ocean apart for them and still worship anything other than Allah? I had reached the very top of the mountain in a matter of moments. So lost was I in my thoughts that I did not realize how much ground I had covered. It seemed I could see the entire world from here. I could see the shore on the other end of the Red Sea, the very place where Musa parted it. My eyesight was much better than any mortal's, so I could see things they could not. I looked down on the Hebrew hamlet. They still danced and fucked by the golden fiery bowl. "Musa!" I shouted. I could not see him anywhere. My voice echoed back to me. I ran the entire mountain searching for Musa. I stopped as I heard a loud grating sound. I recognized it. I followed it and found Musa fast asleep. He had made a small camp and slept soundly. He snored as loudly as ever. Beside him sat 2 heavy stone tablets. They had words in Hebrew etched in them. "Thou shalt not kill," I read from the tablet. I wanted to read more, but Musa stirred in his sleep. I hated to wake him. I knew this was probably the best sleep he had gotten in months. "Musa," I said softly as I shook him. Musa groaned and sat up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at me. "Andrid?" he asked. I could tell he was frustrated, but he still forced a smile on his huge ebony face. "Your people are in need of you," I said urgently. Musa stood and wiped the remaining sleep from his eyes. He grabbed his staff and pointed at the tablets. He wanted me to carry them. I nodded and gently picked them up. "This life is but a test," I heard Musa whisper softly to himself. I walked in silence with Musa down the mountain. I had so much to tell him, but I could feel the storm brewing in him. The closer we got, the angrier he seemed to get. I felt it was wise if I said nothing. "The Jinn waste no time," Musa growled as we neared the city. I could feel the Jinn's fear as word spread he had returned. Many were already fleeing. "Ungrateful!" Musa roared. His voice was so full of power and rage, every Hebrew stopped and cowered before him. All the Jinns but Iblis fled. "You are too late, mortal," Iblis mocked. Musa did not stop. He walked up to the laughing Iblis and struck him hard with his staff. Iblis flew hard against the golden bull, knocking it over. Iblis howled in pain and could not seem to move. "Foul one! Cursed one! Arrogant one! I should destroy this instant!" Musa roared in rage. For the first time I saw fear in the eyes of Iblis. He saw the nothingness of death in the fiery eyes of Musa. Iblis cowered before Musa. "I pity you, Jinn. If only you knew what stays my hand, you would beg me for death." Musa bellowed at Iblis. I was stunned at the power that emanated from Musa. Guardians descended and stood by him. Iblis did not move. He grovelled at Musa's foot. "Spare me, great prophet," Iblis begged. Musa glared at him. "It is not I who has the power to spare you. Like you, I am but a creation," Musa shouted. He grabbed Iblis by his pale arm and yanked him to his feet. "Begone from here!" Musa commanded. Iblis ran in fear. Never had I seen Iblis so afraid. His normal mocking smile vanished. Musa swung his staff and struck the golden bull that lay on its side. It shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. "You fools!" Musa shouted as he turned his rage on the Hebrews. "You worship this thing you created that can't even save itself from me, yet alone Yahweh!" Musa boomed. The Hebrews cowered before Musa's rage. "Did Yahweh not punish those who oppressed you?
Did he not part the sea so you could walk safely at the depths of it? Did he not feed you and bless you with this place of peace?"
Musa roared at them. I watched as Musa's massive chest heaved with rage. He kicked the golden head of the bull so hard that it shattered.
"You choose this?"
Musa started. Musa stopped to calm himself. He looked at the night sky for a long moment. He sighed deeply and turned to the Hebrews cowering naked on the floor.
"Yahweh removes his favor from you. You will be slaves again and oppressed again until Yahweh sees you worthy of his favor again. If he ever does," Musa said sadly. "This life is but a test,"
Musa whispered to himself again. It dawned on me that this was a reminder for himself. He kept reminding himself that he would be disappointed that this world, especially for a prophet, was meant to break his heart. I set the tablets down and watched as Musa left for his hut. I did not follow him. I knew he would take his wife and leave the ungrateful and now cursed Hebrews. The Hebrews begged Musa and clutched at the hems of his robes as he passed. Musa acted as if he did not see them. But I knew his heart was on fire. I knew he would weep for his people in the comfort of beautiful Safura's waiting arms. I did not see Musa again after that. I did not get to say goodbye. He deserved peace with his wife. I did not try to seek him out. I followed the Hebrews for a while. I still wanted to protect them. They made their way to West Africa. They shared the same skin tone as many of the African peoples. Their hair and features were noticeably different. Their lineage was a pock-mark on them wherever they went. People could tell they were a cursed people. The jinns followed them and their curse. To all people they encountered, they were treated harshly. As Musa stated, they were sold thousands of years later by Africans who did not want the blood of the cursed Hebrews mixed with them. They were sold to pale folks known as the Spanish and Europeans. They suffered greatly. Their suffering under the Europeans far superseded what they endured at the hands of the Pharaoh. Later, they were freed from slavery, only to still be oppressed and treated like cattle. The suffering of those that carry the cursed Hebrew blood continues to this very day. They, once the most beloved and chosen of God, are now the cursed people who will find no peace anywhere in this world. I hope one day Allah shows them favor again. So far in my long lifetime, I have yet to see it. I left the Hebrews in Africa way before they were enslaved by the Europeans, thousands of years before. The story of the Hebrews has always been a cautionary tale. That is why I was surprised when I heard of another Hebrew in Arabia. Isa. I wandered for hundreds of years after I left the Hebrews in Africa. I found a cave in Arabia. I wanted to be here when the last prophet comes, the one that Nuh and Musa spoke of. I did not know when he was coming, but I knew this was the general area. I was in a place that would later be called Palestine. The cave I found here was high upon a mountain. It was peaceful and abandoned. I could tell some people once lived in it. I had no idea what had happened to them, but the cave was now mine. I bought furniture from a market and carried it here piece by piece. Elegant rugs were on the cave floor. I swept them often. I had no need for a kitchen or a bathroom, so the cave was essentially one big living area. I did not need to sleep, but I enjoyed it, and it was a good way to pass time. I built a bookshelf and filled it with hundreds of books that I have read. As Iblis used to do, I found myself sitting in my comfortable cushioned chair and staring into the fire. I had left the cozy cave many times to explore, but my patience and curiosity with humanity had seemed to sour. I frankly no longer cared about them as I once did. I saw them as foolish, spoiled brutes. They murder each other over the smallest things. They have no love or care for their fellow man. If they are not raping, they are warring. They oppress the poor and divide themselves up based upon foolish things like skin tone or eye color. More often than not, I found myself agreeing with Iblis. I found myself looking back to that faithful day when Iblis took his stand against Adam. I wondered if Iblis saw something back then in man that I did not see. If he was some oracle that could see the unworthiness in man. I could not understand why God loved man so much. Why he preferred them over all his other creations. Why he loved them more than me. Are we Jinn not good enough? Do we have some flaw? All I could remember was serving Allah. Every action I took was an act of worship. Why couldn't I get that same breath? I sighed as I stared in the fire, and I let these thoughts burn as the old wood did in my small fire pit. I decided to walk and go back out and explore. I had heard rumors of a Hebrew that was causing trouble. I, knowing the history of these cursed ebony people, was curious. I wrapped my black travel robes about me and walked from my cave. The cool night air felt good against my flesh. I sighed as I took several long breaths of fresh air. I looked down and saw a city in the distance. The torchlights that lit their streets flicked in the soft wind. I jumped down the mountain. I have learned some things over the years. I have embraced being a Jinn and explored many of my immortal powers. I could jump incredible distances. I could fall from space and land on the earth as if I only fell a foot. I could cover vast distances in a matter of moments. But of all my powers, there was nothing like just walking. I walked to this city. I enjoyed every step that I took. I savoured the freedom in slowing down and taking in everything. If I have learned anything from mortals, it's to enjoy the life you have. For as they say, we only live once. My life was forever, but the meaning of it still resonated with me. I heard a commotion as I entered the city.
"Whore!"
a man shrieked.
"Jezebel!"
another yelled. Several thuds and the sound of a woman screaming in pain rang in the cool night air. I stopped trying to save mortals from each other long ago. I got tired of saving them from one tragedy only to be in another the next day. I was content in watching things unfold as they may now. I was no hero. I was a Jinn who was thrown from the gates of heaven and stuck in this dark pit called Earth. I approached and joined a crowd of brown-skinned Arabs who watched men and women throw rocks at an ebony-skinned woman. I wondered if she was a Hebrew. She had the look about, the dark flesh and long curly thick black hair. She had many lumps on her face and body. Blood tricked down her forehead.
"Filthy whores don't belong in our city," a woman shouted.
She threw a rock at the woman's head. I heard a loud thud and the soft cracking of bone. The woman fell to the ground. For a moment, she did not move. The crowd rushed in to finish her off. They were shouting all kinds of obscene things at her. From the shadows, another dark-skinned Hebrew-looking man stepped. His face was kind and gentle. His eyes glowed with a fire that rivaled Musa's. He was a chosen of God. I wanted to run as soon as I saw him. I've had enough of prophets and the pain that came with them. But I could not take my eyes from him. The crowd hushed as he stepped in front of the woman. He knelt and touched her head. I'm not sure if the mortals saw it, but I did. A burst of white fire burst from his fingers and healed her head wound. The ebony man smiled at her. His smile was so warm, it could shame the very sun. He had his hair braided in several long-kneed braids that fell from his head. He brushed one of those braids from his eyes.
"Why do you save this whore?" a man shouted angrily.
The crowd started up again. They cursed at her and said obscene things at them both.
"He saves her because she's a cursed Hebrew like him," a woman shouted.
A rock was flying at the Hebrew man's face. Time seemed to slow for him. He reached out like he was picking a flower at his leisure and plucked the stone from the air. He glared at the crowd. The glare was not one of anger, but of disappointment. If any of you are without sin, then by all means cast a stone, the Hebrew man said. His voice was calm, but radiated with a power and authority that could command the very wind. He threw the stone gently before the crowd. None went to pick it up. They stared at the Hebrew man for a moment, then left. They muttered to themselves, and they went about their way. I walked up to this man as he tended to the woman. "What was her crime?" I asked. The Hebrew man turned to me. He smiled as if he knew me. This man was a man of peace. For some strange reason, I loved him. I don't know why I loved him, for I did not know him. He was a stranger to me. But he commanded my heart. "The crime is being born a Hebrew, Andrid," the man said. He knew of me. I was no longer surprised or shocked by this. It seemed all the prophets of God knew of me. I studied the woman a moment. She was beautiful and had the same glow about her as Sapphira did. Was she the wife of this prophet? If so, why did this man not defend his wife like Musa would have? Musa would have slaughtered them all. Only God could have halted Musa's wrath. "Beloved," the woman's voice rang. It was cracked with pain. The Hebrew man cradled her head and kissed her where the rocks had hit her. I could see her sigh as if his kisses made her pain go away. "Who are you?" I asked the man. The man and the woman both smiled at me. I felt bashful suddenly. I had to turn my face from them. "I am Issa, and this is my wife, Arya," Issa said. I looked back at my cave and noticed the air started to chill. "Can I walk you to your home?" I asked. Issa smiled again at me. The calm smile of a father adoring the ignorance of his child.
My home is still far from me, for I am but a traveller wandering this life,
Issa replied. I wondered if this was his way of saying he was homeless. Come, Issa and Arya, share my fire and find rest in my home, I said, and beckoned them to follow. Issa grabbed the hand of his beautiful wife and followed.
We have no coin to pay for your kindness,
Issa said. I did not turn back to respond. I kept walking past the gate and into the desert night. They followed me. You can pay me with your story, I responded. The birth of a prophet. Issa, the Hebrew, and his beautiful Hebrew wife sat by my fire. I wondered if the curse of the Hebrews affected him more than just being shunned. Did he know what his people had done? If he did know, did he care? I found it strange that Allah would choose a prophet from among the people that betrayed him. Maybe this was the mercy of Allah that foolish Gabriel was worried about when he kicked dirt in the Pharaoh's mouth. I watched as Issa stared lovingly at his wife. She would look away shyly, but I could tell she adored and cherished him just as much. They seemed oblivious to the world around them. They had found peace in the arms of one another. I was reluctant to disturb their peace, but I had to. My curiosity was maddening. Do you know your people are cursed by God? I asked Issa. This seemed to bother him slightly. A frown crossed his handsome ebony face. Arya stared into the fire as if she knew this was a tender spot for him.
I have been told the story of the great prophet Musa and the betrayal of the Hebrews,
Issa said. He stared into the fire for a moment. This story seemed to pain him, and I did not know why. I was there, you know. I walked with Musa through it all, I said. I was hoping to pique his interest. Instead, he sighed again.
I also know this. You are called Andrid, the companion of prophets. The Jinns hate you, but the beloved of Allah love you. You are both a curse and a blessing. For when you appear, the greatest sorrows of our prophethood commence,
Issa replied. He did not look me in the eyes. It was not because he was afraid. He was so kind-hearted that he did not want to offend me. His words stung, but his mannerism disarmed me. I have never thought about it in that way. Looking back, it was true. Every prophet whose life I stumbled into, horrible things happened. With Nuh, the flood came shortly after I met him drunk in that city of shit and dirt. It almost seemed like he was waiting for me. The same with Lut. He was already imprisoned, but the city was not destroyed until I was there to stand beside him. As I met Musa, he had just started to ask the Pharaoh to let his people go. I wondered what tragedy my presence would inflict on the kind, gently Hebrew man before me. Issa looked at me a moment.
What is paradise like, Andrid?
Issa asked. I cannot recount how many times a prophet has asked me this. I wondered if they knew paradise was their destination and they were afraid of the road they must travel to get there. Their suffering was always great. I cannot fault them for the road they must travel. Like all the other times I was asked this question, I did not know how to answer. "It is well worth your sacrifice, Prophet," I replied. Isa thought on this for a moment. His beautiful ebony face stared lost in the fire for a moment. I could see his chest heave as he sighed. "I owe you a story," Isa said. He never took his eyes from the fire. He stared like he saw something in the fire that everyone else could not. "My mother was a beautiful Hebrew woman named Miriam. Many would assume that because of the miracle of my birth, that I was a blessing to her. But the reality is I was a curse upon my beautiful beloved mother. My mother was a good, faithful woman. She prayed to Yahweh all the time. She wore her hair wrapped in a bun on the top of her beautiful head. Her eyes were the darkest black that one could imagine. She was tall, as was expected of our people. She, pious. Everyone in our small city loved and respected her. She was betrothed to a great Hebrew man named Yusuf. He was kind. He is my father. Not by blood, but he deserves all the love and praise of a father, for he was my strength. My mother was my heart. When my mother announced that she was pregnant, and she was unmarried, they cursed her. They threw rocks at her, just as you saw them to do Arya. They called her a whore and shamed her. My mother was outcasted and shunned from the city. She could not tell them that an angel Gabriel came to her and told her she would be a mother. She, being a virgin, untouched by any man. She could not tell them this child would be a Messiah, a prophet who'll try to lead the Hebrews out of being cursed. She was naive and thought her beloved people would accept her and know her character. My beloved mother was wrong to think religious people would understand the works of God. Isa paused a moment. When speaking of his mother, his tone seemed bitter and disappointed, not in his mother, but in how she was treated. This was a man who cherished his mother and the many sacrifices she made for God and for him. Yusuf came to my mother and saved her. In doing so, he saved me. He married her and told the people that he was the father. He took the shame on himself and cleansed her of it in the eyes of the people, even though it was a lie. His love for my mother would not allow him to see her punished or treated so. I have never been certain if he actually believed her, or if he was so in love with her that he did not care. I can remember everything. The sound of my mother rubbing her stomach, the songs she would sing to me, the way she would cry, her heart broken and soul burdened from the task she was given. Some say she was not a prophet, but to me she is. All prophets are used and suffer greatly for the sake of our Creator. We carry the burden so the rest of humanity can have mercy through us. My beloved mother, she carried me and suffered because of it. Our small, shunned and outcasted family was so poor that we lived in stables and camped in the woods. When I was born, my mother had to have me in stables that we were sleeping in. They were not marked out. They thought so little of my mother that she was forced to give birth in a dirty stable. I felt all the pains of being born. As soon as I could open my eyes, I looked at my mother and thanked her. I remember her weeping. Isa stopped and sighed. He wiped tears from his dark eyes. I did not want to interrupt his thought process at all, so I waited for him to continue. I was given gifts and hailed as the Messiah, and my life was already in danger. A king from a far-off kingdom heard a prophecy about me and sent his assassins to kill me. But the angel Gabriel came to my mother again and told us to flee and hide in Egypt amongst the dark-skinned Egyptians. We, being a Hebrew family, were darker than the average Egyptian, but still could pass as an Egyptian family. We spent many years in Egypt, hiding from the dark blades that sought me in the shadows. Isa stopped. He had been talking well into the night. As the sun was starting to rise, we heard a commotion in the city below the cave. There was screaming and yelling and the sound of troops marching in. Isa ran to the cave mouth and looked down. There was a long line of soldiers escorting a Hebrew man towards the city. "I have to see this and read. I will finish my story later," Isa said. I understood. The ways of the prophets were strange to me. I would not question him or try to detain him. He woke Arya, who had fallen asleep a long time ago. She stirred and groaned. Isa looked pained to wake her, like this was the best sleep she had gotten in a while. She wiped the sleep from her eyes and smiled lovingly at Isa. She stretched and hurriedly got up. This seemed like a routine to her, like she was used to hurriedly waking and fleeing. I wondered where they could be running from. I followed them out of the cave and down the mountain. I was also curious about these soldiers and who they were, marching through the city. We stood outside the gates and watched as a dark-skinned Hebrew man who looked a lot like Isa was being forced to carry a huge log that was tied and fastened on his shoulders. The log had to weigh much more than the man himself. He was badly beaten and whipped. He had a crown of thorns on his head. The thorns had pierced the flesh, and blood had trickled down and dried on his forehead. The man looked exhausted, like he was barely standing.
"Here is the Messiah, the King of the Hebrews,"
a man shouted as they got closer to the city gates.
"This man claims he is the Christ,"
another man shouted. People spit on him and mocked him. Isa stared at him. His heart seemed to be broken. It was later that I discovered that this was meant to be him. There was so much of his life of which I was not aware. I hoped he could continue telling me his story. To make it worse, it was the cursed Hebrews who once again betrayed a saviour sent to them as a mercy, as a way to end their curse. The Hebrew man locked eyes with Isa and smiled. "I suffer, so you don't have to, Master," the tortured Hebrew whispered. Isa wept. Silent tears of pain crept down his ebony cheeks. "I bear the pain for you," Isa whispered back. I could see a look of relief and peace on the chained and tortured Hebrew's face. Each time the whip cracked his back, Isa would wince in pain. I could see streaks of blood on Isa's back soak through his old robes. He was truly taking the pain from this man who was suffering on his behalf. I was confused by this. I held my many questions. We followed him through the city as people spit at him and cursed him. His face was beaten to a bloody pulp, but still the man smiled and looked up at the sky. "Father, I will be home soon," the Hebrew shouted to the sky. Isa limped and stumbled with the crowd. Blood covered his face and he spit out globs of it. I had to help him walk. I offered to carry him, but he shook his head. "That cross is mine to bear," Isa said. He leaned heavily on me. I could tell he was in tremendous pain. Arya stared at her husband helplessly. She openly wept for him and wiped blood from his eyes and face. They marched the man out of the city and to a hill where several other men were nailed to a cross several feet in the air. Their arms outstretched with thick nails through their palms, sealing them against the wood board beneath them. That board they were nailed to was in turn nailed to a long board that went from their shoulders down their spine and past their feet. There were 2 thick nails that nailed their hands to the board. Then they were hoisted in the air and left there to die and rot like this. They call this crucifixion. It was not a new practice. It was something mortals have been doing to each other for too many years to count. "Any last words, Messiah?" one of the Roman guards mocked. The Hebrew man smiled. He looked exhausted and bloody, but at peace. Several of his teeth were missing, and his mouth was bloody where they had been recently knocked out. He eyed everyone in the crowd. "I suffer for you, so you don't have to. My blood is spilled, so yours won't have to be. Please remember me, Lord," the Hebrew man said. He stared directly at Isa as he said these words. Isa forced a smile between his painful gasps. Isa looked just as bad as the Hebrew that was being murdered before us. The smile never left the tortured Hebrew's face. They laid him down on the boards and spread his arms wide. A guard stared at his smiling, bloody face and hesitated. He wondered what could make a man that was beaten and tortured and forced to walk with a heavy log tied to his shoulders smile so. A man that was going to be nailed to a board. The smile unnerved him. "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," the tortured Hebrew said. The guard dropped the hammer and walked away. "I can't do this," the guard said. His superiors cursed him and shouted at his back as the soldier abandoned his post and left. Another soldier took his place and stared into the smiling Hebrew's eyes. He hesitated as well. "Do your fucking job, soldier!" his superior yelled. The soldier placed the nail in the palm of the tortured Hebrew. He brought the hammer up. "I'm sorry," the soldier said, and brought the hammer down hard on the nail. Blood splashed the soldier's face. The tortured Hebrew still smiled. "It's okay," the Hebrew said. The soldier wept and dropped the hammer. He also walked away. Isa spasmed in pain. He clutched my shoulder tightly and screamed into it. His whole body spasmed in pain and blood dripped from his palm. The officer cursed some more but picked up the hammer himself. "What is your name?" the officer asked. He made the same mistake as the others and looked into the smiling, bloody face of the Hebrew they were murdering. "I am Isa, the Messiah," the tortured Hebrew replied. The officer nodded and nailed the tortured Hebrew's palm to the board swiftly. He averted his eyes from the Hebrew's as he did his other hand and his feet. Isa could no longer stand. Blood dripped freely from his feet and hands. His body shuddered in pain. I thought he was going to die. Isa screamed as they roughly hoisted the boards the tortured Hebrew was nailed to. His dark eyes looked over the crowd and found Isa. The smile that had been on the tortured Hebrew's face this entire time faded as he saw the state Isa was in. "Give it back to me, Master. I do this for you. I suffer for you," the Hebrew cried out. Isa raised his head and forced a smile. "We will dine together in the gardens of paradise, brother," Isa whispered. I was shocked to see Iblis dressed as one of the soldiers. He locked eyes with me and smiled. He carried a sharp spear and walked up to the crucified Hebrew.
"Long live the cursed Messiah,"
Iblis said. He stabbed the Hebrew hard in his side and pulled down hard, cutting him open. The crowd gasped in horror as his guts spilled out. Isa could not hide the scream of pain that erupted from him. Iblis turned to stare at Isa. He then looked back at the man he just murdered. He smiled.
"Clever Andrid, but I'll make the world think this man is the true Messiah, and no one will ever know the true prophet's story."
Iblis cursed me and vanished. Isa hobbled over to the man that died for him and kissed his bloody feet. I picked Isa up and carried him back to my cave. Arya brought some water from the town and boiled it. We tended to his wounds. I gave him water when he was thirsty. I ended up making several trips to the town to fill a bucket from the well. I did not have much coin. I had no need of it. I was able to get him clean robes and sheets. Isa and his wife stayed with me for months while Isa healed. "I owe you a story, Andrid. I promise, one day I will fulfill this debt to you," Isa said. He stood and limped to the cave mouth. He had a stick he used as a staff. He leaned heavily on it. Arya slung their meagre belongings over her shoulder. "You are leaving?" I asked. Isa frowned. He was sad to leave this cave. It was one of the few places of peace he had found. He considered this cave home. "I have a family to make. The bloodline of the prophets must continue. You will meet Muhammad not far from here. He is the best of us all. Tell him, Salamu alaikum for me," Isa said. He limped over to me and hugged me tightly. "I love you, Andrid. Know you are dear to me and all of the prophets," Isa said. Isa wept a moment in my arms. "I love you, Prophet Isa. I hope to hear more of your story," I replied. Isa smiled at me sadly and walked out of the cave with his beautiful Arya. I have never seen him again. He was always a mystery to me. I know now there are many tales spread by Iblis of him healing the sick and the blind, of Isa turning water into wine, or of him taking a fish and feeding hundreds with it. I have watched Iblis change the face of Isa the Hebrew over the years. He went from an ebony-skinned Hebrew with long braided hair to a pale-skinned man with blue eyes and blonde hair. But one thing Iblis could never change was the look of peace and power on Isa's face. I think Isa's purpose was to teach to a select group of disciples, and one of those was to be crucified in his stead. I don't know why Allah chose this path for Isa. I may never know. Maybe when I see Isa again and he fulfills his debt to me, I will understand. Until then, the life and purpose of Issa is and will continue to be a mystery to me and mortals. I miss Issa. I miss his sincerity and his love. I miss the peace that followed him everywhere he went. Though my time with him was brief, I loved him. I could not help but love him. He was the only prophet thus far that had not died in my arms. Something Issa said rang true in my heart. He had to continue the bloodline of the prophets. I wondered how many kids Issa had. If he did not have kids, there would not be a Muhammad. What would happen to that bloodline after Muhammad fades from this world? Would those that bear the bloodline suffer? Or would the blessing or curse of it vanish from that bloodline with Muhammad's death? Knowing the beautiful Issa left more questions than not. What was the purpose of this crucifixion? Was it another test for mortals? If so, how could they pass it if all they knew was the lies Iblis told about it? Could you blame mortals of the future for not knowing exactly what happened in the past? I hear some say that Issa died for the sins of mortals, but how can that be if he never truly died on that cross? Others call him the Son of God. I wondered how Iblis convinced them of that. Issa and the man crucified in his place were ebony-skinned Hebrews. They are all direct descendants of Adam. I guess all humanity could claim such. But there is a specific bloodline that was blessed. Cain was just as much a son of Adam as Abel, yet Abel was blessed and Cain cursed. All the prophets from Adam to Issa so far have been ebony to brown-skinned. I have no doubt Muhammad will be the same. They claim that God made mortals in his image. I was there when Adam was created, and this was never mentioned. If so, then that means God's skin is as dark as Adam's. Is this a reality that modern mortals can accept? The truly baffling thing to me is later on the descendants of Cain used the name of the ebony Hebrew Issa to enslave and torture the descendants of the cursed Hebrews that made their home in Africa after Musa. This begs the question, are the cursed Hebrews the descendants of that bloodline? They would have to be, right? Since two of the greatest prophets came from them. If Issa's words were true, and I don't see why they would not be, then the final prophet Muhammad of Arabia is of that line. But there were thousands of cursed Hebrews and millions who endured the second enslavement and are still oppressed. The deeper I delved, the more confused and tangled the knot got. I sat in my cave for many years pondering these things. I would go over every memory with the prophets and put them against this train of thought. I would come to a dead end after dead end. It was truly maddening. Honestly, I did not know why it meant so much to me to unravel it. I did not leave my cave much in the years after Issa left. I heard of another prophet called Yahya. He appeared a few years after Issa disappeared. Or maybe he was here around the same time, I don't remember. I did not seek him out. I have had enough of prophets by then. I was content in waiting for the final one. After this Muhammad of Arabia lives and dies, then what would be my purpose? If there are no more prophets, what would I do? I was growing tired of mortals and their pointless wars and hate of each other. I don't think I could tolerate many more generations among men. If there was no one to correct their dysfunction, the world would not last much longer anyway. I sat in my cave and thought of Iblis staring into the flames. I wondered if he was back in his cave doing what I am doing now. I did miss Iblis. I wished I could sit and talk to him and bounce my thoughts off of him. But I knew that was a foolish dream of a life long ago gone. I stayed in my cave and watched as the things I owned begin to wither and decay with time. I stayed there until I heard of a place called Mecca. Muhammad, peace be upon him. 3340. In no way is Muhammad the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets, and Allah has been ever knowing of everything. I was late in finding out that the final prophet Muhammad of Arabia had finally arrived. I was so lost in my memories that I forgot all semblance of time. Muhammad was already into his prophethood. He was in his 40s. 40 seemed to be a magical age for prophets and men in general. It seemed men did not become the men they were meant to be until 40. I have often pondered on why that was. He was married to a beautiful Nubian woman named Khadija. I wish I had come out of my memories sooner to witness the beginning of his life. Khadija is a woman who is older than him, and she was very much a powerhouse. The daughter of a merchant who was a wealthy merchant. He would be proud of his daughter's success and tenacity to continue her father's business. Muhammad of Arabia was blessed indeed to have a wife such as Khadija. She was a powerful businesswoman who still served and submitted to her husband and his cause. She was the first to believe in his prophethood and the religion that he founded as a mercy for mortals. I wish I could have been there to see him born and watch his life as he grew. Apparently he was an orphan that no one wanted. He, of the cursed Hebrew bloodline, like all prophets after Musa. People knowing of his bloodline did not want to allow him to suckle on them as a baby. They shunned him. Only a woman who shared the same bloodline had mercy on the great Muhammad and suckled him. I wonder how those that denied him felt when they realized he was a great prophet of God. It must be like winning the lottery, then losing your ticket. I will not talk too much about this man's past that I regrettably missed. I left my cave and wandered into Mecca. Mecca was a beautiful city, a trading hub, a place of wealth and knowledge. But the pagan Arabs were a cruel people. They worshipped idols that were just as ridiculous as the golden bull that the cursed Hebrews made and bowed to. The market was vast. I did not know where to look to find this Muhammad. I wanted to lay eyes on him, to see his shining, beautiful face that Isa spoke of. I did not want to meet him. Meeting the prophets and walking with them was a huge burden. I wanted to watch and admire him from a distance. I had discovered early on in my time among men that if you wanted to find information, the market was the best place to start. The market was the social centerpiece of society back then. Here, slaves were bought and sold. Women and men offered services of all kinds in exchange for coins. Whatever you sought, you could find here in the market. I heard shouting off in the distance. There was some commotion in the area known as the slave markets. They sold slaves from all over the world here, some for labor and others for pleasure. I found the idea of slavery disheartening and cruel. I felt it was the more powerful taking advantage of and exploiting the poor. Throughout the history of mortals, slavery got worse. As I walked through the market towards the commotion, I noticed that most of the Arabs were a light brown to a dark brown colour. Their skin tones represented the many different tones of the sand you would find in the desert. They were not as black as the Africans, but not as pale as the Europeans. They were a mixture of both. As I came to the slave markets, I saw a burly Arab man with a leather thong in his hand. He had his foot on the head of an ebony-skinned Hebrew man. The man's face was pressed into the hot sand, and the Arab beat him with the leather thong.
"I am a slave only to Allah. I serve him and his prophet Muhammad,"
the Hebrew slave shouted. He coughed as sand entered his mouth. The Arab beat him harder and pushed his face deeper in the sand.
"You black bastards want to die for a Hebrew heathen who mocks the very Arabs he hails from? You are a slave, owned by me. Say it or die,"
the Arab said angrily. I never understood the reasoning behind racism. Why would a mortal think the colour of his skin, or where he was born, made him more of a mortal than others? It always baffled me, the petty things that mortals hated each other for. There was a crowd watching as the Arab slaver tried to break this Hebrew man. I had stopped trying to intervene in the affairs of mortals. I rather watch and learn from the things I saw.
"There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. Through the teaching of Muhammad, this makes me and every slave who believes so free. I am free,"
the Hebrew man shouted. The Arab sighed in anger. He was not angry in the Hebrew man's defiance. He was angry that he would have to kill him and thus lose out on the coin that such a strong, sturdy slave would bring.
"Very well,"
the Arab slaver said. He drew a curved sword from his sheath.
"Be free with your Allah,"
the Arab said. He raised his sword and was about to murder this man of the cursed Hebrew line, when a light brown Arab man in thobes that spoke that he had wealth and status stepped forward.
"Stop,"
the man said. The slaver looked at him a moment, contemplating if this man was worth his time. He lowered his sword after seeing the thick coin purse in the man's hand.
"You wish to buy the Hebrew cur?"
the slaver asked. He had a greedy smile cross his face.
"Yes.
How much for his freedom?" the man asked. The slaver's greed shone in his eyes. I could see the Jinn whisper in his ear.
20 pieces of gold,
the slaver said. The crowd sucked their teeth at such an absurd price. The Arab man just smiled and counted the money out and placed it in the slaver's palm. The slaver laughed as he closed his fist around the gold.
"I would have accepted 1 gold coin for this trash,"
the slaver spat, his greedy smile never leaving his face. The Arab man pushed the slaver's foot from the Hebrew man's head and helped him up. He dusted him off and embraced him like a brother. This baffled the crowd and the slaver. "I would have paid 100. This man is dearer to me than all the gold I possess," the Arab man said. The smile on the greedy slaver's face faded for a moment as he thought of this.
"Bah! Take your overpriced slave and leave me,"
the slaver said. The slaver turned his back on them to leave. He is not a slave. He is a follower of Muhammad, and he is free," the Arab said. The slaver stopped and turned back to the Arab and the freed Hebrew.
"Be gone before I gut you! I don't need my other slaves to hear this nonsense and think they can be freed by Muhammad as well,"
the slaver cursed angrily. The Hebrew man grabbed the Arab's hands in his and kissed them, then placed them to his forehead. The Arab snatched his hands from the Hebrew's, not out of anger or disgust, but out of fear. "Do not thank me or heap praise upon me, brother. Thank Allah, and Allah alone," the Arab said, smiling. The Hebrew understood.
"I am Bilal, son of the Princess Hama of Abyssinia,"
Bilal said proudly as he walked with the Arab. It seemed as if Bilal was proud to say this again, like he had been denied saying who and what he was for so long. The Arab smiled and patted Bilal on his broad shoulder. "I am Abu Bakr of Mecca," Abu Bakr said. He was huge and handsome. His beard was long, thick, and black. He seemed to glow with a holy aura. Was he a prophet? I studied him closely and could not see the fire in his eyes that was the trademark of prophets. He must be close to the prophet to glow like that. "The prophet is excited to meet you," Abu Bakr said. I could feel the smile on Bilal's ebony face as he heard those words. They talked a lot as they walked. I followed at a distance and did not try to hear any more of their conversation. I was eager to see who this Muhammad of Arabia was, to look upon the last mercy for mortals. I followed them for what seemed like an hour. We finally came to a building that was sorely in need of work. Men stood in front of it, guarding the entrance. I walked close to Abu Bakr and Bilal to give the appearance that I was with them. The guards eyed me and let me pass. I was not sure if it was because I was standing so close to Abu Bakr or if they welcomed new people to see their prophet. This place, where they met and prayed, they called a mosque. It was humble and modest. It was not the extravagant temples of the Catholics or Christians. It was a barely standing building with bits of mix-matching carpets sewed together to make the floor. Yet there was a sense of peace here that I have only felt when I was near Isa.
"Where is Muhammad?"
Bilal asked as he looked around the humble mosque, looking for the prophets that had freed him from slavery. I shared his question. I looked around, and all the men dressed as if they were poor and had nothing. But there was one man who sat in the corner, his head bowed and hand palms up at his chest in supplication. He burned brightly with the fires of heaven. I had to avert my eyes. "That is Muhammad," Abu Bakr said. He pointed at the man in the corner, praying. Muhammad the Prophet, the ruler of Islam, the king of the Muslims, and the last mercy to mankind. Yet one who was mortal could not tell him apart from any of those that came to pray with him and learn from him. Most leaders, religious or otherwise, set about their followers and dressed in the finest clothes and ate the best meals, while their followers starved and were barely dressed. But not Muhammad. He ate what his people ate and dressed as they dressed. Bilal smiled. I could see tears streaming down his ebony cheeks as he cautiously walked closer to him. His body physically shook as he sat quietly across from the man who was the last prophet of God. Muhammad was a beautiful man. I could stare at him and never get tired of it. If only he did not shine so bright. You could tell he was of the line of the cursed Hebrews, His skin was not as dark as the others that shared his blood. But aside Bilal, he was the darkest in the room. His eyes were big and black as the darkest night. His beard was long and thick, like that of Hebrews. Muhammad opened his eyes and smiled at Bilal. I had to look at the floor. I felt my eyes would burn from my sockets. I could not bear the brightness. I could hear Bilal weep and embrace the Prophet. I sighed. I knew I could not stay. I could not walk with this Prophet as I did with the others. He was so bright I could not even look at him. I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder. I turned to see who had touched me. I was so in awe of Muhammad and his beauty that I did not notice my hood drop. All could see my pale flesh and unnaturally sharp features, that all were staring at me. Muhammad was the emperor of the Muslims, but sat with peasants. He seemed as shy and as bashful as a virgin on her wedding night. I have never seen a man like him. A man who follows Muhammad was smiling at me and pointing to Muhammad. Now it was my body that shook. I could not explain this. I have seen and been around so many prophets and people chosen by God that I would rather avoid them. But here I am shaking like a child afraid to stand before his father. I walked slowly and sat next to Bilal. "Salam alaikum, Andrid," Muhammad of Mecca said. His voice was strong and deep. It held the same love and passion in it that you would find in a mother singing her child to sleep. "Salam, Muhammad of Mecca," I replied. I did not look at him, for I could not. He was the sun, and I a poor fool that tried to stare at it. Muhammad leaned forward and hugged me. My body shuddered and I wept. I buried my face in his loving shoulder, and I wept. I did not know I had so much in me to get out. I wept as I told Muhammad of my pain and suffering, of my love for Iblis and my sin. Muhammad listened. He had the patience of one who was timeless. He wiped my nose like I was a child. "Nuh and Isa say salam alaikum to you, Muhammad. They beg that you don't forget them on the day of resurrection," I said. It felt good to fulfill my promise to those great men I loved. Muhammad smiled again, and I had to turn away. These men that followed him, these Muslims, were not afraid of me. They did not run and flee. They patted me on my back and comforted me as I wept in Muhammad's arms. "Allah forgives you, Andrid. You have completed your punishment. Allah is pleased with you. You have been a comfort to those most precious to him." "Thank you, Andrid," Muhammad said. I did not know what to say, or what that meant. I saw a bright light behind me. It seemed only myself and Muhammad could see this light. From it stepped the beautiful ebony Death. She smiled at me and bowed before Muhammad. "Salam alaikum, Malaika Mote," Muhammad greeted her. "Walaikum salam, beloved of Allah," Death replied. She held out a long, slender, ebony hand to me. I could not move. I did not know what to do. "It's time to come home, Andrid," Death said softly. My heart raced in my immortal chest. I could not breathe. Could I truly come home? Could I shed this pale flesh and once again be a Jinn of smokeless fire? I tenderly reached out afraid and touched Death's hand. As I did, the pale flesh on my hand melted away, and I was replaced with a blessed fire that was me. "Thank you," I whispered as I stood. I could not stop the tears that fell down my now fiery cheeks. I was Andrid once again. I was me. I was whole. Muhammad of Mecca, the last mercy of mankind, vanished from my sight, and I stood in the gardens of my birth once more. I fell to my knees and prostrated on the garden floor. But I knew I would never be the same again. Being among the mortals had changed me forever. I had nearly forgotten the form of my birth. I turned my flesh back to that of the pale ivory creature that I had been for eons. "Allah has a new assignment for you, Andrid," Death said as she looked at me curiously. She wondered why I did not keep the form of my birth. I could no longer think of this garden the same. I saw other jinns smile at me and hug me. They welcomed me back. But it was not the same. I was not the same Jinn that was banished from here those eons ago. I did not view them in the same light. My heart and soul had been moulded into something else. I nodded at Death. I once thought her to be one of the most beautiful beings created. That was until I met Isa and Muhammad. Even Iblis, in all of his greatness and beauty, paled to the smile of blessed Muhammad. "How can I serve our Lord?" I asked. Death smiled at me, but I could tell she could see how much I had changed and how disconnected I was to the gardens of my birth. "There is a place our Lord created, called Hell. You are to tend the fires there and see to the torment of those that are sentenced there," Death said. She shuddered as she thought of it. I sighed. "Of course. Where is it located?" I asked. "The Keeper of the Flames," Death pointed down. I did not know what that meant. Did she mean back on Earth? As if reading my thoughts, Death grabbed my hand again, led me to a stairwell that went down. I followed her, and we ended up in my cave, the very same cave where Isa and his wife Arya had slept. I looked at Death, confused. "This is your chamber, Andrid. You can shape it in any way you wish. Just as Adam was given Eden, Allah gives you Hell," Death said. This cave looked exactly like the one in Arabia that I made, but I could tell it was not. I stared in the fire, and I could see the entire world of men through it. I could sit here and watch as the ages of men pass. I can focus on certain people and things and follow their lives. I pulled myself from the fire and looked at the cave entrance. Instead of seeing the night sky like I so often did, I saw fire. I walked to it, and a vast world opened up before me. The world was of fire and had countless chambers where men and women suffered. There were many jinns created who looked like me in this pale ivory flesh, who guarded and dragged souls down here to be thrown into their fiery prison. I could hear the screams and cries as the souls were burned. I could hear them begging and pleading as the fire crept to them and started to burn them. I guess it was fitting. I have grown to disdain mortals who betrayed Allah and turned their back on Him, those who had gotten the greatest gift that any creation could dream of and spit it back at Allah. Here, from this very seat in my cave, is where I watched Malaik fall from paradise, where I watched as he lusted over the mortal Semia, where he cursed Allah as I had all those many eons ago. Here is where Semia was dragged and tortured, where she became the monster she was. I felt it ironic that Adam got a place of peace and beauty, and I got hell, a place of fire and pain. But Adam was beautiful and innocent, where I was no longer. So it was fitting. The beautiful Semia now sleeps and dances in the gardens that I once called home. The sad and naive angel Malaik still wonders the ages of man. His chance to come home was wasted on Semia. I wondered if he did come home, would he feel the same as I do about it? Would he find it not as beautiful as it once was? Death left me to my thoughts and my work torturing the damned. I did not have to do much. The fires of hell was a living thing of its own. I found myself staring into the fire. I watched as beautiful lives were born and then fade from this world. I watched as other people were born and claimed to be prophets. I watched as mortals, the most beloved and sacred of Allah's creations, destroyed themselves. It seemed every year, after the passing of Muhammad, more and more mortals entered hell. Mortals had no more prophets to guide them. They had run out of mercy from Allah. Hell was the destination of so many. I watched Iblis wander and cause mischief. Every major event that hurt mortals, he was behind. He grew so powerful that he could control some mortals like puppets. He had convinced the world that Isa was from Europe. He had only done so because his flesh was as pale as mine, so why not claim a prophet was the actual Son of God and make him have pale flesh? Why not use this to make people of pale flesh have power over the world, and hence he, Iblis, could rule the world unchecked off of something as foolish as the colour of his flesh? I laughed as I watched Iblis do this, as he sent mortal soul after mortal soul to me. I did not pity them. How could they be so foolish as to think the colour of their flesh makes them better than other mortals? If only they knew that Allah created Adam as dark as the Hebrews, that every prophet had been dark-fleshed. Would they believe it? I heard that as Allah ends the world, Isa would return among the living exactly how he was when I last saw him. The world of man as it is now would call him a fraud, a fake, the Antichrist. Iblis would position himself as the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus he convinced the world was the true image of Isa. I laughed darkly, and it echoes through hell. I laughed as I thought of the end of the world, and how I would be the one laughing at Iblis as I oversaw his punishment. For now, Iblis was a prince of the mortal world. It was filled with more sin and desire than 1,000,000 Sodom and Gomorrah. Each time mortals changed something that brought them closer to their destruction, I laughed. Mortals had gotten so lost without a mercy of a prophet that now they could not tell the difference between a man and a woman. Mortals would claim that Allah made a mistake and placed a female soul inside of a male. I laughed as I watched Iblis start to burn the very world he ruled. The cursed Hebrews were still very much cursed and wandered the world just as oppressed and confused as they have always been. They called themselves African Americans now. Their true lineage hidden from them and stolen by some Europeans who call themselves Jews. Ah, the world was twisted. These same Europeans who call themselves Jews suffered a tragedy and oppression, then turn around and inflict an oppression on the people who follow the blessed Muhammad worse than they ever suffered. The world needed to be destroyed. It needed to end. There was no one left who could save it. There were no more mercies coming from God. Mortals were lost in the wilderness and would soon come to my fire. The men of the world had seemed to change places with the women. The women behaved and acted like men, and men like women. They were very different from the people they hailed from. The world was ending. Even though I was forgiven and allowed back in the gardens of my birth, I enjoyed watching the world of mortals burn. I was no different than Iblis when it came to that, I guess. I was no longer Andrid the Lost, or Andrid the companion of prophets. I was something else altogether. I was the keeper of the flames, the guardian of the fires of hell. I was the last face you ever wanted to see. This has been Andrid, the Keeper of the Flames, The Fallen Chronicles, Book 3. Written by Jesse Macbeth. Narrated by Andrea Giordani. Copyright 2021 by Jesse Macbeth. Production copyright by Jesse Macbeth.